Yun Qi had already readied his stance as seriousness spread across his face. On the other hand, Xiao Luocheng was calm and relaxed. He wore a smile on his face and was not even nervous in the slightest, but in his heart he was already laughing from anger. For him to act, it would naturally not be without reason. This was because Yun Qi gave him a definite sense of crisis. Of course, this feeling was definitely not because he deemed that Yun Qi could beat him, but rather Yun Qi, who was clearly only at the first level of the nascent profound realm, was able to even beat the Lu Zhanan, who was at the 7th level of the nascent profound realm. The fire attribute profound art he used had even more so reached an unfathomable state. Even as the young sect master of Xiao sect's outer sect, he had never seen or heard of anyone having this kind of strength at the first level of the nascent profound realm. Even when he was at the first level of the nascent profound realm, it was completely impossible for him to be able to accomplish it to this extent. Which also meant that if they were of the same level, then even he was essentially not Yun Qi's match. In all these years in New Moon City, he was always publicly recognized as number one, and among the younger generation, there had never emerged a person that he would think highly of. But from this Yun Qi, he actually couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. This type of person absolutely should not have shown up in New Moon City, and even more so, ought to not have appeared in his face. Not only that, Yun Qi was arrogant, was unrestrained with his words, and had previously ridiculed the 7 sects in every way. He also had defeated a few of the 7 sects' finest disciples into an incredibly miserable state and didn't give them any face. With these, it was obvious that the various sects were already furious at Yun Qi. Putting aside whether or not they would use dirty methods against him in the future, it was basically impossible for them to become friends. Since it's like this, then I'll just destroy him. In this New Moon City, the only one worthy of the word genius is I, Xiao Luocheng. Though this Yun Qi was as strong as he was violent, he was even more so stupid. He had actually finished digging his own grave. With this, there isn't the slightest worry left after I destroy him. As he thought to hear, the smile on the corners of Xiao Luocheng's mouth became even more shady. He raised his hands at Yun Qi in a relaxed manner. "Brother Yun, go ahead." Xiao Luocheng's stance clearly wanted Yun Qi to attack first. Yun Qi didn't waste time. With a few steps, his right arm horizontally swung towards Xiao Luocheng's chest without any special moves, only using profound energy. It was obvious that he wanted to test the depth of Xiao Luocheng's profound energy. A first ranker of the nascent profound realm probing the profound strength of a 10th ranker at the nascent profound realm. The people of Xiao sect's outer sect simultaneously revealed ridiculing smiles. The difference in profound strength was almost an entire profound realm. If Yun Qi wanted to last even a little while longer, his sole strategy would be to use his profound movement skill. Yet he went for a match of profound strength from the very start. It could be said to be extremely stupid. A look of disdain also flashed in Xiao Luocheng's eyes. His left hand folded behind his back as he arbitrarily swung out his right hand. It was only one hand. Moreover, he had only used 30% of his strength. The two arms collided with a bang. Xiao Luocheng stood still and didn't move a single inch. His body did not even show the slightest signs of movement. However, Yun Qi's body slid over 6 meters away and almost fell to the ground. His right arm also slightly trembled. He suddenly revealed a shocked face and spoke. "Worthy of being young sect master Xiao, such a thick, profound energy." "Hey." Xiao Luocheng faintly laughed. "Brother Yun's profound energy is also incomparably heavy. No wonder you could even defeat Lu Zhanan. But if I said that I had only used 30% of my strength earlier, would you believe it? Haha, young Master Xiao really knows how to joke around." Yun Qi laughed. Looking at his conduct, it was as if he completely thought that Xiao Luocheng's words were a joke. This caused all the disciples of the 7 major sects to sneer. While taking a step back, he raised his right hand again and spoke as his brows knitted. "But this next move, young sect master Xiao needs to be careful. If it's taken head-on, you may receive some serious injuries." Hearing these words, the corner of Xiao Luocheng's mouth violently twitched twice. The laughs of the numerous disciples of the 7 sects once again rang out. It was true that the strength Yun Qi had shown had astonished them time and time again. But this time, his excessive confidence and ignorance was simply many times greater than his actual strength. "I thank Brother Yun for the warning. Brother Yun can attack as you please. I will receive them all." Even if my strength is insufficient and I do get injured with so many people as witnesses, the blame would definitely not fall on Brother Yun, Xiao Luocheng said while laughing. At the moment, he started to somewhat regret stepping out, because fighting with this type of overconfident and stupid person simply degraded his dignity. With this type of arrogance and ignorance, even if his talent was higher, there was no chance that he would have any sort of accomplishment. There was absolutely no reason to worry. Yun Qi took in a deep breath. His eyes became serious as a vortex of profound energy quickly gathered above his right hand. It was clear that he was concentrating all his strength into his right hand. In fact, up until now when he was fighting with profound energy, aside from using his profound movement skill, he had never used any special move. All his attacks were the most ordinary of profound energy collisions. And this time it was still the same. Everyone also firmly believed that Yun Qi simply didn't have any type of profound attacking skills. "Young sect master Xiao, receive my move!" Yun Qi shouted as he ferociously threw a heavy fist towards Xiao Luocheng's chest. This punch clearly contained all of Yun Qi's profound energy. With an imposing force, the profound energy shockwave that accompanied it was at least twice as strong as the strength of a normal first ranker at the first level of the nascent profound realm. Being able to use this kind of strength as someone at the first level of the nascent profound realm was enough to shock anyone. But against Xiao Luocheng, it was not in the least bit threatening. Sensing an energy that could barely be considered fierce come towards his face, Xiao Luocheng's eyes flashed with a cold, uncaring smile. All of his patience had vanished. Similarly, without any special moves, he simply threw a punch forward, but this time he directly used 70% of his strength. If 30% of his strength was enough to knock Yun Qi away, then 70% was completely enough to break all of the bones in Yun Qi's arm into several pieces. Even the viscera under the assault of profound energy would be dislocated to a large degree. "Moron, die!" Xiao Luocheng coldly laughed in his heart. His gaze turned sinister. It was as if he could already see the scene of Yun Qi being seriously injured to the point of losing conscious, with a mutilated right arm, in the very next second. Right before the moment when both their fists were about to collide, a sly look flashed across Yun Qi's pupils as a shout echoed in his mind. "Evil God's first move, falling moon sinking star." In the depths of Yun Qi's body, the first gate of his profound veins suddenly released a strong crimson-colored light, as if a dormant demon god suddenly opened his frightening and violent eyes. In a split second, all the profound energy in his body from head to toe started to frantically move towards Yun Qi's right fist. While the energy was moving, it was also crazily inflating to a shocking extent. When Jasmine granted Yun Qi the evil god's profound veins, she had said before that for every evil god's profound veins gate that opens, an accompanying evil god's secret art would be unlocked along with an evil god's profound skill. Be it the evil god's secret art or evil god's profound skill, there was no need for them to be cultivated. As long as the gate was opened, they could be used at will. When the first gate opened, an evil soul was activated, the name and activation method of the evil god's first move simultaneously appeared in his mind. This was his final trump card that he had kept hidden all along. It also was the extremely large present he decided to gift to Xiao Luocheng after he had sensed his sinister aura. The 7 gates of the evil god's profound veins represented the 7 evil god skills. The first evil god skill was falling moon sinking star. This implied that when the evil god used this skill, it was enough to destroy both the sun and moon. It obviously would not produce such a destructive power that could oppose the heavens if it came from Yun Qi. But just the name was enough to show how terrifying its power was. Boom! As the two fists collided, the resulting sound was akin to the heavens' thunder striking out. A horrifying shockwave of energy that came from the collision of the two's profound energy ferociously dispersed in all 4 directions. Followed by a burst of kakakaka sounds, the main palace's marble floor greatly ruptured, and huge pieces of floor tiles were blown off into the distance. From the epicenter of the profound energy's turbulence, a silhouette shot out like a cannonball and violently crashed onto the supporting pillar near the main palace's gate. Followed by a boom, the thick supporting pillar made of stone shook. Countless little cracks started to quickly spread through the pillar as a large amount of dust also fell from the roof. The figure that smashed against the pillar, unexpectedly, did not bounce off. It was because half of his body was directly embedded into the center of the pillar by that extremely ferocious power. Only after a long time did his body finally slide down slowly to hit the ground in a skewed manner. His entire body was bloody, and he was unconscious. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The clothes on his chest were completely blown apart. This revealed his chest that had already become so bloody and mangled that even the bones could be faintly seen. When his body hit the ground, his entire left arm was almost instantly soaked red by the fresh blood. Yet this person was not Xianxia, but Xiao Luocheng. It was dead silent inside the main palace. Every single person's eyes bulged wide open, and for the longest time no one made a sound. Afterwards, Qin Huaiyu, Sikong Han, and Tai Zhangkeng all by chance stood up together. All the famous elders and sect leaders within New Moon City stood up at the same time, all with their widened eyes that unwaveringly continued to stare. They were making an enormous effort to try to ascertain whether or not their eyes were seeing hallucinations. Followed by a painful moan, Xianxia suddenly hit the ground with one knee. He violently gasped to regain his breath while his right arm powerlessly dangled down. Inside his body, his energy and blood thrashed about. A backflow of blood almost bursted out from his mouth, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. After swallowing the blood, his body felt as if it was floating. His profound veins were thoroughly emptied, and the profound energy within his body was one and the same. And now he was weakened to the point of being barely able to stand. He slowly lifted his head and looked in Xiao Luocheng's direction. The corners of his mouth silently raised to become a satisfied arc. "If you didn't provoke me, you would still be the awe-inspiring Xiao sect outer sect's young sect master, and would still be the publicly accepted #1 of New Moon City's younger generation. My arrogance is a type of self-protection, but your arrogance is truly digging your own grave." Saying that Xiao Luocheng was digging his own grave and courting death was not at all unjustified. If he had remained calm and vigilant when he faced Xianxia instead of being undisciplined, mocking, and lofty, he would have immediately been able to sense how dreadful Xianxia's falling moon-sinking star was, and thereby at once use his sect's profound movement skill to avoid it. Even if he could not dodge it, he could have immediately used all of his profound energy to protect his body. His profound energy surpassed Xianxia by almost an entire profound realm. It was highly possible for Xianxia's one move to not even be enough to inflict such a serious injury. It would at least not injure him to his current state of near death. And after that, Xianxia, who had exhausted all of his profound energy like an oil lamp exhausting its oil, could be slaughtered as he wished. But in this world, there were only so many what-ifs. It was undeniable that Xiao Luocheng was clever and quite shrewd. But unfortunately, he was up against Xianxia. Xianxia had 2 lives' worth of experience in matters of battles, life and death, escaping and scheming. In these aspects, it was unknown how much more experienced he was compared to Xiao Luocheng. In regards to scheming and being clever, Xiao Luocheng surpassed those of the same age. However, in front of Xianxia, he simply could not even be considered beneath his shoes. From the very beginning, Xianxia displayed clear arrogance and extreme self-confidence to the point that he condescended others. Even in front of the 7 sects, he did not exercise restraint and thoroughly offended them. In the eyes of others, being egotistical was only natural given his young age, and being born with such astonishing innate talent. And at the same time, it gave him an image of growing up not knowing when to hold back and protect oneself by staying low-key. The 5 consecutive matches earlier had also deepened this image of his for everyone 5 successive times. This made everyone assume that even though this Xianxia was a genius, he was still far too young, for he had the arrogance and insolence that many youngsters have, and was simply not the least bit of shrewd and scheming. Almost everyone had believed this was so, and naturally, this included Xiao Luocheng. Furthermore, when he stepped up, aside from his impression of Xianxia being arrogant, he also thought that he was an ignorant fool. This made him even more contemptuous to the point that he regretted stepping up to deal with this kind of blockhead. Therefore, since the beginning of the match with Xianxia, he didn't have even a trace of caution and wariness towards him. Under Xianxia's silent lead, in the face of his second attack, he simply did not think of evading or defending, but instead loftily welcomed it. Furthermore, he only prepared 70% of his strength in order to dispose of him. By the time the 2 fists collided and he felt something was amiss, it was already too late. Young sect master!" After a deathly silence, an extremely terrified roar sounded. The middle-aged man who came with Xiao Luocheng frantically rushed towards Xiao Luocheng. He was almost scratching and scrambling as all the other people from the Xiao sect branch hurriedly followed in a flurry. As they reached Xiao Luocheng and saw his injured condition up close, the middle-aged man's entire body trembled. He hastily reached out to grasp Xiao Luocheng's wrist. Immediately, his complexion greatly changed. He suddenly turned his head to look towards Yunqi with an extremely malevolent expression. "You little bastard, I'll kill you." The middle-aged man's body dispersed an extremely dense and hostile murderous aura as he violently roared. He abruptly charged at Yunqi as his right hand formed into a hook to grab his neck. Under the surge of the enormous profound energy, even the entirety of the main palace faintly shook. Yunqi was already utterly weakened at this moment. He did not even have the energy to stand up. Even if he was at his peak condition, he fundamentally still would not be able to survive this one strike from the middle-aged man. "Freeze!" With a loud roar, another silhouette flew up from the seats like a majestic eagle and swooped down toward the middle-aged man. The person was still 10 meters away, yet a wave of enormous profound energy was already launched out and forced the middle-aged man far, far away. This silhouette then also landed from midair and stood in front of Yunqi. It was exactly New Moon Profound Palace's newly appointed palace chief, Qin Huayu. Seeing the back of Qin Huayu who stood in front of him, Yunqi made a contented smile. He had known that with his performance today, Qin Huayu would use his full power to protect him no matter what happened. The moment Qin Huayu moved, the entire palace was instantly shocked, because that was the absolute strength of the Earth Profound Realm. As expected, this strength was extraordinary and was worthy of someone who came from Blue Wind Imperial City. The middle-aged man who was forced away furiously spoke with a gloomy expression. "Palace Chief Qin, what is the meaning of this? This little bastard actually went as far as to severely injure my family's young sect master. Blood debts should be repaid in blood. Don't tell me you're still going to protect him." "Ha ha," Qin Huayu, however, faintly laughed and asked in return. "Since I am New Moon Profound Palace's palace chief, protecting my palace disciples is right and proper. I actually want to question you back. You are someone of an older generation, yet you suddenly moved to harm my palace disciple. What is the meaning of this?" "What do I mean?" The middle-aged man ruefully laughed. "It was originally only an exchange of pointers, yet this little bastard actually heavily wounded my family's young sect master. Right now, young sect master's left arm has shattered into 12 pieces. His entire arm can be considered as disabled. Almost half of his tendons inside his entire body has snapped, and even the profound veins are fractured. The profound energy has completely dispersed. He's nearly crippled." The heart of everyone inside the palace wildly jumped once, each time the middle-aged man said a sentence. When he said profound energy completely dispersed, he's nearly crippled, the main palace went into an uproar. The color on the faces of people belonging to Xiao sect's outer sect turned a paler shade of ghastly white. Left arm disabled, almost half of the tendons snapped, profound veins fractured, profound energy completely dispersed. These words were undoubtedly telling them that this Xiao sect outer sect's young sect master, who was the top talent, who carried the hopes of this outer sect in New Moon City, who was also the #1 in the New Moon City's younger generation, actually had been crippled. Crippled by Yunqi in one hit. Almost half of his tendons snapping, signified that his originally impressive talent would become even more inferior than an ordinary person's. Profound veins fracturing meant that before the mending and repairing of his profound veins, it would be impossible for him to cultivate profound energy. Even if the profound vein was mended, one could only start again from scratch from today onwards. This #1, whose name even shook 500 kilometers away, would be reduced to a useless cripple, through and through. All of his glory would entirely disappear without a trace. What he shall receive in the future would no longer be the reverence and awe of others, but would instead be mockery and apathy, both in the open and behind his back. In an instant, everyone felt as if an ice-cold aura had flooded into their spines and quickly spread throughout their entire body. The gaze that they used to look at Yunqi once again completely changed. From a gaze that was looking at a genius, it changed to one that seemed like they were looking at a monster. A first ranker of the nascent Profound Realm actually crippled a 10th ranker of the nascent Profound Realm in one move. The person he crippled was even the young sect master that Xiao sect's outer sect valued the most, the publicly accepted #1 genius of New Moon City. A first ranker of the nascent Profound Realm was actually able to directly cripple Xiao Luocheng in one hit. However, the mind-blowing shock brought up by this fact was only secondary. Every single person was able to forebode that an earthquake would hit Xiao Luocheng's outer sect, and Xiao Luocheng's outer sect's earthquake would signify a great earthquake within the all of New Moon City. This Xianxia, the trouble he had committed could be considered as the greatest and biggest in the entire history of New Moon City. They could imagine that what he would receive may possibly be Xiao Luocheng's outer sect's most cruelest of revenge. As the middle-aged man spoke these words, Qin Huayu also froze for a bit. Never would he have thought that the power of Xianxia's strike from before would actually be this terrifying, to unexpectedly injure Xiao Luocheng to this extent. Even before Qin Huayu replied, Xianxia, who was behind him, already sneered aloud and slowly spoke with a feeble voice. "So, what are you planning to do? Before me and Xiao Luocheng started this spar, we had already promised each other that no matter who received damage and no matter how severe, we could only blame ourselves to be lacking and would never blame the other. Furthermore, we even let everyone here be witnesses. I remember that time, you seemed to be the one who yelled the loudest. Yet now, when Xiao Luocheng received severe injuries, you suddenly wanted to attack me. Is this your Xiao sect's way of doing things? Don't tell me that your entire Xiao sect is a treacherous group of despicable people who can't hold to their promises." Right after Xianxia said these words, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly wavered, but then immediately became even more sullen. The ice-cold, murderous aura passed Qin Huayu and tightly locked onto Xianxia's body, for he wished that he could rip Xianxia into shreds just by using that aura. "You, shut the hell up. Even 100 of your lives wouldn't match up to a single finger on my family's young sect master. If I can't kill you today, Xiao Zhe, would have lived in vain." After finished speaking, Xiao Zhe took in a deep breath. His right hand swung out, and a current of storm-like profound energy shot straight for Xianxia. However, right after he attacked, Qin Huayu waved his long sleeve and cleanly nullified Xiao Zhe's profound energy. He furiously growled, "Xiao Zhe, if you dare attack my palace disciple again, I won't be this polite anymore." "You," Xiao Zhe was clouded with rage. "Palace Chief Qin, are you trying to shred all cordiality with my Xiao sect?" "Ha ha, this Qin of course never had this intention." Qin Huayu faintly laughed, but his expressions immediately darkened again. "However, today, you violated my New Moon Profound Palace first. Before my palace disciple, Xianxia exchanged pointers with your Xiao sect's young sect master. They had mutually promised to not pursue responsibilities no matter who gets severely injured in front of everyone. The fact that your Xiao sect was the fastest to agree and never displayed the slightest bit of opposition, everyone in here are all witnesses. This Qin here even more so, saw and heard that clearly. Right now, you suddenly attacking my palace's disciple is killing without reason. For you to act in this way, was New Moon Profound Palace ever in your eyes? You Xiao sect indeed cover the sky with one hand in New Moon City. But our New Moon Profound Palace would never let you push us around while staying silent. If you dare to attack my palace disciple again, this Qin, will not mind to keep everyone from Xiao sect who arrived today here." From the start of the banquet, Qin Huayu had always appeared very calm and modest. No matter toward whom, he always kept a smiling face. It could be said that he didn't have the slightest bit of a sect master's imposing aura. He looked like he was easy to get along with, and even gave of a feeling that he could easily be pushed around. But the speech at this time, every single word was ear-shaking and majestic. Even when facing against Xiao sect, there wasn't the slightest hint of fear and submissiveness. All four of New Moon Profound Palace's elders who came today stood up in excitement. The gaze in which they looked at Qin Huayu was filled with a scorching passion. What they were currently facing was the powerful Xiao sect's outer sect. They had even never dared to think that one day New Moon Profound Palace would actually dare to unyieldingly speak with Xiao sect to such an extent. Although the previous palace chief's abilities were outstanding, and during his 5 years of appointment he was extremely dignified inside the palace, he had always been careful when facing the 7 sects. Even if oppressed, he would always swallow the humiliation. Especially when facing the Burning Heaven clan and Xiao sect, it was almost to the degree of submission. Yet this newly appointed palace chief Qin coldly faced Xiao sect in order to protecting a palace disciple, and didn't even hesitate to speak out vicious words like, would not mind to keep everyone from Xiao sect that arrived today here. No, this was absolutely not just simple vicious words. Qin Huayu's complexion that commanded respect, as well as the aura he emitted, all attesting that. He was definitely serious. "You," Xiao Zhe's expression turned incomparably ugly. His Xiao sect covered New Moon City's sky with one hand, and he had never been treated like this before. As he turned around and looked at the Xiao Luocheng's miserable state, his entire body trembled, yet he could no longer speak any more vicious words. That life and death consent form, earlier with the entire audience as witness, was like a pile of feces that splattered all over his face and chest. At the same time, Qin Huaiyu was able to rescind his charged attack with one arbitrary swing of a hand, which indicated that this Qin Huaiyu was at least an entire profound realm above him in terms of cultivation, which was at the 5th level of Earth profound realm or higher. It couldn't even be said how much stronger he was in comparison to the previous palace chief. Even when compared to the sect master of his Xiao sect's outer sect, Qin Huaiyu was in no way inferior. With this kind of strength, even his Xiao sect had no choice but to fear him. It was no wonder why he dared to be so unyielding. Since he persisted on protecting Yun Qi, it was completely impossible to achieve anything with the people his Xiao sect had brought today. Good, very good, Xiao Zhe's lips trembled. Today's incident, as well as Palace Chief Qin's words, I Xiao Zhe, has firmly remembered them. Today's favor our Xiao sect. On a later day will definitely repay it 100-fold. Let's leave. As they lifted the dying Xiao Luocheng with incredible care, the few people from Xiao sect's outer sect departed in a brisk pace. As they were leaving, every single one of them all carried a heavy air that surged with hostility. If your Xiao sect is willing to use purple-veined heaven crystal, it wouldn't be impossible to completely repair Xiao Luocheng's destroyed tendons and profound veins. Qin Huaiyu said, with an indifferent and calm expression, as he watched their retreating backs. Xiao Zhe's footsteps paused for a bit. He grimly answered, no need for Palace Chief Qin's reminder. Go. After the departure of those who belonged to Xiao sect's outer sect, the main palace was filled with deadly silence. Some people looked at each other in dismay. Some people started to gnash their teeth, and some rejoiced at others' misfortune while some became restless. But there was one thing that was certain. The Xiao sect's outer sect would not just let this matter rest. With the Xiao sect outer sect's power, they would never accept even the slightest bullying and humiliation, let alone the public crippling of their young sect master, who was their #1 super genius that appeared only once in a century. At this time, the entire atmosphere of the event had completely changed. The crippling of Xiao Luocheng had made everyone present unable to have a peace of mind. Yet Qin Huaiyu, on the other hand, looked unexpectedly calm and composed. He turned to face the heads of the 6 major sects and chuckled. This Qin is extremely guilty of letting our esteemed guests be startled. This was originally supposed to be a friendly exchange of pointers between 2 young and capable talents. Who would have thought that my palace disciple would accidentally lose control, which resulted in such an outcome? This Qin has honestly been caught unprepared. But the good thing is, before my palace disciple Yun Qi and Xiao Luocheng had exchanged hands, they promised to not look into the matter if any one of them became seriously injured. But in case Xiao sect breaks their promise, I would like all the friends here who witnessed it to say a few words of justice. After he finished speaking, Qin Huaiyu swept a gentle gaze at everyone present. After taking note of their complexion, his gaze finally stopped on Cloudy Sun sect's head elder Yan Zizai. He beamed as he said, this Qin remembers that the first person who stood out and offered to be a witness for the 2 juniors was Elder Yan. As Cloudy Sun sect's head elder, Elder Yan's reputation and word naturally carries a great amount of weight. If Elder Yan could say some words of justice when that time comes, I presume that Xiao sect would not blacken their name and come make trouble without reason. Am I right, Elder Yan? All gazes instantly fell on Yan Zizai. Yan Zizai felt a wave of awkwardness spread throughout his entire body. After standing up, he gave a forced laugh and replied obscurely, what Palace Chief Qin had said is naturally reasonable. However, we cannot guess how Xiao sect is going to handle this. This old man suddenly remembers that there are still important matters left unfinished back within the sect that requires my immediate return if Palace Chief Qin is free in the future. You are always welcome to visit our Cloudy Sun sect. After finished speaking, Yan Zizai quickly took his sect's disciples and quickly exited without waiting for Qin Huaiyu's reply. With Cloudy Sun sect taking the lead, the other sects also found various reasons to take their leave. Since such a major event occurred today, they naturally had to immediately report about it as soon as they returned to their respective sects and discuss how to handle what was coming next. Before Tai Hengjun left, even though he hesitated for a moment, he still walked to Yun Qi's side, took out a vermilion-colored pill and softly said, "Brother Yun, this is our mid-grade profound recovering pellets specially made by our Iron Spear clan's medical hall. It ought to help you recover faster." Yun Qi also did not retreat as he reached to take the pill and threw it straight into his mouth before smiling. "Many thanks, Brother Tai." Tai Hengjun hesitated a little more before opening his mouth again. Brother Yun, Xiao Luocheng was not only the #1 amongst New Moon City's younger generation, but it even carried the hopes of Xiao Sect Outer Sect's future. Now that he has been crippled by Brother Yun, Xiao Sect will definitely not let this matter rest. Even though this Xiao Sect is only one of the few hundred branches of the main sect, they still carry a large amount of power and influence, one that far surpasses what Brother Yun can imagine. They are definitely not someone Brother Yun can fight against, so I would suggest for Brother Yun to immediately leave New Moon City. The faster the better. This is definitely not a coward's way of running. First protect your life, and then think of what to do next. As long as you are alive, you can always come back again. Yun Qi's heart immediately became touched when he saw sincere concern in Tai Hengjun's eyes. He nodded seriously. "Rest assured, Brother Tai, since I dared to act in this way, I naturally thought of how I would handle the following consequences. I thank Brother Tai for his kind words of advice." As the guests continued to leave one after another, after a few minutes, only the people of New Moon Profound Palace were left in the hall. At this time, New Moon Profound Palace's disciples of every rank swarmed to surround Yun Qi in every direction. "Junior Brother Yun, this is the healing medicine made by our medical department. Regardless of whether it's external or internal injuries, its effectiveness is very good." Quite a few disciples took out the best healing medicine at hand, and one after another rushed to be the first to stuff them in Yun Qi's hands. "Junior Brother Yun, did you really just join us Profound Department disciples today? It's still really unbelievable. How could a genius, more talented than those in the 7 sects, appear in our New Moon Profound Palace?" A 17 to 18-year-old girl excitedly asked as her pair of pretty eyes sized up Yun Qi's body over and over again. "So what of the geniuses in the 7 sects? Our junior brother Yun is the one who crippled Xiao Luocheng, and in only one move. Xiao Luocheng was the #1 in our New Moon City's younger generation. Since our junior brother Yun had crippled even him, in that case, isn't junior brother Yun the new #1? Rightly said, the #1 of our younger generation is actually in our New Moon Profound Palace. This is simply like a dream. Junior brother Yun, where are you from? Are you really only 16 this year? Even though you look so young, you're actually this strong. It's really hard for people to believe that you're only 16. Almost everyone's gaze were focused onto Yun Qi. Included among those were respect, worship, admiration, and of course, there was no lack of jealous envy. If Yun Qi had shown his power in other circumstances, or under the stage, it would not have triggered such a result. However, in today's event, not only did Yun Qi's strength shock the entire audience, he also helped New Moon Profound Palace get back at the 7 sects after years of suppression. This made them overflow with admiration and surprise for Yun Qi, along with a bit more of gratitude. Li Hao walked over while clutching his chest. He gave Yun Qi a gratified nod and said, "Junior brother Yun, thank you for avenging my previous defeat, even though it's a bit of a shameless boast for me to say this, but if anyone dares to bully you in the palace, I will be the first to not let him off." "Ha, count me in too," Li Hao's cousin Li Haoran also said as he laughed out loud. "Brother-in-law, so it turns out you're actually this powerful." Xia Yuanba did not care about the injuries on his body and also came squeezing over. He looked at Yun Qi with shimmering eyes. "I always thought that the person I would worship the most was my sister. In the future, the person I'll worship the most will be you, brother-in-law." "Okay now, let's not all crowd around junior brother Yun. Even though he wasn't seriously injured, he still exhausted a large amount of profound energy. He wouldn't be able to take all this commotion." Lan Zuruo could be said to have the highest reputation amongst the disciples of New Moon Profound Palace. No matter her strength, looks, temperament, or her personality, every male and female disciples within the Profound Palace were deeply subdued by her. With just a short sentence, it was enough to calm down the entire surrounding. Lan Zuruo walked to Yun Qi's side and said worriedly, "Junior brother Yun, if you had only injured Xiao Luocheng, then all is still negotiable. But now, not only is Xiao Luocheng injured, he is also crippled. Xiao sect will definitely come for revenge. I can't say it for sure, but they may even come here right now. Regarding this matter, they may not adhere to their promise of not looking into this matter. Out of everyone in all of New Moon City, there are no forces who can make them uphold their promise. What do you plan to do? After listening to Lan Zuruo's words, every disciple's excitement instantly cooled down as they all became incomparably solemn. They all clearly understood how large of a force Xiao sect was in New Moon City. In regards to this incident where Xiao Luocheng became crippled, they were able to imagine just how fierce Xiao sect's revenge would be. Xiao sect's revenge within New Moon City, who was able to handle it. Perhaps Xianxi's only choice was to immediately leave New Moon City, the further the better. Hey, you guys don't need to worry about this incident. Following a wave of gentle laughter, Qin Huaiyu walked over while chuckling. As palace chief, I will naturally protect the disciples of our palace. You guys need not worry. If I let Xiao sect bully my disciples right after my appointment, I won't have enough face to continue to remain in New Moon Profound Palace. Honorable Palace Chief. As Qin Huaiyu approached, the disciples all respectfully greeted him one after another. Compared to former Palace Chief Zhou, this Palace Chief Qin was more gentle and also much more mysterious. His strength was even higher by who knows how many times. Even in Blue Wind Imperial City, his strength was enough to place him into the Master's ranking. In this New Moon City, his strength even more so, did not lose to any of the sect masters of those 7 sects. The fact that such a person had actually arrived in New Moon City to become its palace chief caused quite a number of people to be greatly surprised. Honorable Palace Chief. Xianxia also respectfully greeted, with a somewhat bizarre gaze. Qin Huaiyu slightly nodded his head, looked at Xianxia and asked with deep concern, Xianxia, how is your physical condition? Xianxia smiled slightly. Not so good, but if it's just talking, there's no problem at all. Qin Huaiyu was stumped for a bit. Then a helpless smile flashed across his face as he said, In that case, then accompany me for a chat, elders, bring the disciples back to the profound department. As for this main hall, get someone to clean it after half an hour. Since the elders knew that Qin Huaiyu wanted to talk to Xianxia alone, they replied as the same time before leaving with the rest of the disciples. As he stepped out of the main palace's main entrance, Murong turned around to take another look at Xianxia. Jubilation flashed across his face as he sneered at his misfortune. To actually cripple Xiao Luocheng, let's see how you're going to die now. Only Xianxia and Qin Huaiyu were left in the spacious main palace. In the midst of the quiet, the two silently faced each other and did not speak for quite a long time. Confronting this mysterious palace chief who possessed such a formidable background, Xianxia's gaze was serene. As for Qin Huaiyu, he was the one who had a somewhat complicated gaze. Finally, it was Qin Huaiyu who spoke first as he bitterly laughed. Sigh, in my entire life full of awe-inspiring authority, I'd never expect that I would still be ruthlessly played by such a small child. Not only that, I clearly knew that I was being played, yet I still had no choice but to jump in. Xianxia also laughed. He laughed apologetically while giving a junior's respectful bow. This junior overestimated his own abilities and had let Palace Chief Qin watch such a farce. You can do away with this kind of conventional talk. Qin Huaiyu waved his hand. His face became bitter before suddenly saying, You were so sure that I would do whatever it took to protect you. This is the first time I have met you, and it is also your first time meeting me. I have only arrived at New Moon City for only a month, and the people I know may be plenty, but it could be said that there are none who truly know me. Then where did you get your confidence from? You must know that if I had even the slightest of hesitations, this little life of yours could have ended right here. If it was someone else within 10 of them, 9.5 would not hesitate. No matter how talented you are, they would immediately hand you straight to Xiao sect. Who you have crippled was indeed their Xiao sect's young sect master and their future hopes. Xianxia slightly curled his lips. He looked Qin Huaiyu in the eye and said, To fully understand a person, one would normally need a few years, around a decade, or even a few decades. However, if one wanted to know a person's fundamental nature, only observing his eyes would be enough. What does Palace Chief think? Oh, Qin Huaiyu was taken aback once again, because the reply he had received from Xianxia was not one that should have come from a youngster of only 16. Instead, it seemed more like it had been said by a sophisticated middle-ager, or even an elderly person. You really believe in me that much? No, you trust your feelings to such a degree? Qin Huaiyu increasingly felt that Xianxia was unusual and out of the ordinary. Pretty much, Xianxia said with a smile. But aside from himself, no one else could have understood the real meaning behind his smile. In the past, the people who were after his life were simply innumerable and were spread all over the continent. Other than that girl which he felt guilty toward throughout his entire life, every person he had met was probably after his life. One encounter, 2, 10, 1,000, 10,000. After that, he could tell whether they had the intention to kill him with a glance into their eyes. He could separate their spoken truth from their pretense, sieve the virtuous from the evil. This was a skill one could only learn after surviving countless experiences from the brink of death. Everything from these accumulated experiences was impossible to even express with words, and was simply impossible for others to comprehend. This was also the reason why Xiao Luocheng made up his mind to destroy him. However, he met with Xianxia's most merciless of retaliations on the spot, because even if he had been more shrewd, he could not have hidden his intentions from Xianxia's eyes that saw through one's heart. That being said, even if Honorable Palace Chief's personality had been outside of my expectations, I am, after all, a disciple of New Moon Profound Palace. Even if Palace Chief had wanted otherwise, it is still unlikely that you would have allowed others to bring harm to your disciple in your own territory, right? Xianxia asked while smiling. Qin Huaiyu replied with a stiff face. You only joined New Moon Profound Palace today. With your status as a new disciple, you would not be that to New Moon Profound Palace no matter how sentimental you are. However, from the start, you had brought up and professed that you were a disciple of New Moon Profound Palace more than 10 times, and even repeatedly brought up that you were fighting so New Moon Profound Palace would not be bullied. I had always found it rather strange at the time. Only when you methodically placed the disciples of the 7 sects in checkmate, disgraced them, repeatedly provoked their bottom line, acted wildly and excessively, mocked and ridiculed them, and also spared no expense until every single one of them had been offended, did I realize that the one who had been endlessly professing himself as a disciple of New Moon Profound Palace had done it to remind me of this. Xianxia did not deny it, and nodded while replying with an awfully calm disposition. As expected of Honorable Palace Chief, it was impossible to hide this junior's thoughts from Palace Chief. HMPH, you absolutely had no intention to hide it from me. Qin Huaiyu's expression sunk. Only, I completely do not understand the purpose behind your deliberate actions. What benefits would you gain by provoking them and inciting their rage? Don't tell me you were doing it simply to show off. It would have been fine with just these. But after all that, you even did not hesitate to heavy-handedly cripple Xiao Luocheng. Do you know what kind of disaster you have wrought? Today, within New Moon Profound Palace's territory, I can indeed protect you for the time being. But with regards to Xiao sect's revenge, even if they are just an outer sect, I cannot easily obstruct them. I cannot easily obstruct them. In other words, he could obstruct them, just that he would need to expend some more effort to do so. This fact caused Xianxia to feel astonished. With the kind of power and influence the Xiao sect held in New Moon City, this newly appointed palace chief could actually say such words with regards to the Xiao sect. One could as well imagine that the power backing him could not be less than remarkable. The fact that this kind of person, of all people, had come to assume the position of New Moon City's palace chief was somewhat thought-provoking. This junior indeed has his own motive, but Xiao Luocheng's matter was outside of my original intentions. I believe that with Honorable Palace Chief's perceptiveness, it should be clear that Xiao Luocheng's intention behind challenging me was in order to ruin me. Qin Huaiyu didn't speak, and showed his tacit agreement with the expression in his eyes. Xianxia frowned. Against someone who I had no quarrels or enmity with, yet still wished to destroy me, I have absolutely no reason to be modest with my actions. If possible, I would kill him, and if otherwise, cripple him. Regardless of who he is, I would never hold back. This is one of the most basic principles of how I handle my affairs. Xianxia's words actually caused chills to run down Qin Huaiyu's spine. He noticed he was completely unable to read this youth, and wondered what kind of experiences a 16-year-old could have gone through that would result in such an expression in his eyes and character. Silently inhaling a breath of air, he avoided the topic of Xiao Luocheng and asked, "Then why exactly did you purposely provoke the 7 sects?" "I need 3 things," answered Xianxia. 3 things, Xianxia spelt out clearly. 1, a person and place that would allow me to cultivate profound strength rapidly. 2, enemies and pressure that would let me develop even further. 3, a person who could still allow me to possess the first thing while I face against the second. Yun Qi's words caused Qin Huayu feel perplexed for a while. After thinking deeply for a bit, he asked, I still don't understand what you're after. Very simple, Yun Qi continued. Within 3 years, I want to reach the Earth Profound Realm. What? Qin Huayu's eyes widened. 3 years, Earth Profound Realm. What are you smoking? Yun Qi. Don't tell me that you're serious. Seeing Yun Qi's current expression, Qin Huayu felt bewildered. Standing before him was a youth who actually proclaimed that he wanted to advance from the nascent profound realm to the Earth Profound Realm within 3 years. And judging by his complexion and the gaze in his eyes, he was clearly very serious when saying those words. Of course I'm serious, nodded Yun Qi. There is a reason why I need to reach the Earth Profound Realm within 3 years. Qin Huayu fell taciturn. After looking at Yun Qi for a period of time, he suddenly spoke. Yun Qi, do you know at what age did I reach the Earth Profound Realm? Yun Qi. When I was at the age of 16, my profound strength was at the 5th level of the nascent profound realm and could be counted as my household's top genius at that time. Of course, even though I was ahead of you by half a realm then, I still would have not been able to be your match. Later, I reached the true profound realm at the age of 19, the spirit profound realm at 28, and hit the peak of the spirit profound realm at 38 before getting stuck in a bottleneck for a full 6 years, to only reach the Earth Profound Realm at the age of 44. Even though this was so, entering the Earth Profound Realm at 44, I am still considered a 1 in 10,000 genius within all of Blue Wind Empire. It has been 15 years since I entered the Earth Profound Realm and have finally reached the 6th level. Only within this lifetime, I probably do not have the qualifications to enter the Sky Profound Realm. As for reaching the Earth Profound Realm from the nascent Profound Realm within 3 years, Qin Huayu shook his head as he said, at least within my entire lifetime's worth of knowledge and news, there has never been a person who has done so. Even thinking about doing so would be too far-fetched. Not even mentioning the Earth Profound Realm, reaching the true Profound Realm from the first level of the nascent Profound Realm. If accomplished, it would be a feat rarer than phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. What may be impossible for others does not mean that it would be impossible for me. Even today, would you have imagined that with my power of a first ranker at the nascent profound realm, I would able to cripple Xiao Luocheng? Spat Yun Qi. Qin Huayu's expression turned rigid. He shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. Looks like you were completely serious. He sighed. The time of youth is certainly great. No matter how daunting or difficult a goal might be, it can only cause those of us whose fates are already set in stone to feel envy and thirst for its realization. However, after telling me so much, and even revealing your 3-year plan to me, aren't you afraid that I might not even help you? Come to think of it, I don't have a reason to help you at all. After all is said and done, this is the first day that we've been acquainted. No matter what your objective is, what does that have to do with me? This decision is completely up to Honorable Palace Chief. Yun Qi looked straight at him and said, about what I've said previously, if there wasn't anything to pave the way before I told Honorable Palace Chief about it. I believe Honorable Palace Chief would only take it as a joke. However, after my unsparing performance at the banquet, Honorable Palace Chief should have at least a shred of belief in my words, even if 99% of it would still be disbelief. But even with only 1% of acceptance, do you not wish to take in one who would break history and shake the continent? And know that an exceptional genius reached the Earth Profound Realm before the age of 20 under your guidance. These words caused Qin Huayu to be moved for a bit. However, he immediately chuckled. On this point, you've gotten it wrong. Regarding your ambition, I quite admire it and believe you are capable of such wild ambition and willpower. But you are still young. You are still in the nascent profound realm, and you do not understand how difficult the path of cultivating the profound could be. Amongst these will be many complications and bottlenecks that cannot be surpassed with simple talent, perseverance, and hard work. And I, who is still walking on the path of profound cultivation for 50 years, understand this 10 times better than you do. So I can believe that within 3 years, it is possible to enter the true profound realm from the nascent profound realm. However, to enter the Earth Profound Realm, I completely cannot believe it, and neither would anyone else. However, with regards to today's events, I will spare no effort in shielding you. After all, you are a disciple of New Moon Profound Palace, and I am its palace chief. The palace chief protecting his disciple, now that is only right and proper. Besides, after the banquet today, your name will definitely reverberate throughout New Moon City, so much that your reputation will be known in a 1,000-mile radius. My new moon profound palace will also become famous because of this. If you were to one day reach the earth profound realm or even the sky profound realm, then New Moon Profound Palace would also be honored in your name. As for a disciple like you, New Moon Profound Palace has not seen such a talent for over a century. Therefore, no matter what happens, I will ensure your safety. Of course, this is for both New Moon Profound Palace as well as myself. However, what I can shoulder for you are only those that appear on the surface. The Xiao sect will definitely have hidden methods to exert their revenge, and it would be impossible for me to completely protect you. If there ever comes a situation where I cannot reach you, you will then have to rely on yourself. Qin Huayu's words caused Yun Qi to feel slightly disappointed. However, even though it was not the best possible outcome, it was still within his expectations. At once he spoke as he clasped fists in courtesy. I am grateful to Honorable Palace Chief for your promise. I've only just entered, yet I have already caused a huge inconvenience to the profound palace. This junior also feels ashamed about this. However, Honorable Palace Chief can rest assured. About today's matter, I will also put in my utmost effort to solve it on my own and not make things too difficult for Honorable Palace Chief. Ha ha, there's no need for you to be overly concerned. Qin Huayu faintly smiled. They had originally come to haze me and demonstrate who was the boss around here, yet you've helped me return a slap to the face back at them. Even if I disregarded my position as Palace Chief, I ought to still protect you. A word of thanks should also be natural, haha. Having finished conversing with Qin Huayu, Yun Qi dragged his somewhat feeble body out of the main hall and brooded along the way. It looks like you're somewhat disappointed, came Jasmine's cold and tender voice. That's right. Yun Qi couldn't help but shake his head. I had originally wanted to use that mighty goal of mine and today's performance to rouse Qin Huayu, to let him be moved to the point where he would take me in as his personal disciple. Like this, New Moon Profound Palace's various profound skills and resources would become accessible at my convenience whenever possible. However, looking at it, I truly was naive in my thinking. HMPH, it's the first day you two met, and he doesn't even understand your ins and outs. How would he possibly make such a rash and impulsive decision? Jasmine said disdainfully. What's more, your performance was excessively gaudy and far surpassed what others at your age should be capable of. This might let him admire you and make him unable to see through your motives, but at the same time, he would instinctively be vigilant towards you or even feel threatened. How could it possibly have gone according to what you wished for? Yun Qi's feet stopped as an epiphany arrived in his heart. You're right, my actions were somewhat excessive. What are you planning to do next? About the crippling of Xiao Luocheng, the Xiao sect will never just let it go. Killing you right away would even be considered light. This would actually be pretty easy to handle. Yun Qi nonchalantly laughed as a somewhat crafty feeling emanated from his smile. This incident is self-inflicted by Xiao Luocheng anyways. If I didn't have a trump card to play at that time, the one to be crippled would not be him, but instead me. If they simply accepted this matter, I'll also just brush this issue off. Otherwise, if they really would like to find trouble with me, I have no lack of means to put their entire sect in a situation where they'd fly like chickens and run like dogs with their tails between their legs. As for the protection Qin Huayu spoke of, it would be best to have it, but it wouldn't matter even if I don't. Not long after Yun Qi left New Moon Profound Palace's main palace, a figure in snow-white attire, who was as beautiful as a goddess, slowly entered the palace. Qin Huayu was still in the main hall and had not left. It appeared as if he was thinking about how to deal with this matter between Yun Qi and the Xiao sect. As he saw the woman enter, he was startled at first. Subsequently, this New Moon Profound Palace's new palace chief, who was also the person within New Moon Palace that held the most authority, suddenly revealed a face of respect. He stood up from his seat, to then quickly advance forward until he was within 3 steps of the woman, and spoke as he bowed. Your Highness! If any of the elders in New Moon Profound Palace saw Qin Huayu unexpectedly show such a respectful attitude towards a girl, the resulting shock would definitely make their jaws drop. The woman slightly nodded her head and said, Palace Chief Qin, regarding Yun Qi, what do you think? Qin Huayu thought about these words and cautiously said, to consecutively defeat opponents who exceeded him by several levels, and even someone who exceeded him by almost an entire realm, while at the first level of nascent profound realm. This type of talent I have never seen before in my entire life. If he had been born in a major sect by this time, he may already be famous under the heavens. His future accomplishments will definitely be boundless. My thoughts are also the same. But today, he invited a great trouble. If nothing unexpected happens, within 3 hours, Xiao sect will come to our doors. At that time, I wish for Palace Chief Qin to use all his strength to obstruct them and preserve Yun Qi's life. The woman gently said. This, Qin Huayu slightly froze for a bit. Could it be that your highness has chosen him? The woman nodded her head faintly and lightly sighed. These past few years, I've already searched through 7 profound palaces but still couldn't find a candidate to my liking. Yet this Yun Qi has brightened my eyes. Indeed, although Yun Qi displayed a shocking talent, he is still only 16 years old. Furthermore, he is only at the first level of the nascent profound realm. The time left between now and that grand event is only 2 years. His current talent within New Moon City can be considered top-notch, but when compared to those monsters, the difference is far too large. Even when compared to the top disciples of Blue Wind Profound Palace, he is quite far away. Qin Huayu said while perplexed. The woman calmly replied, It's because with the strength of a first ranker in the nascent profound realm and under a weakened condition, he crippled an opponent who was on the verge of entering the true profound realm in one move. He was able to do something that no other top-notch genius I've ever met could do. This point alone is already enough. Although his current strength is still very weak, when he crippled Xiao Luocheng, I had a hunch. After 2 years, he will definitely be able to reach a height that would shock anyone. As she spoke to hear, she smiled. You know, the scariest thing in this world is a woman's intuition. Qin Huayu slightly pondered, lowered his head, and then respectfully said, I understand. Since it is the wish of your highness, I will preserve his life with the best of my abilities. His cultivation within the palace, I will also provide him with the greatest convenience. Only about his background. You don't have to worry about this point. He is Xia Yuanba's brother-in-law, the same as Xia Yuanba, and comes from Floating Cloud City, a small city in the east. Born Xiao clan, a small clan, and never left Floating Cloud City before the age of 16. Half a year ago, he was discovered to not be of the Xiao clan bloodline and was thereby expelled. He is currently alone. In order to find a place to stay, he found Sikong Han, who was an old friend of his grandfather, and thus became a member of New Moon Profound Palace. His life is extremely simple and clean. All of this was already confirmed by Sikong Han and Xia Yuanba. Just now, I have already sent people to immediately head to Floating Cloud City to investigate, but 9 out of 10, it will reveal the same things. Sikong Han would not lie to me. As far as Xia Yuanba, the woman giggled, whether or not he is lying you can tell with just a glance. However, I am only tentatively choosing him. I will continue to stay in New Moon Profound Palace for a period of time and approach him as much as possible. In the end, if he disappoints me, I will select someone else. Palace Chief Qin, during the following period of time, I'll have to leave it to you. Although it is only Xiao sect's outer sect, they will still be exceedingly difficult to deal with. Hey, your highness doesn't need to worry. I've dealt with 10 or so people from Xiao sect's main sect, so what do I have to fear from a little outer sect? Only. It is unknown how this Yun Qi came to have such an attitude and temperament. He is clearly only a young child, but his shrewdness is terrifying. Nearly everything he does, everything he says, all possess a definite purpose. Just now when I spoke with him, he was clearly standing in front of me, but I could not see through him at all. From beginning to end, his expression resembled the calmness of a corpse. Qin Huayu shook his head while laughing bitterly. Even the emotionless Fen Juchen, Blue Wind Profound Palace's #1 on the Heavenly Profound ranking, didn't give me such a feeling. I feel that it is impossible to completely control this person. Forget about whether or not he can reach your highness' expectation. Just convincing him to serve your highness ought to be extremely difficult. Your highness must know that, when he entered New Moon Profound Palace, he had absolutely no desire to serve the imperial family. Oh! With regards to Qin Huayu's evaluation, the woman's face revealed amazement for a long time. Subsequently, she faintly laughed. Rest assured, Palace Chief Qin, about this issue I will personally deal with it. I believe in my own foresight and judgment, and even more so in my own capability. South Moon Mountain majestically towered over the southern outskirts of New Moon City, and was precisely the place Xiao sect's outer sect was located. The entirety of South Moon Mountain all belonged to Xiao sect. Behind South Moon Mountain was a forest that continuously extended for 150 kilometers. It, too, was also Xiao sect's land. Although this forest was not that big, it had excessively tall and lush vegetation. As a result, The forest was covered in darkness all year round and was called the Dark Forest by people of New Moon City. The Dark Forest was home to an innumerable number of dangerous, profound beasts. It was often used by Xiao sect as their training grounds, and each year, the death toll of Xiao sect's disciples numbered in the thousands. It was after dusk, and the curtain of nightfall had just descended, yet bursts of urgent shouts completely broke the silence of this Xiao sect's branch sect. "Out of the way! Get out of the way quickly! Young sect master is heavily injured. Hurry and inform sect master and people of the medicine hall. Quickly!" Xiao Zhe personally carried Xiao Luocheng as he rushed through the main gates of the sect like a madman, straight for the medicine hall. Several people behind him also had faces full of sweat and frightened complexions. Seeing that it was Xiao Zhe, the sect members got out of the way in quick succession. Included among those were some who raced to inform sect master Xiao Tianan. Not long after, Xiao Tianan and two elders of the medicine hall hastily rushed over. As soon as he saw Xiao Tianan, Xiao Zhe knelt down and said with a sorrowful voice, "Sect master, quickly save young sect master. He has sustained heavy injuries. Even his meridians and profound veins have." At sight of the blood-covered Xiao Luocheng on Xiao Zhe's back, Xiao Tianan and the two elders simultaneously turned pale with fright. Xiao Tianan rapidly rushed forward, and his hand reached to grasp Xiao Luocheng's right wrist. Just as he touched his wrist, he withdrew his hand like lightning as his stalwart face became incomparably savage in a flash. He grabbed Xiao Zhe's collar, and with a head full of a lion's fury, he roared, "Who was it? Who was it that did this? Who did this?" "It was New Moon Profound Palace," Xiao Zhe said with a trembling voice. Young sect master and a disciple of New Moon Profound Palace was exchanging pointers and was heavy-handedly attacked by the opponent. Young sect master, New Moon Profound Palace. Xiao Tianan's eyes unblinkingly opened wide. Rubbish! Amongst those trashy disciples from New Moon Profound Palace, which of them could possibly have the ability to hurt Luocheng? Sect master, calm down first. It looks as though young sect master has been injured very heavily. We must first send him to the medicine hall at once. The two elders behind him hurriedly stated, "Calm down? How can I calm down? The top half of the meridians in Luocheng's body have almost all been severed. Profound vein shattered and almost crippled, with all of his cultivated profound energy leaked out. How do you expect me to calm down?" Xiao Tianan roared. "Wah, what?" The two elders immediately turned pale. "Both of you hurry and send Luocheng to the medicine hall. Afterwards, immediately request the city's best physicians. Zhe, you must tell me what exactly happened at once. How exactly did this come about?" After Yun Qi returned to his living quarters, he sat upright on top of the bed and quickly entered a meditative state to slowly restore the exhausted profound energy. When he finally opened his eyes, night had already completely fallen. His profound energy had also recovered by less than half. Nevertheless, his entire body still felt the existing fatigue and prickling stabs of pain. Few finally recovered a little bit. Yun Qi moved his body about and then released a lengthy sigh. "But this pain in my body, this is the aftermath of forcibly using evil soul," Jasmine coldly replied. "It's good that you only used it for half a quarter of an hour. Else, you wouldn't just have a sore body right now, but instead have ruptured flesh and severed meridians. Rest assured, my own body is the one I understand the most. When I can't handle it, I will naturally stop," Yun Qi said with a face full of indifference. Then he sighed again and spoke. "But this evil soul is merely the evil god's profound art of the first realm, yet was unexpectedly this terrifying. It actually allowed me to be completely victorious against someone at the 7th level of the nascent profound realm. Evil god's secret art's nature is precisely berserk. The first realm's evil soul can make your profound energy instantly increase 2 to 3-fold. The second realm's burning heart can make your profound energy increase by 3 to 4-fold. The third realm's purgatory can increase it by 4 to 5 times. The fourth realm's rumbling heaven can increase it by 5 to 6 times. The fifth realm's Hades can increase it by 6 to 7 times." "So terrifying?" Jasmine's words scared Yun Qi's eyes wide open. He had personally experienced the first realm's evil soul. That type of feeling when his profound energy all of a sudden, explosively increased, made his blood boil a little as he remembered that sensation. If he didn't have evil soul, he couldn't possibly defeat Tai Hengjun and Lu Zhanan. Also, it was not that Yun Qi had never heard of this type of power, which could instantly increase his profound strength by such a large margin, but that it usually also came with an enormous price. It was only in a crisis or a situation with no hope that one would use this extraordinary profound art. For after its execution, one would have to deal with an enormous drop in profound strength, so large that it could use up most of one's lifespan as a cruel side effect. In addition, the increase in profound strength could not even be up to par with evil soul's direct double amplification. And this evil soul was only the first realm. If he reached the second realm, burning heart, then even if he didn't use sinking moon falling star, he could still easily cripple Xiao Luocheng. If one was able to open the third realm, fourth or fifth realm, the result was simply impossible to imagine. Perhaps at that time, even if one had reached the spirit profound realm, where every single level represented an enormous difference in strength, one could possibly defeat an opponent who was ahead by an entire profound realm. Then when will I be able to completely control evil soul? At what time can I access burning heart? Xianxia asked somewhat eagerly. After the sixth level of the nascent profound realm, evil soul can be freely used. As for burning heart, we'll have to wait until you step into the spirit profound realm for that possibility, Jasmine said blandly. At this moment, a bang suddenly came from outside. Afterwards, a voice that could shake the heavens angrily roared from a distance. Hand over Xianxia at once, otherwise I will flatten your new moon profound palace tonight. As he heard the sound that came from afar, Xianxia concentrated his gaze and jumped down from the bed. His hands touched his chin as he lowered his brow. What ought to come would eventually come. Although Qin Huaiyu had told him that protecting disciples was a palace chief's obligation, with Xianxia's personality, there was naturally no way he would unconditionally rely on Qin Huaiyu. Furthermore, he didn't entirely believe that Qin Huaiyu would completely destroy all pretense of cordiality with Xiao sect's branch sect that held the most influence within New Moon City, just for a disciple who had just entered New Moon Profound Palace. Him protecting Xianxia today, in front of everyone, could already be considered as extremely benevolent and dutiful. The door to his room was pushed open, and Xia Yuanba, who had his arm wrapped up in bandages, rushed in while breathing heavily. Because of his injured internal organs, his face still retained a sickly white color. He grabbed Xianxia and said anxiously, "Brother-in-law, quickly run, it's Xiao sect's people. As expected, they don't care about the promise from before to not pursue responsibility and came here to capture you. Quickly leave from the back door. I'm so stupid. I should have made you leave right after the banquet ended. Yuanba, don't fret." "How could I not fret? That's Xiao sect okay. Brother-in-law is strong, but it's simply impossible for you to provoke Xiao sect and get away with it. If you were to land in Xiao sect's hands, then... Xia Yuanba's hands and feet trembled from anxiety. With a completely red complexion, he grabbed Xianxia's hand and continuously tugged him outside. "If they are here to catch me, then they will definitely not let me escape this easily. If they have people at the front gate, then the back exit and side exit ought to be already guarded too. Perhaps they've even sent people to guard New Moon City's gates. If I escape from the back door now, I'll immediately fall into their hands instead." Xia Yuanba instantly became stupefied. He forcefully scratched at his scalp and anxiously spun around in circles. "Then what do we do? What do we do?" Xianxia patted his shoulders and comforted him instead. "Yuanba, don't worry. Our newly appointed palace chief Qin is not a simple character. He should be able to obstruct them. Even if he couldn't, I also have many methods to escape their clutches." "Ah, really?" Xia Yuanba's widened his eyes and appeared to be slightly relieved. "Help me take a look at the front gate situation. Remember to be careful. If they start fighting, be sure to hide as far away as possible." It was night time, yet the front of New Moon Profound Palace's main entrance was brightly lit. The atmosphere was as tense and rattling as a showdown before a duel. Xiao Tianan personally arrived with Xiao Zhe, and over 100 of Xiao sect's disciples also followed behind him. Their rage and murderous intent viciously torrented about. The main gate of New Moon Profound Palace had already been destroyed and scattered into pieces on the ground. The New Moon Profound Palace's disciples who guarded the doors all had their foreheads covered in sweat. They stood there trembling and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. When meeting an ordinary Xiao sect disciple, they would normally automatically lower their heads. Tonight, the sect master of Xiao sect's branch sect actually came in person, and their hearts had almost jumped to their throats from the shock. Qin Huayu finally arrived with the elders and disciples and sternly spoke from some distance away. "Who is it, to dare to be so unbridled at my new moon profound palace?" "Xiao Sex Xiao Tianan. You are New Moon Profound Palace's newly appointed palace chief, Qin Huayu." Xiao Tianan spoke with a darkened expression. He had originally thought that identifying himself would be enough to greatly startle this newly appointed palace chief. However, what disappointed him was that after hearing his name, this newly appointed palace chief not only showed no fear on his face, but instead started to laugh. "So you are the current sect master of Xiao Sect's branch sect. This afternoon, I had heard your son mention that your body was ill, and it was inconvenient for you to go out. I actually had wanted to make a visit tomorrow, but it seems like it's unnecessary now." "HMPH?" Xiao Tianan's expression abruptly darkened. "You actually dare to mention my son? Palace Chief Qin, I'd like to see how you are going to account for today's matter." Account for? Account for what?" Qin Huayu also revealed an angry expression on his face. "You Xiao sect broke into our new moon palace at night without reason, destroyed our profound palace's gate, and even claimed to want to flatten my profound palace. When saying to account for anything, you, Xiao Tianan, ought to give us an explanation instead. Broke in at night without reason." Xiao Tianan loudly laughed and spoke with a harsh tone. "Half a month ago, I had already heard that Palace Chief Qin came from Blue Wind Imperial City with an honorable status, and possessed a kind and honest disposition. However, looking at it now, you are merely a person who makes irresponsible remarks when confounding right from wrong. Your palace disciple severely injured my son Xiao Luocheng in malice, completely broke my son's meridians and profound veins, and thereby ruined him for life. This kind of hatred cannot be repaid even if Yunqi was hacked into thousands, or even 10,000 pieces of mincemeat." "Oh, you are speaking about this matter." Qin Huayu's expression shifted as if something suddenly dawned on him, and then said with a perplexed tone, "I was personally there when this matter happened and clearly saw it happen. Don't tell me that this matter is the cause of Sect Master Xiao's rage. Ha ha, then I really don't understand. Before my palace disciple Yunqi and your son Xiao Luocheng started their fight, they had formed a pact with each other, that no matter who was careless and severely injured, they wouldn't blame the other party in the slightest. This pact can be attested by the hundreds of people who were present. Every single person saw it with their own eyes and heard it with their own ears, even including that person behind you. He even more so knows it clearly. Since there was a prior agreement, what is the meaning of your visit and denouncement? Don't tell me that your dignified 1,000-year-old Xiao sect actually had this kind of brazen custom of not upholding one's promises. Are you not concerned that you'll implicate your Xiao sect's main sect, to let it be criticized and held in contempt?" Every single word in Qin Huayu's remarks was articulate and righteously spoken. Xiao Tianan's knitted his brow greatly, turned around and said in a low voice, "Zhe, what's going on?" Xiao Zhe lowered his head and said nervously, "Before young sect master fought with Yunqi, they indeed did agree to this pact, and even especially made everyone present attest to it. But no need to say any more." Xiao Tianan fiercely swung his hands and suddenly laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha ha, what a joke, what a colossal joke, the hatred of crippling my son. How could it be written off by a mere nonsensical agreement? Even if I, Xiao Tianan, have to shoulder a treacherous blackened name in contempt for the rest of my life, I'll still definitely take revenge for Luocheng. Qin Huayu, hand Yunqi over right now. Don't make me go in and catch him personally. By that time, I'm afraid that your entire New Moon Profound Palace would suffer a pandemonium so great that not even chickens and dogs would be left undisturbed. Since the dignified sect master Xiao even threw away his face, then I don't have anything else to say either." As Qin Huayu's voice faded, the entirety of his robe suddenly fluttered without the presence of wind and lifted up high. "If you want to take away my profound palace's disciple, then you'll have to pass through me first." In the past century, New Moon Profound Palace had always been tightly suppressed by the 7 great sects. All the palace chiefs in the past would tread cautiously lest they offended the Xiao sect branch sect master when they met. However, not only did this newly appointed palace chief, Qin Huayu, not yield in the slightest while conversing, but also was about to seriously clash with him. This actually caused Xiao Tianan to be greatly astonished for a while, but then he guffawed. "Ha ha ha ha! Palace Chief Qin really has a sharp sense of integrity. To actually ignore the safety of the entire New Moon Profound Palace for a mere disciple who had just entered the Profound Palace. Ha ha! Even if he had only joined my profound palace for one day, he's still my palace disciple. If I can't even protect my own disciples, with what face do I have to call myself the palace chief of this profound palace? Qin Huaiyu sternly stated. Good. I'd actually like to see how capable you are in protecting that disciple of yours. The robe on Xiao Tianan's body also fiercely fluttered up. An enormous energy field abruptly exploded and instantly fragmented the ground under his feet. The vast, profound energy was like a net that covered the sky and encased toward Qin Huaiyu and the few elders behind him. With a low shout, Qin Huaiyu horizontally pushed his right palm out, and Xian Tianan's profound energy collided with his in the space between them. With a loud bang, clouds of sand and dust flew about. A huge, frightening crater of 7 or 8 meters deep emerged between Xiao Tianan and Qin Huaiyu. The emotions inside the vice palace chief and each elder's heart were extremely complicated. Xiao Sek's arrival was expected, but to see that Qin Huaiyu unexpectedly started to fight against Xiao Sek's sect master now, they all grew apprehensive in their hearts. Yunqi, indeed, allowed New Moon Profound Palace to considerably bathe in glory today. It could be said that today was the day in which New Moon Profound Palace had stood the tallest in all these past years. The astonishing talent he exhibited was also a rarity of the century in New Moon Profound Palace. However, it was a fact that he had crippled Xiao Luocheng, and what kind of disastrous trouble was that? If New Moon Profound Palace wanted to protect him, then it would be necessary to become enemies with Xiao sect. Was this really worth it? Because a possible outcome to this action was that the entire New Moon Profound Palace would have to suffer a great catastrophe. Seeing that Qin Huaiyu actually wanted to protect Yunqi so strongly, they didn't know whether they ought to feel gratified or worried. In the crossing of fists between two powerhouses, one move would be enough to measure the opponent's depth. An alarmed expression surfaced on Xiao Tianan's face for the first time ever. Because from that round earlier, he shockingly realized that this Qin Huaiyu's strength was actually not beneath his at all. Along the way, Xiao Zhe had told him that Qin Huaiyu's strength was possibly above the 5th rank of the Earth Profound Realm. He originally did not believe him, but now he had no choice but to believe it. Xiao Tianan didn't continue to attack and spoke in an overcast voice. As an impressively powerful practitioner at the later ranks of Earth Profound Realm, you could become a sect master anywhere in this continent. Yet you actually came to this New Moon Profound Palace to serve as an insignificant palace chief. No matter where I am or what position I have, as long as it's for the imperial family, this Qin would feel deeply honored and won't have any complaints. Since I am now this New Moon Profound Palace's palace chief, this Qin will naturally fulfill my obligations diligently. To protect the disciples is over and above the most basic of duties. Qin Huaiyu stately replied. Sect Master Xiao, please just leave. I can pretend that nothing happened today. Otherwise, not only will you not fulfill your wish, you'll also blacken Xiao sect's name. As for the agreement between your son and Yunqi, there were hundreds of witnesses. Xiao Tianan's expression sunk again. After he had experienced Qin Huaiyu's strength, he knew that it was impossible for him to do as he liked tonight. He came in a hurry and only had brought 100 or so normal disciples. He had thought that if he personally arrived, there was no way that a mere New Moon Profound Palace chief wouldn't obediently hand over a disciple. Unexpectedly, this newly appointed palace chief was completely different from the previous palace chief. When faced against his Xiao sect, he still wasn't afraid in the slightest, and even his profound strength was not inferior to his. Heh, Xiao Tianan sneered. If I can avenge my son, I, Xiao Tianan, am not afraid of shouldering infamy. With Palace Chief Qin here tonight, I indeed could only leave to no avail. But tomorrow, you ought to see whether or not I have the guts to flatten your New Moon Profound Palace. Flatten New Moon Profound Palace, Qin Huaiyu coldly snorted. You have a lot of nerve. This New Moon Profound Palace was established by the imperial family. Are you trying to rebel? Rebel? Ha 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 ha. I, Xiao Tianan, would indeed not dare. If you had only severely injured my son, even if I was more outraged, I wouldn't dare to actually flatten the New Moon Profound Palace. However, my son Luocheng is not simply just my Xiao sect branch sect's young sect master. Xiao Tianan's expression came incomparably sullen. Right now, there is no fear in telling you this anymore. The reason as to why my son's innate talent is extraordinary was because he had taken the celestial Qilin pellet bestowed upon us by Xiao sect. Treasures of this degree isn't something that my mere branch sect can enjoy, but my son Luocheng, is the appointed grandson-in-law of the main sect's medicinal sect's great elder. The marriage was arranged 4 years ago, and the celestial Kilin pellet was then bestowed. The engagement banquet was held only half a year ago, and the wedding is scheduled to take place in half a year. As these words left Xiao Tianan's mouth, Qin Huayu's expression that had stayed as calm as water all of a sudden drastically changed. The elders and disciples behind him also revealed extreme shock and fear on their faces. Far away, Lan Zuruo's tender body that leaned against a corner trembled as the same horrified expression emerged on her face. Crippling a young sect master of Xiao sect's branch sect and crippling the grandson-in-law of a Xiao sect main sect's elder were two completely different concepts. One was a huge trouble. The other was a catastrophic disaster. Even though Xiao sect's branch sect was a big sect that reigned over one side, in the end, it could only reign over that one side. They indeed were subordinate to Xiao sect. However, in the eyes of Xiao sect's main sect, other than their regular tribute every year, the existence of these branch sects were not important. There existed over 100 of these branch sects in the Blue Wind Empire, but even with them all combined, their power wouldn't even match up to a tip of the main sect's iceberg. A branch sect wouldn't dare to offend the imperial family. If it was merely New Moon City's Xiao sect branch sect, they could utter vicious words like, "Flatten New Moon Profound Palace," but they absolutely wouldn't actually dare to do so. If they provoked the imperial family because of this, and the imperial family decided to destroy them, the main sect may not even bother to care. But the Xiao sect's main sect was an existence that even surmounted the Blue Wind imperial family. Unless their doctrine was disregarded, even the Blue Wind imperial family absolutely wouldn't dare to hurt a person who belonged to Xiao sect's main sect. If what Xiao Tianan had said was the truth, then Xiao Luocheng's identity, which was the young sect master of Xiao sect's branch sect, had become someone who belonged to Xiao sect's main sect in one leap. These two identities were as different as heaven and earth. The latter was like a mammoth mountain that pressed down upon New Moon Profound Palace's members, a pressure that made them suffocate. If it was so, then the trouble Xianxia had brought about was a catastrophe through and through. If the main sect's side held him responsible, let alone an insignificant New Moon Profound Palace, even if it was the Blue Wind imperial family, it would be impossible to protect him. If this matter was to enrage Xiao sect's main sect, then forget about Xianxia himself. Even the ones who shielded him would meet disaster. For them to destroy a New Moon Profound Palace, it wouldn't even take the effort of blowing dust off one's hands. Are those words true? Qin Huayu tightly knitted his brow. His palm was already full of cold sweat. He had never anticipated that this incident actually involved Xiao sect's main sect. Not to mention him, even if Blue Wind's emperor was present, he'd be so scared that he would break out in cold sweat. Humph! Matters involving the main sect, I wouldn't dare to lie even if I had 10 times the guts. Qin Huayu's reaction was completely out of Xiao Tianan's expectations. He continued to speak sternly. Since this Xianxia had only entered your New Moon Profound Palace today, I didn't blame you, and only need you to hand over Xianxia. This is already giving your New Moon Profound Palace an astronomic opportunity and face. Otherwise, once the main sect side becomes enraged, this New Moon Profound Palace will no longer exist from now onwards. Also, before I arrived, I had already used a sound transmission talisman and reported this matter to the main sect's medicinal sect's Elder Xiao Wuji. 10 days at the latest, Elder Xiao Wuji will definitely send personage here. Perchance he may even personally come. Palace Chief Qin, if you are to still remain stubborn and unrepentant, then when that time comes, not only would it be impossible for you to shield that Xianxia, who deserves death by 1,000 cuts, even you and this entire New Moon Profound Palace would be dragged into it. The unexpected fact that Xiao Tianan had already informed the main sect about this matter once again transformed the complexion on Qin Huayu and the other elders' faces. Palace Chief, Xiao sect's main sect is fundamentally not something we can offend. Xianxia had only entered our palace for 1 day, yet Palace Chief Qin didn't even hesitate to go against the branch sect's sect master in order to protect him. It could already be considered to be extremely benevolent and honorable. With the situation now, turning him in is also for the entire New Moon Profound Palace. Absolutely no one will voice any criticism. Ha, that's right. Xianxia is indeed a prodigy, but alas, he brought such disaster upon himself. Looks like his fate does not cross with our profound palace. Palace Chief, you should turn in Xianxia after all. Otherwise, if it really implicated our palace, the consequences would simply be unthinkable. Another elder also said while sighing. Qin Huayu's complexion was dark and uncertain. His gaze slightly veered off to the side and looked at a person in the corner, and the other party's head lightly shook back at him. Qin Huayu's eyebrows all of a sudden tightly knitted together. After slightly clenching his teeth, he eventually let out a sigh and said, "If Sect Master Xiao's words are true, then it is indeed impossible for our insignificant New Moon Profound Palace to protect him, and would even light a fire on ourselves. However, I am incapable of giving him to you now. Even if Xiao Sect's main sect was the cause, I still wouldn't have enough face to remain in New Moon Profound Palace, and New Moon Profound Palace would also be labeled as a cold and ruthless place." Xiao Tianan's eyebrows sunk. Then he coldly laughed. "What you're saying is that your New Moon Profound Palace would rather bear the disaster of annihilation and continue to protect this Xianxia." Qin Huayu shook his head. "It's certainly impossible for this Qin to disregard the safety of New Moon Profound Palace. However, this Qin has a compromise to propose. Sect Master Xiao said earlier that within 10 days, Xiao Sect's main sect would have personage come here to deal with this incident. Then how about Sect Master Xiao allow me 10 more days? Within 10 days, we definitely will oust Xianxia from New Moon Profound Palace. At that time, he will no longer be my palace disciple, and my palace will naturally have no reason to shield him any longer. His life and death would then be in his own hands. Since he is currently a disciple, it is absolutely impossible for me to hand him over." Xiao Tianan stared fixedly at Qin Huayu for a while, and then slowly nodded. "Palace Chief Qin is a man of honor after all. You have my Xiao Tianan's admiration. Fine, I'll allow you these 10 days. That Xianxia is already a dead man. His death is only a matter of time. In honor of Palace Chief Qin's prestige, I'll grant 10 more days to his life. However, I hope that after these 10 days, the noble Profound Palace wouldn't do anything to make matters difficult for my Xiao sect." "Let's go!" Xiao Tianan was also worried about Xiao Luocheng's condition. Since he wasn't able to personally kill Xianxia tonight, he didn't waste more time. With a commanding shout, he turned around and left straight away. "Sect Master, are we really leaving just like this?" Xiao Zhe said, with a face full of unwillingness as he followed behind Xiao Tianan. "HMPH, not only is that Qin Huayu unyielding in attitude, his strength is also not inferior to mine. In addition, what I've brought today were all normal disciples. If we went at it head-on, we would instead be at a disadvantage." Xiao Tianan coldly said, "Even if I brought enough forces to forcefully attack the Profound Palace, we'll definitely attract troubles from the imperial family. He wants 10 days, and I exactly want to wait for these 10 days. After the arrival of the main sect's people, let alone a little Xianxia, this New Moon Profound Palace will also bear the consequences. But within 10 days, it's easy for many unforeseen events to occur. What if by chance that Xianxia brat manages to escape this New Moon City? HMPH? What a joke! Since he is within this New Moon City, how could he escape the palm of our Xiao sect? In this period of time, send personnel to keep a close eye on New Moon Profound Palace's exits. If Xianxia is discovered to have left, capturing him alive would be best. If that's not possible, then kill him on the spot. Remember to also send personnel to keep an eye on the city gates too." "Yes, brother-in-law, not good." Xia Yuanba rushed back into Xianxia's room while burning with anxiety, and told what happened earlier in as much detail as possible with a head full of sweat. He then spoke in a panicked tone, "Not good, brother-in-law, you must leave this place right away. This incident actually involves the Xiao sect's main sect. How could this be?" Xiao sect's main sect. Xianxia instantly thought of that Xiao Quanjian, and his brow slightly sunk a little. He then laughed coldly in his heart. It seems like him and this horde of people surnamed Xiao were fated to go against each other in every way. But even if it's like this, Palace Chief Qin unexpectedly did not immediately turn me in either. This is actually a bit strange. Xianxia stroked his chin. The incomparably oppressive force that the 4 major sects possessed were unrivaled in Blue Wind Empire. Once these 4 major sects were involved, no one would dare to not immediately lower their heads. Although Qin Huayu was very daring and resolute, he was clearly a rational person. On a matter that involved the Xiao sect's main sect, he actually did not immediately choose to turn him in. Rather than to let both him and the New Moon Profound Palace stay out of this, he instead insisted, and struggled for these 10 inconsequential days. Rather than feeling moved, Yunqi instead felt that this was strange. After all, he wasn't even Qin Huayu's benefactor, nor was he a close relative. He had only entered the profound palace today and had even brought a great trouble right after, like an ominous star. It was understandable to protect him when facing Xiao sect's branch sect earlier, since he had exhibited an extremely astonishing talent. But to do so even when faced with the might of Xiao sect's main sect, this was quite illogical. "Junior brother Yun, may I enter?" At this time, a gentle girl's voice came from outside the door. Yun Qi promptly froze for a bit before standing up to speak. "Senior sister, please enter." As the door was pushed open, Lan Zuru's impeccably charming face that was white as the snow's luster appeared inside Yun Qi's vision. Xia Yuanba hurriedly greeted her and said with distress, "Senior sister Zuruo, you came at just the right time. Hurry and think of a way to help my brother-in-law. He must not fall into Xiao sect's hands. Otherwise. Sigh, Lan Zuyu quietly sighed and softly said, "I too did not expect that this matter would actually become like this." After speaking till here, she finally noticed that Yun Qi's expression was actually extraordinarily calm. Let alone fear and dread, there simply wasn't even the slightest hint of anxiety. She instantly felt a little surprised and said, "Junior brother Yun, what do you plan to do next?" "Heh heh," Yun Qi laughed somewhat slyly. His gaze fell onto Lan Zuru's impeccably perfect face and replied with a grin, "I haven't planned anything for tomorrow yet, but today I naturally want to enjoy senior sister's concern. I didn't think that in times of trouble, not only would I have Yuanba, I also have such a beautiful and gentle senior sister who cared about me. All of a sudden, I feel like I'm actually pretty blessed." The atmosphere that was supposed to be tense and stifling was effectively turned ludicrous by Yun Qi's few sentences. Lan Zuruo faintly heard a slight peculiarity in Yun Qi's words and spoke with a somewhat awkward tone. "Even though you've only joined the profound palace, I'm still your senior sister after all. It's only natural for me to worry about you. This incident of yours involves Xiao sect's main sect, and it's even possible that your life will cease to exist from now on. The profound department had finally gotten such an elegant and talented little junior brother, but he's going to be gone this soon. Senior sister here is really reluctant." Yun Qi stared at Lan Zuruo for a moment. Then his face eventually became disappointed as he sadly said, "I'm already very happy with what senior sister has said. Even if I died under the hands of Xiao sect, I still have a pretty senior sister who would occasionally remember me." "Brother-in-law?" Xia Yuanba forcefully clenched his fist. "You won't die under the hands of the Xiao sect. Even if I have to risk my life, I'll still protect you while you escape out of New Moon City. As long as you leave New Moon City, they'll never be able to find you in this vast blue wind empire." Yun Qi smiled at Xia Yuanba but did not speak. Lan Zuruo suddenly stated, "Junior brother Yun, you do not have to be too pessimistic. I may have a plan that can save you." "What plan?" Yun Qi and Xia Yuanba simultaneously asked. Lan Zuruo seriously thought about it and then slowly replied, "Blue Wind Imperial City is my hometown, and one of my household members will come to bring me back home in 10 days. When that time comes, I could also tell him to bring you along when we leave. Not only is that family member's profound strength quite formidable, he will also be bringing a high-level profound aerial beast with him. Even if this Xiao sect branch sect discovers that he wanted to take you away, they would certainly be unable to obstruct his path." "Really? Is what senior sister's saying really true?" Xia Yuanba, whose heart was in panic, shouted in extreme excitement as his eyes suddenly brightened after hearing Lan Zuruo's words. It was as if he had suddenly grasped a life-saving straw amidst his despair. "When have senior sister ever lied to you before?" Lan Zuruo said with a faint smile. "It's fortunate that Palace Chief Qin didn't immediately hand you over, but instead struggled for 10 more days. Otherwise, even if I had a way, this would essentially be impossible to do within such a limited time." "That's great." Xia Yuanba's face flushed bright red. He then hurt his internal injuries under the excitement, which caused him to grimace from the pain. Yun Qi looked at Lan Zuruo with a shocked expression for a long time and dubiously smiled. "Senior sister Zuruo, to be so compassionate toward me, don't tell me. You've fallen for me. Even though I know that my appearance can be considered perfect when it comes to men, and I also quite like senior sister Zuruo, but in the end, I'm already a married man. Does senior sister Zuruo really not mind it a single bit?" "I mind your head." Lan Zuruo didn't know whether to laugh or cry and pouted her charming lips. Lan Zuruo undoubtedly wouldn't be interested in a little brother who's younger than me and one who's even married. As to why I'm helping you, it's only because I am your senior sister, and it's just convenient that it's along the way. MHM, MHM. Xia Yuanba nodded his head and heartfeltly said, Senior sister Zuruo had always been like this. No matter toward whom, she'd all be extremely gentle and caring. When I had just entered the New Moon Profound Palace, I didn't know anyone surrounding me at all. Moreover, since I entered Class 1 with only my minuscule profound strength, I had encountered a lot of criticism and mockery. It's all thanks to Senior Sister Zuruo, who cared a lot about me. Senior Sister Zuruo is the most gentle and benevolent person I've ever met. Every time Xia Yuanba mentioned Lan Zuruo, his eyes would always shine, and his face would be filled with fondness and admiration. It was as if he had virtually thought of her as a goddess-like character. However, Lan Zuruo indeed possessed that kind of gentle, amiable disposition, temperament, and charisma. That's for sure. Yun-Chi also nodded in deep thought. Senior Sister Zuruo is so beautiful, she must be a transformed angel from the heavens, which is why she's so kind and gentle. However, Senior Sister, are you honestly not considering someone younger than you who's already married? In fact, younger men who are already married possess many merits that old bachelor men would never have. For example, Lan Zuruo really could not continue to listen anymore and spoke while faking a stern face. Within 10 days, do you want to go back to the Blue Wind Imperial City with me or not? Yes, 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 yes. Of course. Before Yun-Chi even answered, Xia Yuanba had already panikedly nodded in agreement, for fear that Lan Zuruo may go back on her words. Originally, Xia Yuanba was deeply worried that Yun-Chi simply had no way of escaping this catastrophe. Lan Zuruo's offer was no different from a pleasant surprise that fell from the sky. No matter what he said, he'd have to tightly grasp this chance. However, Yun-Chi instead thought for a moment and said somewhat cautiously, Senior Sister, I really appreciate your kind thought. However, for this matter, what I've offended is the Xiao sect's main sect. If Senior Sister takes me away, and they persisted to investigate and hold you accountable, I don't want to involve Senior Sister and Senior Sister's family. Lan Zuruo softly smiled and said, At least you have some guilty conscience and actually know how to worry for Senior Sister's sake. However, since I dared to help you escape out of New Moon City, I naturally have enough assurance to not light fire onto myself. You can be completely at ease about this. I'm not stupid to the point of joking around with me and my family's life. Although Xiao sect's people left, there must still be people keeping an eye on the gates. If you were to leave, you may fall into their hands right away. So in these few days, you ought to just earnestly stay in the Profound Palace and not go anywhere else at all. After my family arrives, I'll immediately take you and leave. After arriving at the Blue Wind Imperial City, it should be completely safe. Lan Zuruo spoke with a very certain and also relaxed tone. It was clear that she wanted to make Yun-Chi feel at ease as much as possible. Yun-Chi also hesitated no longer and gratefully said, Then, Senior Sister, when the time comes, everything will rest on your shoulders. After this disaster passes, I'll certainly repay Senior Sister's life-saving grace. Lan Zuruo's pink lips slightly curled up, and her eyebrows curved into 2 delicate crescent moons. If you want to repay Senior Sister, then just safely stay here and protect your own life. The day of you repaying me will only come if you're still alive. Amen, I'll follow Senior Sister's words. Yun-Chi nodded firmly. Then his tone suddenly changed as he asked, Senior Sister, do you have any profound beasts' profound core? Low-level ones are fine, and if you don't have any, where can I find one in the Profound Palace? Profound core. What do you need a profound core for? Lan Zuruo questioned. It's a secret for now. Don't tell me Senior Sister really has one. Seeing Lan Zuruo's expression, Yun-Chi's eyes brightened. For a long time, Lan Zuruo felt about the space inside the spatial ring on her slim finger, and then took out a dim-colored round bead. I only have one of the lowest-grade nascent profound cores on hand. I acquired it a while ago from a scarlet drill lizard. However, Palace Chief Qin should have a few true profound beast profound cores. If you need it, A nascent profound core is enough. Yun-Chi extended his hand and took the nascent profound core from Lan Zuruo's hand. His heart settled instantly. Common beasts do not possess any profound cores within their body. Starting from nascent profound beasts, profound cores would exist in all adult profound beasts, similar to the profound veins core inside the human body. Nascent profound cores were the easiest to acquire out of all profound cores, and their prices were also the lowest. They were usually around a dozen to a few hundred yellow profound coins. However, with each rank higher in quality, its price would multiplicative increase. In the Blue Wind Empire, any single Earth Profound core could be sold at an astronomical price. At the Sky Profound rank, they would be priceless treasures. And as for Emperor Profound cores, they were essentially considered things from the legends. During his trip to New Moon City, Xianxia had indeed acquired quite a few nascent Profound cores. However, he had used all of them in order to synthesize higher-ranked Profound recovery pellets. He had carried the pig iron on his back all along the way, so Profound recovery pellets had almost been treated as food. Junior brother Yun, you should also be exhausted today, so you should rest early. You don't need to think too much about anything else. With Palace Chief Qin here, Xiao sect wouldn't do anything reckless in these 10 days. As long as these 10 days pass, I can absolutely guarantee your safety. I understand, senior sister. Senior sister ought to rest early too. Lan Zuruo brought along a fragrant orchid breeze as she departed with slow steps, and left behind the Yun Qi, who was deep in thought. That's great, brother-in-law. Since senior sister is so sure about this, then we'll be able to save you and help you escape. Xia Yuanba said with a face full of excitement. Hey, brother-in-law, why do you seem to not be that happy? Is it because you don't believe senior sister Zuruo? Yuanba, are you related to senior sister Zuruo? Yun Qi asked coldly. Nope. Why is brother-in-law asking that? Xia Yuanba rubbed his head. Then have you or your family members ever saved senior sister Zuruo or her family members before? That's also a no. I've never even seen her relatives before. What's more, with my low profound strength, there's no way I would be able to save senior sister Zuruo. There's even less of a need to speak about my family members. Then that's rather odd. Yun Qi pondered deeply as he rubbed his chin with his right hand. We aren't related in any way and we've only made some small talk. Why would she want to help me without cause nor reason? Oh, you're talking about that. Brother-in-law, you're seriously thinking too much into it. I've told you this before, senior sister Zuruo is just that kind-hearted of a person. When I first arrived in New Moon Profound Palace, I was also unrelated to her in any way, yet she helped and looked after me a great deal. Every senior brother and sister within the Profound Palace really like her a lot. No, this is different. Yun Qi, however, shook his head and said with a serious expression, She helping you can be accepted as her nature, and I wouldn't find it to be odd. However, to take me and escape New Moon City is an entirely different matter. She clearly understands that this trouble I brought about had already implicated Xiao sect's main sect, even though I don't feel too pleasant toward Xiao sect's people. I can't help but to admit that they possess an enormous influence which could cover Blue Wind Empire's sky with a single hand. How many people in the entire empire can remain calm when hearing the two words, Xiao sect? And how many would dare to offend Xiao sect? And how many would dare to brave the risk of being involved and help a person who offended someone from the Xiao sect escape their punishment? Xia Yuanba opened his mouth, but was speechless. If it was a friendship of life and death, this would be understandable. However, I've only known her for a single day, and we've barely talked with one another. There is no grace nor resentment between us, yet she wants to brave such a huge risk to bring me out of New Moon City. It really is too strange. Also, Yuanba, you guys are in the same class. Have you ever heard her mention about returning to Blue Wind Imperial City these few days, or see any signs of that recently? Yun Qi asked. Xia Yuanba became stupefied. Then he carefully thought about it and shook his head. I don't think so, but it shouldn't be necessary for her to tell us in advance that she's returning home. Having never said a word about returning to Imperial City before, yet now she suddenly wants to go back after 10 days. While the time that Palace Chief Qin obtained for me also happens to exactly be 10 days. This is too much of a coincidence, Yun Qi murmured. Hearing what Yun Qi said, Xia Yuanba also started to feel that something was a little off. He naturally knew of Xiao sect's strength. To brave the mammoth risk of provoking the Xiao sect in order to save a person whom she only knew for a day, who had nothing to do with her. Thinking about it like this, it indeed was way too strange. Because even if there was the slightest of carelessness, it would become a disaster of total annihilation. He scratched at his scalp and fiercely shook his head. No. Senior sister Zuruo is such a kind-hearted person. It's not possible for her to have any other motives towards brother-in-law. Besides, brother-in-law is not a rich person or even some kind of master. If we were to say that she wants to save you because of some objective, what could she even be aiming for? This is also the place I find strangest. Xianxia looked up, extended his hand and touched his face, and said in a low voice, "So when I asked senior sister, don't tell me you fell for me earlier. I absolutely wasn't joking around. To make a girl do something to this extent for a man that she had just met, the only possibility I can think of would be that senior sister Zuruo toward me. Amen, it's love at first sight." Wah! Xia Yuanba's legs went limp and he almost kneeled in front of Xianxia out of shock. "First of all, I don't have influence. Second, I don't have strength. Third, I don't even possess the most vulgar of all things, money. Rather than that, I actually brought disaster onto myself. Then, the only thing that senior sister Zuruo would covet from me would be my beauty. A woman is a kind of sentimental creature. If she falls for a man, it would be possible for her to do anything, no matter how exaggerated and crazy. To brave such a huge risk and rescue me would then be absolutely normal. Foo-foo. As expected, regardless of the location, this era of appearances is unable to be altered. Not only is a good-looking face a type of strong capital, it can even sometimes save one's life. Xianxia said as he pinched his cheeks. It was not known what he was thinking as he grinned and suddenly laughed out loud. No matter how Xiao Yuanba looked at Xianxia's smile, he could still see a kind of lecherous intent mixed within. His eyes opened wide as he stared and stuttered. "Boo, boo, but senior sister is so beautiful, so gentle, and there are so many people who likes her. How is it possible that senior sister Zuruo had also said before that she didn't have any interest at all in anyone younger than her and who's also married? This, Xianxia rolled his eyes at him and leisurely replied. "Yuanba, you really don't understand women. Women are creatures who like to contradict themselves. If she says that she doesn't like anyone younger, that would mean she actually likes someone who's younger than her. If she says that she doesn't like someone who's already married, that would mean..." Even Xianxia himself felt that this explanation was kind of nonsensical, but he had to bite the bullet and continue. "Although this fetish may be a little special, it's possible that married men are just her type. At number percent, Xia Yuanba became frantic. "That can't be it. When senior sister Zuruo was here a moment ago, why didn't brother-in-law just ask her?" "Can't ask." Xianxia shook his finger before Xia Yuanba's eyes and seriously spoke. "Men do not like women who are too clever, and women also don't like men who are too clever. If I had asked, it would have really spoiled the fun." After speaking to her, a peculiar, profound light entered Xianxia's eyes. "My guess from before was the only possibility I could think of at that time, so I, too, do not know whether it was right or wrong. But what's certain is that she wants to capture me and turn me into some prey of hers. And I," the corner of Xianxia's mouth curled up, "am the same. What happens next is determined by who succeeds first. If she wins, then I'll do as she desires. If she loses, Xia Yuanba." The curtain of night fell and time was approaching midnight. The new moon profound palace was also completely peaceful. Xianxia had not fallen asleep yet. He continued to meditate for some time and finally restored about half his profound strength. When he opened his eyes, his consciousness sank into the sky-poisoned pearl. The world before his eyes immediately became emerald green. He was almost about to look for the nascent profound core he had gotten from Land Zuruo, but as soon as he took a step, he stopped in place and was spellbound by the scene in front of him. In this endless aquamarine world, a fresh-faced girl dressed entirely in scarlet had her eyes closed as she quietly laid there. She seemed to have no sense of security. Her legs were bent, for her entire person was curled up like a small kitten. There was no coldness nor murderous intent, only a kind of feeling that would make one want to tenderly and affectionately embrace her in their bosom. Xianxia's footsteps stopped at that place. He didn't move forward, but instead withdrew silently. When he came in again, he carried a thin blanket in his hand. As he quietly arrived at Jasmine's side, Xianxia softly bent at the waist. Jasmine was still asleep and was currently unable to use any profound strength. She had thoroughly let her guard down within this completely independent space, and as a result, did not sense his approach. She spends most of her time sleeping inside the sky-poisoned pearl, but I had actually forgotten to prepare a soft bed for her. Xianxia felt somewhat guilty as he gently spread the blanket open. Seeing Jasmine up close was a complete visual enjoyment. This was because of just how adorable she was. Her exquisitely tender face was as clear as crystal and as pretty as a picture. Her skin was white like snow, and her long eyelashes were as thin as cicada wings. In the wake of each and every trembling breath, her entire adorable face that was peerless beyond compare was breathtakingly beautiful. Her blood-red hair that spread on the floor almost blended together with her luxurious red dress. It accentuated her jade-like face, her vermilion-colored lips, her snow-white arms with a hint of pink, and her milky snow-white legs under the dress, into something that struck the chord of one's heart even harder. Her petite and tender body under the contour of the dress was even more so, indescribably charming and attractive. This smoky fairy dress was exceedingly expensive and was not something that any ordinary girl could properly wear. But on Jasmine's body, it was inexplicably harmonious. It was as if only this sort of extremely extravagant garment was worthy of Jasmine's noble aura, which she inadvertently revealed, and was also worthy of her status as a princess. Xianxia couldn't help but squat there and watch her for a long time, and wasn't even willing to move his gaze away. Her snow-white, delicately small nose moved slightly to accompany her breathing, as a small pool of saliva also hung on the corner of her pink and tender lips. She had also unconsciously held the tip of her right hand's index finger between her slightly opened lips. Her sleeping posture was no different than that of an ordinary girl's. It should be said that she was still a little girl to begin with. However, that excessively curled-up body clearly revealed that she had an even less sense of security than an ordinary girl. Gently, Xianxia pulled up the blanket that was unfolded and covered it on top of Jasmine's body. As if she felt the feeling of the blanket on top of her body, Jasmine's eyes slightly quivered, and then little by little, her hazy eyes opened. Xianxia's hand stopped in midair and formed a somewhat awkward smile as he thought about what to say, but then saw that Jasmine's eyes had become more and more blurry. Slowly, a thin layer of mist was actually cast upon them. "Elder brother," her gaze penetrated through the mist and looked at Xianxia mindlessly. From her mouth, a dreamlike murmur sounded. Xianxia opened his mouth. Even though Jasmine's eyes were open, she was evidently not fully awake and even regarded him as someone from her dream. Elder brother? Did she dream of her dead elder brother? A petite snow-white hand extended out and gently grabbed the center of his hand. Jasmine looked at him blankly as a trace of heartbreaking sorrow hid behind her voice. "Elder brother, you came into Jasmine's dream again to see Jasmine." Xianxia kept his entire body still, and for a while didn't know whether or not he should speak. At this time, he saw that the mist in Jasmine's eyes had finally condensed into a teardrop and slowly slid down from her white and spotless face. At the same time, her hazy and blurry gaze started to become clear, little by little. A surge of strong energy came from his hand and pushed him, making him fall on his butt. Jasmine had already stood up, and a pair of charming eyes brimmed with the icy aloofness that Xianxia was familiar with. Only that droplet of tear seemed to have escaped its owner's awareness and still hung on her pink and tender cheeks. "What are you doing in here?" "To give you a blanket, of course." Xianxia stood up and raised the blanket in his hand. He then said while smiling, "But I seem to have interrupted your sweet dreams. In these few days I'll prepare a comfiest princess bed for you. I actually had always overlooked this matter." "No need," refused Jasmine. "This is absolutely necessary. I also often slept on the ground and understand how uncomfortable it is to sleep on the floor. I'm a rich person now. I can at least afford a comfortable bed." Xianxia said with a proud face as he waved the purple gold card he had taken out from who knows where. Jasmine didn't continue to pursue this matter. It was unknown whether it was a silent affirmation or if she just didn't care. Her petite face tensed as she asked in an icy tone, "What exactly did you come in here for? It can't be as simple as delivering a blanket to this princess, is it?" There indeed is another matter." Xianxia slightly narrowed his eyes. "You were sleeping earlier, so you shouldn't know this yet. But as expected, Xiao sect came to find me and even brought me big message. Since Xiao sect has come here to trouble me, it would be impolite for me to not return them anything. I'll naturally have to send them a huge present back. What are you planning to do?" "It's very simple." Xianxia made a mysterious smile. He opened his palm. In his palm, there rested the nascent profound core he obtained from Lan Zuruo, along with the Emperor Profound Dragon Core from the Flame Dragon. This method is only doable with the Sky Poison Pearl. To ensure perfection, it's best to do so from the inside of the Sky Poison Pearl. After its completion, it'll be absolutely flawless. The time slowly approached midnight. New Moon Profound Palace's main gate were destroyed, so there were a few more disciples on night duty. At this time, the people who entered and exited the New Moon Profound Palace were very few in number. At this moment, a Profound Palace disciple in a black attire walked toward the Profound Palace gates while yawning, and arbitrarily greeted them as he came close. "Senior Brother Zhan, Junior Brother Fang, you've worked hard on night duty." "Yo, Junior Brother Li, where are you going in the middle of the night?" yelled the one named Senior Brother Zhan. "I'm going out to buy something." "Going out to buy something in the middle of the night? Hee, we're all men here, you don't need to hide it." Another person slyly laughed. The disciples on night duty instantly broke out in laughter, and another person said in a quiet voice, "In the first place, beautiful girls are few in numbers inside this profound palace. It's hard for a young man to restrain his hunger and thirst while guarding his room alone in the middle of the night, so it's perfectly understandable to look for some fun outside. If Junior Brother Li is going to buy things at the Floating Flower House, remember to mention my name. You may even get a 20% discount." "Screw you guys. You're not allowed to tell others that I'm going out tonight." "Understood, we all understand." Within the understanding men's eyes and laughter, Junior Brother Li swaggered out of New Moon Profound Palace. Just as he left, a few stealthy eyes quickly swept across his body a few times before withdrawing. There were already very few pedestrians on the streets of New Moon City, and most of the shops were already closed. Junior Brother Li walked toward the south while humming a cliché tune that he heard from who knows where, and was quickly submerged inside the darkness of the night. After another short while, a middle-aged man who wore a black cloak and a bamboo hat that covered his cold and stern face walked out from the darkness and heavily beelined toward the direction of the Black Moon Merchant Guild. The Black Moon Merchant Guild was open 24 hours a day, and was not even closed during the night. In order to prevent accidents, some owners of precious items often chose to do business with the Black Moon Merchant Guild in the dead of night. This was Xianxia's second time entering the Black Moon Merchant Guild, and his disguise was the same one he had used during his first. Similarly, the store also did not have any other customers, and only had a 30-something-year-old man who stood behind the sales counter. Not only that, it seemed that it was the same clerk he had seen from before. Hearing the sound of entering footsteps, the clerk did not even look up as he lifelessly said with a blank expression, "Buying or selling? Tell your manager to come out," Xianxia said in an ice-cold, harsh voice. The clerk lifted his head and was just about to say something until he all of a sudden clearly saw the attire and face of the middle-aged man in front of him. After being stupefied for a brief moment, his entire person bounced up from his seat like a spring and spoke in a flustered tone. Esteemed customer, please wait a moment. This little one will immediately call out the manager." After speaking, the clerk panically ran upstairs. Not wanting for Xianxia to wait too long, He simultaneously straightened his clothes as he hurriedly came down. When he saw Xianxia, his complexion tightened, and then hurriedly approached. Along the way, he greeted him. "So it's actually esteemed customer." This Pooh had recently just fallen asleep and had made esteemed customer wait in vain for so long. That is indeed not a light offense. I don't know why our esteemed customers has arrived so late at night. Is there something this small store can possibly do for you? I need you to do me a favor." Xianxia stretched out his left hand and spread it before Pooh's eyes. As soon as Pooh's gaze lowered onto his palm, a crimson-colored profound core suddenly appeared out of thin air. "I want you to buy this Emperor Profound Dragon Core." As he saw the profound core that had emerged out of nowhere in Xianxia's hand, Pooh's entire body trembled, and even his teeth almost could not help but tremble as well. He saw very clearly that Xianxia was not wearing a spatial ring. That profound core from just now indeed emerged out of thin air, and in this situation there was only one possibility. He had heard that when one's profound strength reached the sovereign profound realm, one could use their profound energy to open up their own little space. So there simply was no need for any spatial rings. Things could be stored in their own little space, and they would never have to worry about it being stolen. The profound core taken out by this man in front of him just a moment ago had clearly appeared from nowhere. Could it be that this person's cultivation was already sovereign profound realm? This world-class level of existence was only seen in the sanctuary and the ocean palace. Could it be that this monstrous person actually came from those places? If one were in that realm, wanting to annihilate all of Blue Wind Empire could be said to be as effortless as blowing off dust. He was definitely not a timid person. On the contrary, he had lived through countless hardships and gained an extensive amount of experiences. But when faced with a world-class expert who was probably at the sovereign profound realm, even if his state of mind was 10 times as strong as it was now, it was still impossible to keep calm, for even his speech was affected. Esteemed customer, it's not because he doesn't want to buy this Emperor Profound Dragon Core, but that this Emperor Profound Dragon Core is just a priceless treasure that I would not even dare to dream of buying. This small store is only a tiny branch of the Black Moon Merchant Guilds, so I truly do not have enough money to put forth. I only need 50,000 purple profound coins, Xianxia coldly said as he slapped the Emperor Profound Dragon Core on the counter. 50,000 purple profound coins. Puhi's eyes widened as his lip quivered. He almost thought that there was something wrong with his ears. 50,000 purple profound coins was undoubtedly an astronomical number. This was an entire 500 million yellow profound coins. It was enough to support a wealthy household for more than a dozen of lifetimes. But this price was barely enough to buy a low-leveled sky profound core. As for an Emperor Profound Core, forget about 50,000 purple profound coins. Even 500,000 purple profound coins was essentially not enough to buy it. In all of New Moon City, items that could be sold for 50,000 purple profound coins were pitifully few in number. But selling this Emperor Profound Dragon Core for 50,000 purple profound coins was simply the same as giving away money. 50,000 purple profound coins, you didn't mishear. Are you buying or not? Xianxia said with an expressionless face. His voice carried a heavy pressure. This. When he previously said that he still wouldn't be able to afford this Emperor Profound Dragon Core, even if he sold off this Black Moon Merchant Guild's branch guild, he wasn't exaggerating in the slightest. Even if he was given 10 times the courage, he still wouldn't dare take advantage of this frightening middle-aged man. But right now, he actually wanted to sell this Emperor Profound Dragon Core for 50,000 purple profound coins. He was even more unwilling to dare buy it. Because it was just too cheap. It was cheap to the point where he wasn't bold enough to buy it. But at the same time, he wasn't bold enough to refuse a person who was able to open a dimensional rift. As a result, in the face of this huge bargain, his head was full of sweat. Both his hands trembled as he timidly cowered for a long time and was unable to say a single word. Humph, I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I'm giving you an enormous bargain, Xianxia coldly said. Give me the 50,000 purple profound coins and this Emperor Profound Dragon Core will be entrusted to you. However, it will not belong to you. Moreover, you can't let anyone know that you have this core in your possession. Afterwards, within 10 days, you must sell it to the Xiao sect branch in New Moon City. As for how much money you can sell it for, that depends on your own ability. I believe this time's difference in price is enough to equal several years of this small branch's income. Previously, you generously gave me a smoky red fairy dress, and I don't want to owe anyone anything. This can be considered a reciprocation. After that, there will be no relation between us, and we won't owe each other anything. These words made Puhi's heart beat violently, particularly the last couple of words, which at the same time incomparably excited him and removed most of the worry in his heart. Replacing it was a feeling of joy and inspiration so overwhelming that it was indescribable. If Xianxia didn't have a reason and wanted to sell this Emperor Profound Dragon Core for a price of 50,000 purple profound coins, he definitely wouldn't dare to buy it. But if there was reason, this was an entirely different story. Besides, this wasn't merely a sale, it was using this place as a middleman. He had no power to refuse. The last few words was like giving him half a tranquilizer. To be able to open a dimensional rift, what kind of character was that? These figures naturally possess extreme dignity and arrogance, so how were they willing to owe people favors? Even if it was an extremely small favor. Even less needed to be said if it was an insignificant person's favor. As for the free gift of an expensive smoky red fairy dress worth 500 purple profound coins, this could be considered a huge favor. At that time, he observed his words and gestures, and perceived that he might not be able to afford the smoky red fairy dress. As a result, he endured the pain of giving it away for free to Xianxia so he could earn a favor unexpectedly. He returned it so quickly, and the bargain he earned was so great. He reached out with his trembling hands to grasp that small Emperor Profound Dragon Core. As soon as it reached his hands, he completely believed that this was indeed the core from last time, and it was definitely not a fake. The odor of the Emperor Profound core, which was also the odor of a dragon core, was basically impossible to imitate and fake. He cautiously said, "This small shop would naturally be honored to have the privilege of serving esteemed customer. Only, could esteemed customer divulge a little as to why you want to sell it via this small shop to Xiao sect? If esteemed customer wishes to give a present to Xiao sect, wouldn't it be better to give it in person? If it is just a simple sale, this price of 50,000 purple profound coins is simply way too low." Esteemed customer must not be angry. This Pooh knows that asking such a question is somewhat impolite, but this Emperor Profound Dragon core is simply too precious. If my heart cannot feel even the slightest bit of ease, I simply would not be able to rest or eat in peace. Xianxia didn't reveal an angry expression and replied with a cold face. "A few years ago in New Moon City, I unintentionally received a favor from Xiao sect. I intend to leave New Moon City tonight and would probably not return in the future. I don't want to owe anything, and this profound core is useless to me, so I'll just give it to them. But that small kindness during that time is not worth this Emperor Profound Dragon core, so thus, exchanging it for some coins and then giving it to them just happens to also clear the score between you and me. So it's like that." This explanation was very reasonable. Pooh's heart sighed a long breath of relief and at the same time blushed with shame. A magnificent Emperor Profound Dragon core had been called a useless object from his mouth, which means that at his level, a mere Emperor Profound core was honestly no different than anything of lower quality. But the price at which it's going to be sold to Xiao sect, can it really be decided by this small shop? Pooh cautiously asked. "It shall be up to you, but it has to be at a price that they're able to afford. This is only natural, this is only natural." Pooh quickly nodded, and his heart moved so fast that a spark almost bursted from within. He roughly knew how large Xiao sect's family fortune was. From this transaction, he would definitely be able to earn a basinful of profit, enough to equal 10 years of this entire branch's income. As Xianxia watched Pooh, his gaze became as overcast as stagnant water. "I'll think of a way to drop hints to Xiao sect before leaving the city. A few days later, they'll naturally come to buy it. Before that, you must not leak even the slightest bit of news about this Emperor Profound Dragon core. When Xiao sect comes to buy it, you also definitely can't reveal any sort of abnormality. Furthermore, you must not let them discover any trace of anything that shouldn't be discovered. I believe that since you've been working in the Black Moon Merchant Guild for so many years, you should understand better than I about what you should do. If you dare to pocket this Emperor Profound core, or if some mishap was to happen." Xianxia's eyes darkened, and an ice-cold, murderous aura was momentarily emitted. Pooh's entire body went cold, as if he had suddenly been dropped into a freezing hell. His entire body started to shiver uncontrollably as he promptly panicked to open his mouth and shout, "No, no, no, no way. That definitely won't happen. Even if I had guts as big as the sky, it is still absolutely impossible that I would dare to pocket esteemed customers' belongings. This time, esteemed customer has given us a huge favor. This small shop will naturally and flawlessly follow esteemed customer's instructions. In the 1,000-year legacy of my Black Moon Merchant Guild, we have always been fair and impartial and would never cheat a customer. If there happens to be any mishaps, forget about esteemed customer. Even the main branch would definitely not let us off lightly. Esteemed customer, please feel 100 more times at ease." After Pooh finished speaking, his entire body was drenched in cold sweat, and his legs also uncontrollably trembled, to the point of being unable to stand steady. The sinister killing intent, on top of the reverence of facing someone strong enough to be able to break open a dimensional rift, almost scared the shit out of this person who experienced half a life's worth of hardships. "Do you have any beds for girls in this place?" Xianxia suddenly asked, as he retracted his murderous aura. In response to the question about the bed, it took Pooh a full 3 seconds to make a turnaround as he hurriedly nodded his head. Yes, FCK, they even have this." Xianxia spoke without thinking, and unexpectedly this Pooh seriously nodded his head. "This mother of Seeker, does this Black Moon Merchant Guild have anything that it doesn't sell? 3 streets over, there's a shop that specializes in making all kinds of expensive furniture. They previously sent over a white jade princess bed to this small shop to put on auction, but because the minimum price was too high, it was unable to be sold, and this small shop was preparing to send it back. Only I don't know whether or not it would meet esteemed customers' satisfaction." He took a few steps back and took out a cyan-colored spatial ring. The spatial ring's various ranks corresponded to its colors. The most common was silver-colored, which only had about a cubic meter of space. Next were yellow-colored rings, which had about 3 to 5 cubic meters of space. The cyan-colored rings, however, had 10 cubic meters of space and could accommodate huge objects smaller than 10 cubic meters, but its price was also incomparably expensive. In all of New Moon City, people who could afford to use this cyan-colored spatial ring could be counted using a single hand. With an excessive amount of work, he finally managed to take out the white jade bed he had talked about from within the spatial ring. This bed was extremely big and wide. It was enough to fit 3 fully grown people without a problem. The entire bed frame was made of white jade. The 4 bedposts were completely embedded with silver-colored phoenixes, and on top of the post were 4 bowl-sized precious luminescent night pearls. It was extravagant to the extreme. But the bed curtain that was made of slightly pink-colored thin veil and lace, and the few hundreds of light pink star crystals that hung from above, proved that this was indeed a bed made for a girl. Soft mattress and bed sheet were already laid out on the bed, and even a blanket was prepared. No matter the bed sheets or bedding, they were all pure white and faintly brimmed with a white jade's luster, which clearly was made from the highest quality of silk. Xianxia looked at it until he was stupefied, because even in his 2 lives, seeing such a luxurious bed was still a first. This bed was made from the finest jade from the Cloud Mountain. Even the star-shaped crystals that hang from the bed curtains were made from the extremely expensive and rarely seen star jade. When a girl lies on top of it, it can help nourish the body, calm the heart, ward off evil spirits, and drive away illnesses. The mattress was also made from the finest heavenly silk. An inch of it would be worth 1,000 gold. Even when compared to the bed of the imperial family's princess, it is definitely not inferior. At the time of the auction, 600 purple profound coins as the starting price was not excessive in the slightest. But this New Moon City is, in the end, too small. Even if one's family fortune was immense, there was still nobody willing to spend so much money for their daughters. In the end, it failed to be sold. But if it catches esteemed customers' eye, then that could be considered as its extremely good fortune. Xianxia reached out his hand to stroking the bed, and at the same time asked in his mind, "Jasmine, do you want this bed? The feeling of sleeping on this bed and sleeping on the floor is completely different. Buying it or not is your business. This princess doesn't care, HMPH?" The tsundere answer made the corners of Xianxia's mouth slightly draw back. He then clapped his hands together and said, "This bed, I'll take it." After he finished speaking, he lightly touched the top of the bed with his palm and instantly retrieved the bed into the sky-poison pearl. This scene made He's throat utter forth a gulp sound with difficulty. 50,000 purple profound coins, deduct this bed's money and hand it over. Xianxia looked at He with side of his eyes. He hastily nodded. He turned around and fumbled for a long time until he took out a card that glimmered with purple light. He brought it out in front of Xianxia with both hands. "There are 50,000 purple profound coins on this card. Would esteemed customer please look over it? This white jade princess bed will be considered as returning the huge favor esteemed customer had granted this little shop. I wish that you will kindly accept it." Xianxia also stopped being finicky and reached out his hand to receive it. He glanced at the numbers inside and then put it away. "Esteemed customer, your daughter is truly fortunate to have such a considerate father like you," he said with a respectful smile as he bent his body. Xianxia no longer spoke as he aloofly turned around and left the Black Moon Merchant Guild. He was left behind, trembling with excitement as he held the Emperor Profound Dragon Core that glimmered with red light. After leaving the Black Moon Merchant Guild, Xianxia didn't return to New Moon Profound Palace, but instead headed straight for the southern part of the city. Soon enough, his silhouette very quickly submerged into the darkness of the night. The next day, the sky had just hazily brightened, yet the streets were already full of people. An unfamiliar face appeared on a certain street in the southern part of the city. This person looked to be 40 or 50 years old. He was slim and wore a plain robe, white hat, and his black hair was long enough to reach his chest. His face could be considered to be gentle and elegant, and he even had a little sage-like air about him. He carried a medicine box in his left hand, while raising a huge banner with his right. Written on the banner were a few large, crooked words. "Unrivaled genius doctor, no disease unable to cure. If unable to cure, cut off on JJ. TL, JJ is Chinese slang for D. Once this genius doctor appeared, he immediately attracted the gaze of all the passerbys. It was clear that he had picked up a rag from who knows where and had turned it into a banner and swayed it back and forth. It was unknown that how many people were blinded by the foolishness. The 16 words crookedly written on there emitted a deep lunatic air. Furthermore, it actually rhymed so well. Where the heck did he come from? He looks so shabby, yet comes out this early to put on airs and trying to swindle people. Nowadays there seems to be more and more swindlers about, even claiming to cut his JJ tusk. It's likely he doesn't even have a JJ, right? Claiming to be an unrivaled genius doctor, my ass. If there was anyone who actually believed this, they'd be a fool. Let alone a stall, the middle-aged genius doctor didn't even have a chair. With his banner held up high, he walked a whole 3 rounds from the back street to Front Street, but did not meet a single patient that was willing to come up to him. Most of the people looked at him as if he was crazy, and even the young ladies he occasionally passed by would gasp and move out of his way while blushing. What does cut on JJ mean? This was already the 8th time that Jasmine had asked him. It really doesn't mean anything. I simply wanted to make it rhyme, Xianxia very patiently explained with a serious face. This princess doesn't believe it. Then what else can it mean? You can read it. Unrivaled genius doctor, no disease unable to cure. If unable to cure, cut off own JJ. See how smoothly it flows. If you were to change it to cutting own's wrist, cutting own's throat, or cutting own's meridian and so on, how awkward would that sound when read? The artistic conception is more than a world's difference. As for this JJ, it really isn't anything specific, and it's simply for making it rhyme, it's to rhyme. Xianxia persuaded patiently, as he slowly wiped his forehead that was full of cold sweat. He has always viewed Jasmine like a little monster due to her strength, and would sometimes unconsciously forget how old she really was. The normally omniscient little Jasmine was unexpectedly unable to comprehend the concept of cut on JJ. Ever since these 4 characters were written on the banner, she has been constantly asking about it like an inquisitive child. After the 8th time Xianxia explained it to her, she appeared to have finally believed it and didn't inquire anymore. It's really hard being a traveling doctor nowadays. There hasn't even been a single person inquiring about my service. I'm not gonna have to go set up shop, am I? Not only would that waste time and money, it might even become suspicious and ruin my plans. After making the 5th round, Xianxia started to twist and groan in his mind. At this moment, 2 people entered the street from the east while looking around. They were moving with hurried steps with bitter faces, as if they were just hit by a great misfortune. All the reputable doctors in the city have already been invited. Even the chief doctor and pharmacists from the sect have been asked to come. In the end, all of them have been useless. If this continues, where the hell are we supposed to search? One of them bitterly groaned. As a group of 2, we're not allowed to return if we can't find a doctor. From the looks of it, I don't think there's any hope of us returning today, the other gloomily stated. A few groups of brothers have already talked about going out of the city to search. How about we try searching outside the city as well? Even though it's far, it's better than returning empty-handed and getting punished. As the 2 were talking, they suddenly raised their heads and saw that raggedy banner swaying back and forth not 10 steps away from them. Holy shit! Unrivaled genius doctor. Their eyes lit up immediately. Oh, forget it, you can tell he's a swindler with just one glance. A mere traveling doctor actually dares to claim to be a genius doctor. Who cares? We were instructed by our superiors to find a doctor, and here he is. Who cares if he's real or not? If he is a fraud, he'd naturally be put in place. Let's just think about completing our task. And who knows, he might actually have a bit of skill in practicing medicine. That's true, let's go. The 2 made the decision and quickly rushed in front of the genius doctor. Genius doctor, our sect's young sect master suffered a grave injury yesterday and is in urgent need of a genius doctor. Since you're claiming to be a genius doctor who can cure anything, then you can definitely treat our sect's young sect master's injury without any difficulties. Please come with us back to our sect right away. One stood in the front, while the other stood in the back with the genius doctor caught in the middle. The posture was part invitation and part coercion. The genius doctor glanced at them and muttered in his mind, "Young sect master, gravely injured. This can't be a coincidence, right?" The genius doctor stroked his long beard and calmly asked, "Treating diseases and saving lives is the duty of a doctor. This old man will follow you back right away. Dare might I ask, which sect are you from? You'd be scared to death once we tell you which sect we're from." The 2 stuck up their noses and stated with a proud face, It's none other than the #1 great sect in New Moon City, Xiao sect. If you're able to cure our sect's young sect master's injury, our sect absolutely won't treat you badly. Not only would you be rewarded greatly, your fame would also spread throughout all of New Moon City. But if you're not able to heal him, ho ho, Xiao sect, holy crap. Xianxia's eyebrows, which he had meticulously groomed, twitched as he moaned to himself. What the FCK? I'm way too in luck. I had originally planned to exhibit my art of healing and spend 3 days to become famous in this New Moon City. Then news would reach Xiao sect's ears, and they would come to invite me over. Everything was logically planned out. In the end, I didn't even find a single person to treat yet, and Xiao sect had already come knocking on my door. His face and attitude immediately turned proud, and had the altitude of an expert as he chuckled. A doctor practicing medicine does not care about family background nor the financial situation. After all the years this old man has practiced medicine, there hasn't actually been a single disease or injury this old man could not treat. Let's go, take this old man to your sect. Listening to how confident he was, it appeared as if he might actually have a bit of skill. However, the two did not really care. The only thing that mattered was to lead him back to their sect. One led the way in the front, and the other followed in the back. It was as if they were afraid that this genius doctor would run away and make it impossible for them to complete their task. Upon entering Xiao sect's branch sect, Xianxia's first impression was that it was big, extremely big. The entire sect was located at South Moon Mountain and spanned several kilometers away from the foot of the mountain, yet they had only entered the outer ground of the sect. The core of the sect was located on top of South Moon Mountain. This entire mountain belonged to the sect. As Xianxia walked on the mountain roads, he sighed in his heart. In floating cloud city that he came from, Xiao clan was considered the biggest clan. But if compared to this Xiao sect's branch sect, it was too small to even be seen. If one really wanted to compare, it was estimated to be even smaller than 1% of this Xiao sect's branch sect. If a little branch sect was already like this, one can only imagine how big Xiao sect's main sect was like. Along the way, Xianxia tried very hard to memorize the route they had taken. But after several turns of going up left and right, even with his extremely great memory, his mind still became a muddled mess. Finally, he helplessly came to the conclusion that, unless if one had lived here for several months, it was impossible to not get lost in here. If that was the case, the method of escape after succeeding instead turned into a huge problem. Oh well, things would just have to be taken one step at a time. After walking for a long time and through at least a dozen profound strength inspections, he was guided to the branch sect's medicine hall that was near the mountain peak. Xiao Tianan had not slept for the entire night. After causing a ruckus at the New Moon Profound Palace and returning, he had not left the medicine hall at all. Looking at Xiao Luocheng's half-dead state, it could be that his heart was utterly torn and was in a mess. The sect doctor of the medicine hall simply didn't know what to do with Xiao Luocheng's injuries. Strictly speaking, he simply didn't dare to handle it. The left arm had been shattered into 12 pieces, the upper body's meridians were entirely broken, and the profound veins had completely ruptured. Regardless of which area, there was only one method for a complete recovery. It was to use the purple-veined heaven crystal. The purple-veined heaven crystal contained a feeble force of divinity. No matter which part of the human body was injured, it was possible to be perfectly restored when using it. To possess enough purple-veined heaven crystal was equivalent to possessing another life. However, first and foremost, one would need a high-level doctor who had the ability to use this sort of world-class treasure. That was the purple-veined heaven crystal. Xiao sect indeed possessed a small palm-sized chunk of a purple-veined heaven crystal, but it could be considered the most precious thing in this entire branch sect. But for Xiao Luocheng, the branch sect brought it out. However, whether it was people from their sect or from the city, nobody knew how to use the purple-veined heaven crystal. It was because even a piece the size of a fingernail was considered invaluable. Not to mention touching or using it, very few had even seen it before. Even though a few medical books had written accounts of it, and some of the doctors knew it by heart, absolutely no one dared to utilize it, because any slight mistake would waste the purple-veined heaven crystal. If Xiao Luocheng remained uncured, the consequence was quite obvious. A quick death would even be considered light. It was common sense that regardless of how high a person's former innate talent was, or how large of a hope was placed on that person, once he was crippled, he would become useless. It simply wasn't possible that anything would be spent on him thereafter, because it would just be a complete waste. But Xiao Luocheng was different. He still had the status of being the grandson-in-law of a Xiao sect's main sect's elder. The entire branch sect in New Moon City had been counting on Xiao Luocheng's status to change their fortunes. A huge reason why Xiao Wuji was willing to betroth his own granddaughter to Xiao Luocheng was because his innate ability was considered to be pretty good. Even in the main sect, it would be considered as above average. But now that he was in this state, there was probably only one outcome, and that was for Xiao Wuji to break off this marriage. When Xiao Tianan had been tyrannically shouting about how Xiao Luocheng was still considered to be a main sect elder's grandson-in-law at New Moon Profound Palace's gate, he frightened the entire New Moon Profound Palace. But at the same time, he himself was actually more nervous than anyone. If the people Xiao Wuji had dispatched saw the condition of Xiao Luocheng's injury and turned away, he would only be able to hopelessly weep. They would no longer waste a single thought on a cripple. This would definitely be the most normal of outcomes. So no matter what, Xiao Tianan had to come up with any way to restore Xiao Luocheng's condition before the people from the main sect arrived, even to the point that he didn't hesitate to bring forth his important treasure, the purple-veined heavenly crystal. Of course, it was impossible to restore profound strength, but if the purple-veined heavenly crystal was able to restore his meridian, his profound veins, and regain his original aptitude, then even if he didn't have any profound energy, he would still no longer be a cripple. At worst, he would just have to start from the beginning. The chance of Xiao Wuji breaking off the marriage would also be much lower. This entire night, Xiao Tianan had his people search high and low for almost all the doctors in New Moon City. This also consisted of each and every doctor and pharmacist. But none of them dared to utilize the purple-veined heaven crystal, nor could they come up with any other method of treatment. As Xiao Luocheng's injured state dragged on for a day, the hope for a cure also became even more uncertain. Xiao Tianan worried so much that it even caused a few strands of his hair to turn white. He hated Xianxia to the bone. Sect Master Xiao, this old man is truly powerless and ashamed. Young Sect Master's injury is too severe. This old man is incompetent and can only prescribe some medicine to temporarily stabilize his condition. As for a cure, perhaps the only thing that can cure young Sect Master's injury is the purple-veined heaven crystal. However, this is still the first time in this old man's life that he has seen this divine object and truly lacked the ability to handle it. Quacks. All a bunch of fricking useless quacks and trash. Xiao Tianan profusely yelled at them as he trembled from head to toe. In the face of Xiao Tianan's condemnation, all of the doctors lowered their heads. They were furious but didn't dare to speak. They murmured in their hearts, with such an injury he can be considered crippled for life. It's possible to save his life, but it's impossible to heal him. Even though there are purple-veined heaven crystals here, how can anyone in this small New Moon City know how to actually use it? To have the ability to utilize the purple-veined heaven crystal. That was only possible for the head doctors of the Imperial City and those super sects. At this time, Xiao Zhe walked up and whispered beside Xiao Tianan. "Another doctor has arrived." "Let him in," Xiao Tianan said with a cold face. Clearly, his heart had already turned into ash and didn't have any hopes for these New Moon City's doctors. If he were to invite skilled doctors from the Imperial City, putting aside whether or not they would be willing to take the long journey to come here, just the time it took to travel here may already render it too late even with the purple-veined heaven crystal. It was more so impossible to send Xiao Luocheng to the Imperial City. With his current condition, not to mention 10 days or half a month, even a single day of bumpy traveling would be too much to bear. Xianxia walked up with slow steps. One of his hand carried a medicinal case, and the other, astonishingly, was still holding up that flag. When the people in the room finally saw the 2 lines of words he had written on his flag clearly, a few had immediately sprayed out in laughter. Xiao Tianan's brows were also one up and one down. Then an expression of outrage emerged on his face. As he was just about to make Xiao Zhe throw out this fellow that obviously looked like a swindler, he instead heard what this genius doctor had said. "Oh, this luster. I didn't expect that there are actually purple-veined heaven crystals in this little New Moon City. It really is worthy of the biggest sect of New Moon City. However, this purple-veined heaven crystal's purity is slightly inferior at only 6.5 out of 10. It certainly is a little regrettable. But to heal ordinary wounds, this would be enough. As these words came out, everyone present was instantly shocked. It wasn't rare to be able to recognize a purple-veined heaven crystal. Even if one haven't eaten pork before, one would still recognize a pig running. The records and legends about purple-veined heaven crystals were countless. But to tell the purity of purple-veined heaven crystal at a glance, it would be impossible to do so unless it was someone that knew purple-veined heaven crystal extremely well. Could it be that this person was unexpectedly very familiar with purple-veined heaven crystal? Or was it that he made everything up? Right, he must have been talking out of his ass. This person was entirely an unfamiliar face, and he had never been heard of in the medical world. Also, this attire was almost like sticking the two words, con man, onto his face. The doctors thought in their hearts like this, one after another. But right away, they instead discovered that Xiao Tianan and Xiao Zhe simultaneously revealing an expression of shock. "You can identify the purple-veined heaven crystal," Xiao Tianan said with his brows knitted as his heart trembled. Because the purity grade of the purple-veined heaven crystal that this genius doctor had uttered was actually not off in the slightest. This piece of purple-veined heaven crystal had always been the most valuable treasure of his sect, and was always hidden in the most covert of places. Only a few people in the sect had ever seen it. Word of its purity was even more so impossible to have been leaked out. He could actually tell the purple-veined heaven crystal with a single glance. Without frequent contact with the purple-veined heaven crystal, one definitely wouldn't be able to achieve this. Could it be that this traveling doctor that appeared to be a swindler, no matter how you looked at him, was really a genius doctor? Heh, of course I recognize it. As a medical practitioner, how could I possibly not know one of the most valuable of medical treasures? Yun Qi faintly laughed in a mysteriously profound manner. Then do you know how to use it? Xiao Tianan took a step forward as his voice became somewhat hurried. Yun Qi glanced at Xiao Luocheng, who was on the sickbed, and said, "Of course I do. However, Honorable Sect's young sect master's injuries does not actually require the usage of this purple-veined heaven crystal." A load of nonsense. When these words came out from Yun Qi's mouth, all the doctors in the room revealed looks of contempt and disdain. One of them even directly shouted out loud while looking at Yun Qi with a furious gaze. "Do you not know how heavy young sect master Xiao's injury is? To heal his internal injuries, the only way would be to depend on purple-veined heaven crystal. Sect Master Xiao, this traveling doctor is obviously a swindler." This old man had practiced medicine for many years, but had never seen this person before. The words from before ought to all be blind guesses and made up. HMPH, to actually try to swindle Xiao Sect's head, you've got some huge nerve. Sect Master Xiao best throw him out, so as to avoid falling into this swindler's trap. This person's name was Sun Hong, one of the 3 genius doctors of New Moon City who possessed extremely high prestige in New Moon City's medical community. Ha ha ha. Yun Qi faintly laughed and then slightly closed his eyes to slowly speak. "This young sect master's injuries, I glanced at them a few times earlier and already understand the situation clearly. The bones of his left arms are completely shattered. Half of the meridians of his entire body are broken, and his profound veins have bursted apart. His body had been invaded by last night's cold weather, so on top of being injured, he also fell ill, and that's why he had been unconscious the entire time. Am I right or am I wrong?" Sun Hong's expression froze for a while, and then immediately replied in disdain. "Right now, the entire city knows about young sect master Xiao's heavy injuries. You didn't even diagnose young sect master Xiao's injuries, yet you speak of it so clearly. It's obvious that you heard them from somewhere. A swindler like you wouldn't know that it would be simply impossible to heal such a grave injury using ordinary means of medicine. In this world, the only thing that could possibly cure him are purple-veined heaven crystals. This old man has also never seen this person before. Furthermore, his words completely violates the principles of medical knowledge. He is undoubtedly a swindler." Another old man with a beard that had already turned white slowly spoke. "Ha ha ha." As Yun Qi heard their words, he loudly laughed 3 times, but he wasn't furious at all as he leisurely spoke. "A doctor's diagnosis emphasizes on look, listen, question, feel, with look as the head, and listen, question, feel as support. The patient's illness are all exhibited in the complexion. If I couldn't even tell this junior's injuries just by looking, wouldn't I be reduced to an ordinary doctor?" With one sentence, he offended every single doctor present. because not a single one of them were able to directly diagnose Xiao Luocheng's injuries just by looking. Sun Hong immediately said with a sneer, "Since genius doctor's medical skill is so superior, how about you take a look and see what illnesses I have?" Xianxia threw him an indifferent glance and said with a faint smile, "You're also a medical practitioner. Your usual self-care isn't bad, and there aren't any severe illnesses on you. However, in the matter of sexual intercourse, you don't possess the slightest bit of self-restraint. The underside of your brow is dark, and it looks like you've at least consecutively discharged your vitality twice. Yet after that, you didn't sleep for a night. It's apparent that you were invited here right after finishing intercourse. Ha ha, you aren't young anymore. With such frequent intercourse that also coincided with a night of labor, your kidneys have acutely faltered." Sun Hong straight up became stupefied in place and was speechless for a long time. "Rather, you're the one suffering a severe ailment." Xianxia shifted his gaze onto that white-bearded elderly man who spoke earlier and spoke with an indifferent tone. "Since 1 year ago, your legs have already started to feel sore and was extremely severe, especially at noon. You thought that this was caused by the invasion of humidity and wind chill, and thereby often used warm things to recuperate. But after a year, not only did your symptoms not alleviate, they instead became worse." The elderly man instantly widened his old eyes and said with shock, How did you know?" Xianxia continued. "The ailment on your leg was fundamentally not caused by wind chills and humidity at all. If my guess is correct, 2 years ago you were bitten by a long, thin red snake. You're a medicinal practitioner and often collected medicinal herbs. Therefore, you probably carried antidotes with you and didn't mind the matter anymore after you've ingested the antidote. Yet you didn't know that this snake's name is the jade-eyed flower-carved snake. Its appearance is no different from an ordinary red string snake. However, it carries a type of yang venom that cannot be detoxified by any ordinary antidote. This kind of yang venom stays latent inside the body and slowly starts acting after a year. The lower limbs will become unbearably sore at first, and as the toxicity spreads, it will reach the organs after 3 years and poison the victim to death." The elderly man's eyes were already opened wide to its extreme, and even his beard violently shook. That's right. What you said was absolutely true. This old man indeed was bitten by a red-colored snake 2 years ago, and this old man had thought that was just an ordinary red string snake. My leg's ailment also indeed started 1 year ago. I used yang-attributed items and recuperated for a year, but it didn't alleviate in the slightest. A genius doctor, truly a genius doctor. TL. In case anyone is confused on all these yang stuff, basically yang stands for warm, vice versa for yin. This old dude thought that his leg's symptoms were caused by wind chills and humidity, so he tried using yang/warm stuff. But the poison was yang in the first place, so it ended up making it worse. This elderly man was also one of the 3 widely recognized genius doctors in New Moon City. His name was Gongsun Ziu, and his weight in New Moon City's medical community was even higher than Sun Hong. As these words of his were uttered, every single doctor present was stunned. Just by looking with a few glances, he was actually able to tell how many times Sun Hong had intercourse last night, and even found out about Gongsun Ziu's ailment. Even the type of snake had bit him 2 years ago was spoken by him in great detail. This level of ability, let alone to achieve it, they didn't even dare to think about it. This skill was simply godlike. Could it be that this person that appeared to be a swindler was truly a genius doctor? No, it should be said that he very much was a genius doctor. Genius doctor, in what way could this old man's poison be eliminated? The jade-eyed flower-carved snake. This old man has been alive for nearly 8 decades, yet have never heard of this kind of snake. Gongsun Ziu, who showed disdain toward Xianxia, now instead bowed forward and consulted with his face full of heartfelt admiration. How he addressed him had also turned into genius doctor. Xianxia slightly thought for a bit and said, 100 grams of ice heart lotus, 250 grams of mixed quince. Consume them every day at noon, and the poison would naturally be completely cured after 1 month. In addition, during this 1 month of time, try to consume as little food of warm and spicy aspects as possible, and do not sleep for too long every day. Gongsun Ziu sincerely bore it in mind and deeply bowed toward Xianxia. Not only did genius doctor save this old man's life, you also opened this old man's eyes. Please forgive this old man's ignorant gibberish earlier. You're absolutely worthy of the title genius doctor. All the doctors present had expression of shock on their faces, and the expression in their eyes that looked at Xianxia completely changed. Even Xiao Tianan revealed an expression of hope on his face. This may really be a genius doctor. He may really be able to heal my son's injuries. Ha ha, you flatter me, Xianxia said as he paid no mind to him. His gaze turned to Xiao Zhe instead and said, "Speaking of which, the problem on your body is not small either." Me? Xiao Zhe extended his hands and pointed at himself with a perplexed face. In these last few months, weren't you making a large effort to forcibly open your shoulder star profound entrance because you wanted to open this profound entrance? Xianxia asked with an unquestionable tone. Xiao Zhe's mouth opened as astonishment colored his entire face. How? How do you know that? What complete nonsense! Xianxi's expression became grave. You sensed that this profound entrance had somewhat loosened and believed that it would naturally open so you couldn't help but assault it daily with your profound energy. But you don't even understand the truth behind profound entrances. Since you attack it in this way, not only is it impossible for you to forcibly break open the profound entrance, you have already damaged the profound entrance. If you continue to proceed on like this, not only would the profound entrance be thoroughly destroyed, even your profound veins would suffer permanent damage. Xiao Zhe's complexion immediately changed and subsequently became filled with deep terror. As a profound practitioner, if the profound vein suffered any permanent damage, it was definitely enough to be a fatal blow. He spoke with a terrified face. This one indeed did what genius doctor had just said. I had always been attacking the shoulder star profound entrance, but not only did I not progress, instead, the shoulder star often ached with a dull pain. This. Please, genius doctor, you must save me. Xianxia looked at him for a while and slightly nodded. Since I've entered this blue wind empire, I don't know many people. To meet someone is to be brought together by fate. All right. In that case, I'll help you this time. After finished speaking, Xianxia suddenly extended his left forefinger. In the middle of everyone's perplexed expressions, he pointed at the spot where Xiao Zhe's shoulder star was located. The sky poison pearl's purifying ability silently passed through his fingertips to enter Xiao Zhe's body. A few breaths later, it immediately opened his shoulder star profound entrance. Xianxia withdrew his finger and had a mysterious smile on his face. Yet Xiao Zhe's entire person stared blankly in place, as if he simply didn't dare to believe what had happened. After a long time, he forcefully pressed against his shoulder as his entire body trembled in excitement. He was incomparably excited as he shouted, "Opened! My shoulder star profound entrance actually opened." Opened, Xiao Zhe's reaction with the word "opened" that came from his mouth instantly let everyone present understand what had happened. They all simultaneously became stupefied in place. Then all of a sudden Gong Sun Ziu took a step forward and in a hoarse voice cried out in surprise, "One finger profound opening! This is the legendary one finger profound opening!" The 4 words, "one finger profound opening," was like a clap of thunder. The bodies of all the doctors trembled as they stared for a very long time. Afterwards, their entire body stiffened as if they had been petrified. That's right, the ability to open the profound entrances by using only one finger. This must be the legendary one-finger profound opening. My heavens, I never would have expected that I would actually be fortunate enough to witness this profound medical technique in this lifetime. An elderly doctor shouted with a face full of excitement. It was rumored that our Blue Wind Empire's top doctor, Gu Qiuhong, could help profound practitioners perforate their sunflower dew, vacant seed, and heart gate profound entrances postnatally. However, he was definitely unable to use the one-finger profound opening. This person, he is most likely an unparalleled genius doctor that even exceeds Gu Qiuhong. All the doctors present were visibly excited. Their eyes trembled and they nearly lost control of their feelings. Xiao Tianan frowned and said, "One finger profound opening, what does that mean?" The branch sect medicine hall's head elder, Dr. Xiao Beikao, came forward and said, "Sect master, you don't practice medicine, so you might not know. This one-finger profound opening is actually the medical field's ultimate technique. It only requires one finger to be able to quickly open a profound practitioner's profound entrance postnatally. Sect master naturally knows how difficult and dangerous it is to open a profound entrance postnatally. Unless one is extremely well versed in the human body and has reached the pinnacle of medical knowledge proficiency, it would definitely be impossible to accomplish. Also, in the entire profound sky continent, the number of exceptional medical practitioners who are able to achieve the one-finger profound opening, if added together, do not even exceed 5. Even though I have practiced medicine for many years and thinks that I know quite a bit of medical knowledge myself, I do not dare to even dream of obtaining this ultimate technique. Zhe always wanted to open his shoulder star profound entrance, but had always failed. However, with just a finger, this genius doctor opened Zhe's shoulder star profound entrance in such a short amount of time. This divine technique is exactly the one-finger profound opening. As Xiao Beikao said that, his eyes couldn't help but float towards Yunqi as they revealed signs of complete shock and admiration. What, there's actually such a divine technique? Xiao Tianan was visibly shaken. Then, if this genius doctor is willing, wouldn't he be able to open all the profound entrances of a profound practitioner and give birth to the legendary heavenly god's spiritual veins? Of course that's impossible. Xiao Beikao shook his head. Doctors usually do not train their profound strength, and thus their lifespans are usually not long. If they're able to open one profound entrance within 100 years, that's already enough for one to be proud of their life. Blue Wind Imperial City's medical saint Gu Qiuhong is now 160 years old. In 100 years, he was able to open the Sunflower Dew, Vacant Seed, and Heartgate profound entrances. His abilities are already one in a millennium, and he should be able to achieve the state of one-finger profound opening in due time. From what I know, in today's profound sky continent, the top medical practitioner can already thoroughly open 6 profound entrances. If a profound practitioner had not been born with those 6 profound entrances opened, and is favored by this genius doctor, it would be possible to directly have those 6 profound entrances opened postnatally. However, this is also the limit this continent can currently achieve. The postnatal opening of all profound entrances that Sect Master mentioned is fundamentally impossible to achieve. It is also not something an ordinary person is capable of accomplishing. Gongsun Ziu couldn't help it anymore and went forward to respectfully ask, "Genius Doctor, you mentioned just now that this was your the first time entering Blue Wind Empire. Could it be that you're not a citizen of our Blue Wind Empire?" The eyes of the masses instantly concentrated on Yun Qi. That's right. If he was a citizen of Blue Wind Empire who possessed such a divine technique, he would have long been renowned throughout the country. In all of Blue Wind Empire, no one has ever heard of a genius doctor who possessed such a divine technique. It was obvious that this genius doctor was not a person from Blue Wind Empire. Yun Qi slightly smiled and said indifferently, "I come from the Divine Phoenix Empire. I traveled to Blue Wind Empire 1 month ago and had only arrived at New Moon City this morning." Divine Phoenix Empire? Everyone's heart was shocked once more. Divine Phoenix Empire, profound sky continent's #1 empire. Its territory was double that of all the 6 other countries added up together. Like a lion proudly situated at the center of profound sky continent, its national strength was even more colossally incomparable. Although the 6 other countries were independent countries, they still bowed before Divine Phoenix Empire under most circumstances. Divine Phoenix Empire's territory was enormous, which meant that it was also naturally powerful. In each and every aspect, it surpassed Blue Wind Empire by several levels. If we compare Blue Wind Empire with Divine Phoenix Empire, it would more or less be the same as comparing Floating Cloud City to Blue Wind Empire, and they hardly should be mentioned in the same breath. Also, the citizens of Blue Wind Empire all possessed some form of respect, no matter how much, towards citizens of Divine Phoenix Empire. "So you're actually a genius doctor from the Divine Phoenix Empire." Gongsun Ziu's attitude became more respectful. Could I inquire your name, please?" "My surname is Huangfu," Yun Qi casually replied. "Huangfu?" Gongsun Ziu was first stupefied. He remained silent for a few seconds before suddenly revealing a face of shock and asked in a quivering voice, Is it possible that you are Divine Phoenix Empire's eccentric god hand, Senior Huangfu He?" When the 3 words, Huangfu He, came out, it was once again another thunderbolt out of the blue. All the doctors present opened their mouths so wide that their chins nearly smashed onto the floor. Yun Qi's heartbeat immediately started to thump about, FCK, there's actually such a person. I had specifically chosen this super uncommon surname. Yun Qi claimed to be from Divine Phoenix Empire in order to hide his identity. This was mainly because Blue Wind Empire did not have genius doctors of his level, and it was also to prevent Xiao's sect from investigating him. Even if they went to Divine Phoenix Empire, they would require at least 10 days to half a month to obtain some results. By that time, he would have already left. However, he did not expect Divine Phoenix Empire to actually have a genius doctor by the surname of Huangfu. Furthermore, he was so well known that even lowly city doctors from Blue Wind Empire had heard of this name. Yun Qi could only place his hands on his long beard and press on. Oh, never had I expected that people from Blue Wind Empire would know my name. That's right, I am Huangfu He. However, the nickname Eccentric God Hand, let's not talk about it. As soon as he finished talking, the entire medicine hall exploded in excitement, and all the doctors acted as if they had become insane. Sun Hong immediately threw himself forward and almost did not kneel on the floor. He was so excited his speech was slurred. So Elder is actually Eccentric God Hand, Senior Huangfu. This junior was as blind as a bat just now, and actually spoke such offensive words. I'm really too ashamed of myself and is too embarrassed to show my face. I hope the great Senior Huangfu can forgive the lowly me's offense. The decrepit old me actually saw the legendary Eccentric God Hand with my own eyes, and also received personal guidance from Senior Huangfu. I truly have not lived in vain. Gongsun Ziu said with extreme emotion. No wonder you could use the divine technique, one finger profound opening. So it's actually the world-class Huangfu Senior. I'm actually looking at the legendary Eccentric God Hand. Is this a dream? If Senior Huangfu could give me a bit of advice, it would definitely be more effective than spending half my life reading medical books. Rumor has it that not only does Senior Huangfu's medical expertise reach the heavens, he also acts eclectically and does as he pleases. Meeting you today, you really live up to your name. Yun Qi was still holding onto that small and worn-out flag. However, when the doctors looked at the flag again, they no longer sneered at it in disdain. Instead, their eyes burned with admiration and looked up to it, as if it were a sacred object. It was rumored that Huangfu He had been called Eccentric God Hand because of his eccentric personality. Whether he treats a person or not depends on his mood. Sometimes he was serious, sometimes he was fickle and irritable, but at some other times he was very erratic. An genius doctor who would hold up a flag to practice medicine on the streets. This could only be the shenanigans of the Eccentric God Hand. Or perhaps it should be said that this completely suited this Eccentric God Hand's personality. These 16 overbearing words, every sentence rhymed with superb literary talent. The crooked calligraphy seemed to contain an peerless amount of medical knowledge. Especially the last 4 words, other than the Eccentric God Hand, who else would have the guts to say such overbearing words? Xiao Beicao's face flushed red as he turned to Xiao Tianan and excitedly said, "Congratulations to Sect Master. My utmost congratulations to Sect Master. It is really the heavens showing favor to our Xiao sect. This time, young Sect Master can now be saved. This senior is actually the world-renowned Eccentric God Hand, Huangfu He. If he's willing to lend a hand, young Sect Master would definitely be safe and sound. This Eccentric God Hand is really such a powerful genius doctor." This was the first time Xiao Tianan had heard of the nickname Eccentric God Hand. But when seeing Xiao Beicao and his sect's doctors' reactions, he knew that this person was definitely an outstanding person in the medical world. And he might not even be below the top genius doctor in the Blue Wind Empire, Gu Qiuhong. Senior Huangfu is more than a genius doctor, he's practically a saint in the medical world, Xiao Beicao said in excitement. The name Eccentric God Hand only existed in legends. He never would have dared to think that he'll one day see the real deal, and didn't expect that they actually would also be in the same room together. Xiao Beicao's excitement was overwhelming. Rumor says that Senior Huangfu looks to only be 45, and his hair and beard did not even have a trace of whiteness. Not only that, he doesn't even cultivate his profound strength. However, Sect Master must know that, despite his looks, he is already more than 500 years old. What? Doesn't cultivate his profound strength, yet is able to live up to 500 years old and look that young? Xiao Tianan was visibly shocked. He probed the Eccentric God Hand's profound strength and found out that it was barely in the nascent profound realm. That's right. This is enough proof of how astonishing high his medical expertise is. It could even be said to be at a groundbreaking level. Rumor also has it that if he's willing to save a person, no matter whether the person is fully paralyzed or if the internal organs are all shattered, as long as one still possessed a single breath, he's able to save that person. Furthermore, he has never failed before. Despite the serious injuries on young sect master, in his eyes, they're all probably minor injuries. Just now, he even said that if he wanted to save young sect master, he didn't even need to use the purple-veined heaven crystal. Even though young sect master is suffering from a great disaster, this genius doctor immediately fell from the heavens to save him. This means that young sect master is not fated to be a cripple. Also, this genius doctor can open at least 5 or even 6 profound entrances. If we're able to get on his good side, after treating young sect master, he might show his god hands and open at least 5 profound entrances for young sect master. At that time, even in the talent-filled main sect, it would still be able to enter the upper echelons. Even if we started from the very beginning, our future achievement would exceed what we have achieved in the past. In that case, not only would young sect master be able to avoid a ruined future, but he shall also profit from this misfortune. The more Xiao Beikao spoke, the more excited he became. Xiao Tianan also became more and more excited as he heard those words. Both his hands started to tremble, but he managed to maintain a clear mind as he asked in a low voice. This eccentric god hand has only been heard of in legends, but no one has seen him before. What if he's a fake? Absolutely impossible. Xiao Beikao shook his head and spoke with firm conviction. If he claimed to be Huangfu He when he had just entered, I too would definitely not believe him. But in this world, the number of people that can use the one-finger profound opening does not surpass 5, and one of them is the eccentric god hand. If one has reached such a state, why would there be a need to do something trivial like impersonating another? Besides, look at the flag he's holding up. It's strange beyond words. This too is just like his eccentric personality. As he thought about Xiao Tianan's personality, Xiao Beikao continued. However, I know that sect master is always cautious, especially since this concerns young sect master's safety. How about this? Let me immediately send people to the Black Moon Merchant Guild to purchase information from the Divine Phoenix Empire. Obtaining information from Diving Phoenix Empire would be extremely expensive, but it's as if we're buying an assurance, which is even more valuable. If the information we receive says that Huangfu He isn't in Divine Phoenix Empire, it would mean this person is without a doubt Huangfu He. But if he's still in the Divine Phoenix Empire, then it is extremely possible that this person is a swindler. Of course, such a possibility would not exist. But in all likelihood, even if this man isn't Huangfu He to have such a divine medical skill, he would definitely not be below Huangfu He. Good, go now, Xiao Tianan hastily said. Actually, after hearing Xiao Beikao's words, he too did not doubt this eccentric god hand's identity. However, since no one had seen this eccentric god hand before, even if he revealed the one-finger profound opening technique, there was still a bit of doubt at the bottom of Xiao Tianan's heart. I shall dispatch people to the Black Moon Merchant Guild at once. That's right, sect master. Treat this Huangfu senior with utmost respect and be as polite as possible. It is said that regardless of wealth or power, he only treats a person based on his mood. As long as he's in a good mood, he would treat a person without asking for a penny. If he's in a bad mood, even if one tried to tempt him with gold, kneel down to beg, or threaten him with a knife to the throat, it would not move his hand. No matter how much money one offered, even if they knelt down, begged, or threatened him with a knife at his throat, he would still not treat the person. Young master's future completely lies in this person's hands. Before Xiao Beikao left, he left firm instructions. Xiao Tianan walked toward Yun Qi, cusped both of his fists, and spoke in an extreme respectful manner. Senior Huangfu, please be sure to save my son. This junior only has this one son. As long as senior is willing to save him, this junior will definitely repay this debt, even if I have to become a horse or an ox. As the sect master of New Moon City's greatest sect, it could be said that he was beneath none and above all in New Moon City. Yet he was extremely respectful to this genius doctor, even to the point of saying these kind of words like become a horse or an ox. It was clear that Xiao Luocheng's matter indeed made him anxious to the extreme, but at the same time he was indeed intimidated by the title eccentric god hand. Gongsun Xiu hastily put up a smiling face and said, "Please be at ease, sect master Xiao. With senior Huangfu here, your dear son's injury will certainly be completely healed. I really need to congratulate sect master Xiao. Since senior Huangfu has already arrived here, he'll certainly exhibit his god hand. Not only would young sect master Xiao's injuries be fully healed, he may even also be able to forge ties with senior Huangfu. This is a fortune that others could not obtain even if they begged for it. They originally were admonished by Xiao Tianen, as if dog blood had been poured onto their heads, since they did not have any method to treat Xiao Luocheng's grave injury. And now this eccentric god hand had fallen from the sky. While they were utterly excited, they also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With the existence of this medical saint here, there definitely won't be any issues with Xiao Luocheng's injury. Xiao sect would also no longer vent their anger on them. To be referred to as senior by this Xiao Tianen with such extreme respect, the inside of Yun Qi's heart was naturally pleased to the max. He made a faint smile that was plain, yet also otherworldly. Since I've already come, I would heal him even if you didn't say anything. Even though your sect is quite small, it's still built on a mountain. Climbing up here is not easy either. How can I just come for nothing? Come, let me take a look at this little fella's injuries. New Moon City's largest sect that occupied this entire mountain actually turned into a quite small sect in his mouth. However, no one present felt that it was funny or inappropriate. What a joke! Who was he? He was the eccentric god hand from the Divine Phoenix Empire. The sects that someone like this had seen before would certainly be top-notch even inside the Divine Phoenix Empire. Comparing Xiao sect's branch sect to those sects he visited in his travels, it's probably even less than a fart. To call this Xiao sect's branch sect a small sect was already gracious. But his reason for deciding to heal him was unexpectedly because he didn't want to climb a mountain for nothing. This also caused everyone to be taken aback. But thinking back at his title, eccentric god hand, they then thought that it was reasonable inside their heart. If his personality wasn't eccentric, how could he be called the eccentric god hand? Xiao Tianen was overjoyed. He firmly remembered what Xiao Beikao had told him, and his expression changed into one with extreme sincerity and respect. Then many thanks to Senior Huangfu. My son's state of injuries is tied to this insignificant sect's future. Please be sure to exhibit the brandishing of Senior's god hand and restore my son's meridians and profound veins. Our sect will be endlessly grateful from top to bottom. If Senior have any orders or needs, please do tell without reservation. Yun Qi didn't say anything as he very ungracefully threw the flag and medicine case onto the ground. He then stroked his beard and leisurely walked in front of Xiao Luocheng's bed. Isn't this title of eccentric god hand pretty good? It just so happens that he didn't need to constrain himself when doing things, since he is eccentric, after all. As the doctors saw this genius doctor walk toward Xiao Luocheng, they scrambled toward him one after another. If they could see a genius doctor of this level at work, even a single glance would definitely prove to be eternally beneficial. But Xian Tianen lowly coughed and threw at them a solemn glance. The heart of the doctors simultaneously tightened. They could only unwillingly walk out of the medicinal hall with their heads lowered. Zay, go warn these doctors. None of them are allowed to spread word that this senior is Huangfu He. If even the tiniest bit of rumor leaked out, my Xiao sect would definitely not easily forgive them. Xiao Tianen said with a dreary voice. If this information really got out, it will certainly instigate a huge uproar. It would be natural that countless people would come here to get diagnosed and perhaps even those super sects would be attracted here. I understand. Xiao Zhe withdrew with quick steps. There were two people left in the room, Xiao Tianen and Yun Qi. Xiao Tianen treaded lightly and carefully walked toward him. He found that genius doctor was currently holding Xiao Luocheng's wrist with his eyes closed, without any movements at all. He forced himself to be patient and waited for a long time, but finally couldn't hold back and spoke. Senior, about my son's injuries. Yun Qi opened his eyes and removed his hand from Xiao Luocheng's body. He stroked his beard and said, the broken arm doesn't matter much, and the injuries, meridians, and profound vein are also only small matters. But for the profound strength, he'll have to start over and cultivate it from the very beginning. Injuries this severe was unexpectedly only considered small matters from this genius doctor mouth. Even though Xiao Beikao had told him earlier that these kind of injuries could only be seen as a light injury in the eyes of genius doctors at this level, Xiao Tianen's heart still cramped for a while. He thought in his heart, as expected of a genius doctor that was considered top-notch even in the Divine Phoenix Empire. His realm was entirely not something that ordinary people could possibly imagine. Go and find a few people that understand herbal medicine and help me fetch a few types of medicinal herbs. Yun Qi swung his hand with the posture of an expert. Certainly, Our sect already possesses a medicinal garden. Moreover, we also have a heritage of 1,000 years and hundreds of years of accumulated stock. Unless it's something too precious, it's possible to find everything in our sect. Not long after, Xiao Tianan brought 6 people with him and rushed back. Yun Qi stroked his beard and said with leisure, "A piece of warm net jade that's at least 250 grams, with purity over 8.5 out of 10, 3 petals of purple heart lotus, 1 stalk of dragon's blood ginger that's over 20 years in age, 50 drops of morning dew, 10 stalks of phoenix liver grass, 1.5 kilos of mud from deep water." Altogether, Yun Qi named over a dozen materials in a row and then warned with a serious tone. All of these materials are indispensable. The amount can only be more and not less, and the age can only be higher yet not lower. Bring them to me within an hour. Oh, and also, fetch me a box of silver needles. Xiao Tianan secretly sighed a breath of relief. Although he had asked for many things, they were all not very rare, and the sect had large amounts of them in stock. With a wave of his hand, he made the people he brought to go fetch with top speed. In less than half an hour, all the items that Yun Qi requested were brought together. He stood up and said, "I'm borrowing your medicinal pellet furnace. Furthermore, I do not like to be disturbed when refining medicine. All of you, the further away you are, the better." Yes, yes, this junior will definitely remember senior's words. Xiao Tianan hastily nodded. His respectful mannerism made those disciples that came to deliver medicinal materials dumbfoundedly stare. After Yun Qi had gone into the medicinal pellet room, Xiao Tianan made over a dozen disciples stand guard 30 steps away, as to prevent anyone from going near. As he went in, he didn't come out even after 4 hours, and at this time Xiao Beikao came back. "How was it? Did you acquire any reliable information?" Xiao Tianan asked. Xiao Beikao nodded and said with a lowered voice, "Black Moon Merchant Guild used the 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman to contact the main guild within Divine Phoenix Empire, and received news that the eccentric god Hand had already disappeared a year ago from the Divine Phoenix area, and no one had spotted him for an entire year. It was said that he could be traveling and visiting the other countries. It can't be wrong. This person is undoubtedly Xiongfu He. Phew, that's great, that's truly great." Xiao Tianan let out a long breath of relief and then cautiously asked, "You didn't let Black Moon Merchant Guild notice anything, did you?" Xiao Beikao spoke. "Sect Master can be at ease. They definitely did not. I used the young Sect Master's injuries as the reason to seek the famous medical saint Xiongfu He and went to buy the information. Right now, everyone inside New Moon City knows about young Sect Master's injuries, so Black Moon Merchant Guild wouldn't be suspicious at all. They also definitely wouldn't expect that Xiongfu He actually came to New Moon City. How is young Sect Master's injuries now? Has Xiongfu He already begun to save him?" Before Xiao Tianan even answered, the medicinal hall's door was already pushed open as Yun Qi walked out with slow steps. The two frantically went up and greeted him. With a face full of hope, Xiao Tianan said, "Senior, about my son's injuries. He'll wake up in half a cup of tea's time. Go ask him yourself. I'll need to rest for a bit. Arrange me a room that's quiet enough. In addition, get someone to prepare a pot of heart-refreshing tea and bring it to me along with a meal. When I'm in my room without my instructions, no one is allowed to arbitrarily disturb me. Oh, also, this little fella's body is currently too weak. Without my instructions, don't give him anything to eat. Keep that in mind." Both Xiao Tianan and Xiao Beikao nodded like chicks pecking rice grains. They firmly memorized Yun Qi's words and didn't dare to even miss a single word. Then, they immediately ordered people to prepare a room for Yun Qi. As they walked into the medicinal pellet room, they discovered that Xiao Luocheng had indeed regained consciousness. "Father," as he saw Xiao Tianan walk in, Xiao Luocheng shifted his body and emitted an extremely rough voice. Xiao Tianan hastily walked over, and as he was just about to speak, he surprisingly discovered that the color on Xiao Luocheng's face was unexpectedly much better than before. At the very least, it wasn't a paper-like ghastly white color, but had a little bit of a blood color. His entire left arm was completely wrapped up with a layer of very thick medicinal paste and emitted an extremely pungent smell. "Luocheng, how do you feel right now? Do you feel any better?" Xiao Luocheng moved his lips, and the pain that came from this body caused the muscles on his face to slightly cramp. "Left arm very painful." "What? You said your left arm hurts? Your left arm really hurts?" After hearing Xiao Cheng's words, Xiao Beikao lost his composure and shouted, Xian Tianan was first dumbfounded for a moment, but was also able to immediately understand right after. Xiao Luocheng's left arm was broken into dozens of pieces, and the nerves and meridians were entirely broken along with it, so it was virtually impossible for him to feel pain anymore. Yet now, he actually had said that his left arm was hurting. Xiao Tianan's facial expressions immediately became one of excitement, and he quickly grabbed Xiao Luocheng's right wrist. After a few short breaths of time, he fiercely stood up and was unexpectedly feverish to the point of not knowing what to do with his hands and feet. This. The meridians of Luocheng's left arms are actually unobstructed in a few places, and all the broken bones are also connected together. The broken meridians of his upper body also feel to be faintly alive. How is this possible? Xiao Beika was extremely shocked as he heard his words and also quickly pinched Xiao Luocheng's right wrist. After examining for some time, he yelled out loud, "Genius doctor! No, a medical saint? As expected of a medical saint." In just a mere 4 hours, he was actually able to recover a grave injury that originally couldn't be healed to such an extent. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I absolutely wouldn't believe that this degree of divine-like medical skill existed in this world. I had originally thought that my own medical skills are already considered brilliant. Seeing this eccentric god hand's healing expertise with my own eyes, I finally understand that in these years, I was virtually looking at the sky while sitting in a well. Sect Master, like I've said before, not only would young Sect Master fully recover, but may even profit from this disaster. That's great. That's truly great. Xiao Tianan couldn't control the joyfulness on his face no matter how much he tried, and the last bit of suspicion in his heart about this eccentric god hand's identity also vanished without a trace. Suppressing his excitement, he said to Xiao Luocheng, "Luocheng, be at ease, your injuries will definitely be healed." Xiao Luocheng's face was full of pain. After a long while, he finally squeezed out a few words with difficulty. "If I don't get revenge, I vow that I'm not human anymore." Heh, Xiao Tianan laughed with ease. "That Yun Qi is nothing but a lowlife. To kill him is virtually no different from squashing an ant. I had at first wanted to destroy him myself, but I've now changed my mind. This debt, Luocheng should personally repay it. Even though your meridians and profound veins are entirely shattered, you don't need to worry about anything anymore. Your father here has already found the most amazing genius doctor in this profound sky continent for you. Under his hands, all of your injuries, even including your meridians and profound veins, can be fully recovered. Moreover, this genius doctor also knows the divine technique, the one-finger profound opening. If you could get on his good side, he can easily make your aptitude better than before. Not long after, you'll be able to take revenge with your own hands. When you meet him, you must respectfully call him Senior Huangfu. You must treat him with respect, with even more respect than if you are to meet the Grand Elder. If you truly can get on his good side, then this grave injury of yours is not a disaster, but a great fortune. A great fortune that's enough to let you excel in Xiao Sect's main sect. When that time comes, perhaps you may even want to thank that Yun Qi brat." After eating lunch, Yun Qi fell into a comfortable sleep in the guest room arranged by the Xiao sect. He had not gotten much rest after tossing and turning in bed the previous night, thus made this sleep particularly deep and allowed him to sleep until the sun had set. Since he had specifically instructed earlier that no one was to disturb him, no one had come in this period of rest. "Where did you learn the art of healing and disguise?" As soon as Yun Qi had risen from his bed, Jasmine's voice came from his mind. "Of course it was from my master. My previous master." Although many years had already passed since his master's demise, when he thought of his teacher, Yun Qi was still unable to completely release his grief. The child wishes to be filial, yet his parent has passed away. He had always been subjected to this kind of feeling. This has also become Yun Qi's greatest lifetime regret, as well as something that gnawed at his heart. Normally, the art of disguise uses air to transform, and can fool someone whose profound strength is lower than one's own. But someone whose profound strength that exceeds one's own will immediately see through it. Yet you are able to keep the entire Xiao sect in the dark. Jasmine's voice was full of surprise and puzzlement. He, my disguise technique doesn't even have the least bit of correlation with profound strength. Don't even mention Xiao Tianan, who's in the Earth Profound realm. Even Sky and Emperor Profound practitioners would also never see through it. However, if I were to run into a fellow veteran, then the same cannot be said. Yun Qi stepped down from the bed and stretched his body before the window. A wisp of an evil smirk slowly spread across the corners of his mouth. First, I'll let you guys rejoice for a few days. Then afterwards, you guys will naturally weep somberly under a sky of chaos and darkness. Hehe, even if you beat Xiao Tianan to death. There was no way that he would have anticipated that the Yun Qi he had sworn to torture to death would actually be inside his Xiao sect, and also be addressed as senior by him, and be waited upon in the same way he would treat his ancestor. Once Yun Qi stepped out of the room, he immediately saw Xiao Tianan pacing back and forth nearby. When Xiao Tianan spotted him, his face immediately revealed a joyous expression. He quickly walked over to Yun Qi and spoke with incomparable respect. "Senior, did you had a good rest? If there's anything you need to say, please do not hesitate to say so." Yun Qi knew that after seeing Xiao Luocheng's condition, Xiao Tianan would definitely be more respectful than before. He chuckled and nodded his head while saying, "I slept pretty well. I have not been up a mountain for quite some time now, so the mountain air is refreshing. Let's go and see how the little fella's doing." As though he had heard the sounds of heaven, Xiao Tianan promptly responded and quickly led the way, making a beeline towards the medicinal hall. While on the way to the medicinal hall, they encountered the Xiao sect's disciples, who immediately greeted Yun Qi with respect. It was evident that Xiao Tianan had already explained that this was an extremely prestigious guest who must be received with the greatest of courtesy. Of course, the identity of this genius doctor was something he would never let the disciples know. The fewer who knew, the better. After reaching the medicinal hall, a clear-headed Xiao Luocheng revealed a grateful expression upon seeing Yun Qi and started struggling to rise to his feet. He attempted to bow to him as a weak and sincere voice escaped from his mouth. "Junior Xiao Luocheng, thanks Senior Genius Doctor for saving my life and gracing me with the chance of rebirth. Haha, it's the thought that counts. With your body like this, don't move about too much." Yun Qi laughed benevolently as he stood by the bedside. "Come, let me take a look at your veins." After which, he reached out his hand and pinched Xiao Luocheng's right wrist. Immediately after, his face lost all semblance of a smile as his expression became darker and darker. This drastic change in his expression immediately caused Xiao Tianan and Xiao Beikao to grow extremely nervous. Just as he was unable to resist the urge to ask, he saw Yun Qi move his hand from Xiao Luocheng's wrist as he cursed in a fit of rage. "Didn't Daddy here specifically warn you time and again that you absolutely must not feed him anything without my instructions? Did you think of Daddy's words as nothing more than just the wind passing through your ears?" Xiao Tianan and Xiao Beikao simultaneously exchanged looks. Xiao Tianan took a small step forward and spoke while trembling in fear. "Senior, is this Junior's wife's eagerness to dote on her child. She thought that such a heavy injury would be extremely taxing on one's body and should have a bit of nourishment. Added with Luocheng's complaints of hunger, it then caused my humble wife to simmer a bowl of chicken soup. Absolutely disgraceful." Yun Qi suddenly exclaimed in a burst of anger as he swung his hands about. "What eagerness to dote on your child? You people are trying to murder him. This Daddy here wasted the entire morning brewing the medicine, and any effect the medicine would have had been FC King taken away by this bowl of chicken soup. This also caused the utterly broken profound veins to swell up. With these two damages at such a degree, the treating this injury is practically 10 times more troublesome than before. Simply absurd. Forget it, Daddy here won't treat your son any longer. Go find whomever you want to treat it." With every word that came out of Yue Qi's mouth, Xiao Tianan's face only became paler and paler. Immediately after Yue Qi finished speaking, Xiao Tianan's entire body began to tremble. He was so shaken by what Yun Qi had said that he nearly kneeled down on the floor. Xiao Tianan promptly stepped forward and pulled Yun Qi. His panicked voice immediately pleaded, Senior, please calm down. It was this Junior's ignorance. I was unable to properly instruct my wife. This was entirely my fault. As long as Senior calms down, this Junior is willing to accept any punishment. I will guarantee that such a thing will never happen again. Senior, it was all this Junior's ignorance. But my son has done nothing wrong, and at present his injuries are extremely severe. If Senior does not help him, then he will certainly be crippled for life. I beg Senior to be merciful, save my son. Humph, ignorance. How can you possibly call this ignorance? This is obviously stupidity. And you dare say that your son has done nothing wrong. I'm saving him, yet the one harming him is you. Good thing I found out early. If I had heedlessly slept for a few more hours, this son of yours would be completely finished right here. If your son had died then, you would have been no better than an animal. Since my words had been taken for granted, why bother asking me to treat him? Why don't you go save him yourself? Yun Qi's face was flushed red with anger as he spat at Xiao Tianen and berated the master of the magnificent Xiao sect with a stream of curses. Each subsequent sentence was harsher and vulgar than the one before. Yun Qi was only a step away from cursing the 18 generations of his ancestors. As New Moon City's most influential figure, Xiao Tianen had never been scolded this badly before. Yet at this moment, he respectfully bowed his head like a grandson and did not retort with a single word. He was doubtful when Xiao Beikao said that this eccentric god hand had a short fuse, but any of that doubt had long since been blown away. Without a hint of the elegant demeanor of a genius doctor, the elegant and scholarly-like doctor from before was now practically like a shrew who cursed on the streets. This scolding from Yun Qi was like eating a good meal. It invigorated his entire body. He had got to hurl all sorts of abuse at the leader of a big sect without restraint, while only being at the first level of the nascent profound realm, and Xiao Tianen had not dared to even retort at all. Only those who have experienced this kind of pleasure would understand this kind of feeling. This genius doctor finally appeared to be worn out from scolding and finally rested his case. After staring at Xiao Luocheng for a moment, he suddenly sighed. "Forget it, this kid and I can also be considered to be fated. Even though you and your group of fools have dropped this pile of shit on me, in most cases, I would usually just slip away and leave you to your troubles, but..." Yun Qi silently stared at Xiao Luocheng with a somewhat baffled expression. His gaze held a hint of sadness and kind benevolence. "This kid is really too similar if compared to my little grandson when he was young." Indeed too similar. "Kid, your name is..." "Xiao Luocheng?" Xiao Luocheng nodded and respectfully answered, "Yes, this junior is named Xiao Luocheng. Back then, that little grandson of mine was also called Huangfu Cheng. Both of you have Cheng in your names. This truly is coincidental. Truly is coincidental. But what a pity, even though I possess medical prowess that can pierce the heavens, I can't revive that grandson of mine. But now that I've met you, I can't help but think of that little grandson of mine and my memories from back then." As Yun Qi spoke, his voice also became softer and softer, as if he was caught up in old memories. His expression became more and more sullen, as a thin layer of mist slowly formed over his eyes. Hearing Yun Qi's promise to continue treating Xiao Luocheng, Xiao Tianen was overjoyed at this unexpected good news. At least he had not endured that beratement for nothing. Listening to his following words, his heart was suddenly moved, and he sighed out. Senior's little grandson, he was surely an exceptional genius without peer. Yes. The genius doctor seemed to be immersed in his memories like before. A cloudy look came over his eyes as he spoke with an emotional voice. "But what a pity heaven is jealous of the elite. At the age of 16, my little grandson had already come to a premature end, and it just happens that he was around this kid's age. It was because of my little grandson's passing that I painstakingly studied the art of healing, but sadly, time cannot flow backwards. Even if I improved my medical skills any further, it would still be impossible to save him." Xiao Tianen's heart was abruptly stirred. He forcefully swallowed his saliva and cautiously probed. "My son Luocheng and your noble grandson are similar in appearances. Their names are similar, and even their ages are similar to his back then. This is simply a fate destined by the heavens. Since Senior misses his grandson so much and can't forget the grief from back then, why don't you let Luocheng recognize you as his godgrandfather? On one hand, this may ease your longing for your grandson. On the other hand, Luocheng is also gravely injured at the moment. If Luocheng can make a full recovery, wouldn't this happen to settle your regret for not being able to treat your grandson back then? Lastly, Senior has graced Luocheng with the kindness of rebirth. Luocheng is a pure and good child. He will definitely be as filial to you as he would treat his real grandfather. So, what does Senior think? Damn, this Xiao Tianen is seriously too F-seeking smart. All he needed was a little hint. Yun Qi greatly praised in his mind. As he heard these words, the genius doctor's entire body shook, and his entire body started to gently tremble in excitement. What did you say? What you just said? Do you really mean it?" There was nothing Xiao Tianen did not understand after seeing the genius doctor's reaction. A great happiness sprung forth in his heart as he promptly exclaimed, "Luocheng, hurry up and greet Grandpa." Xiao Luocheng certainly knew what he had to do now. He laboriously lifted his upper body, looked at Xianxia, and enthusiastically yelled, "Grandpa, what did you call me?" The genius doctor's body shook once more as his lips also started to tremble. "Grandpa, as long as Grandpa does not mind, from now on I'll be your grandson." Xiao Luocheng shouted with complete sincerity. "Good, good." The genius doctor's entire body dramatically shook, as two uncontrollable teardrops dripped from his eyes. He reached out his trembling hands and rested them on Xiao Luocheng's shoulders as he excitedly replied, good grandson, rest assured your illness, Grandpa will definitely cure it for you. This will definitely not be like what had happened that year. Good grandson. My good grandson." The more the genius doctor spoke, the more excited he became. A distinct stream of tears suspended on his face. If this world had an Oscars award, to not award it to Xianxia would practically be going against God's wishes. To call your enemy grandson, whilst the other party respectfully called you grandpa, what kind of feeling would this be? It was better to say that only those who have experienced this would understand it. At the same time, Xiao Tianan and Xiao Beikao were also that happy and gratified. Who would have thought that Xiao Luocheng would actually resemble this eccentric god Han's grandson, and thereby succeeded in making him his god-grandfather? This simply was an enormous amount of good luck. With this recognition as his grandfather, the wounds on his body were absolutely not even the slightest of problems anymore. After treating the wounds, it was only logical that he would help Xiao Luocheng open his profound entrances. Not only that, to be such a highly skilled doctor, his medicine-refining skills were bound to be second to none in this world. Any medicine that came from him would undoubtedly be hard to find, and the efficacy would be against heaven's will. To have Xiao Luocheng be his grandson, how could he not go all out in his generosity? Xiao Tianan's entire heart blossomed with happiness. He could almost already see Xiao Luocheng fully healed and proudly laughing in the main sect. He even saw himself following behind his meteoric success, even so much that this little branch sect would completely merge into the main sect. On the other hand, Xiao Beikao was also extremely excited, so much that he unceasingly said, "Congratulations, sect master. Congratulations, young master Xiao. Congratulations, senior Huangfu, for getting such a good grandson." This is definitely a major occasion. Sect master, since this is such a joyous occasion, once young master Xiao's injuries are treated, we must definitely celebrate for a day. Ha 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 ha, how can one day be enough? We would need at least an entire 3 days. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Tianan laughed heartily as he spoke. Grandpa, this grandson will kowtow for you. Xiao Luocheng thoughtfully struggled to try and get up. Even though each movement caused unbearable pain, he struggled and resisted like before and prostrated himself before Xianxia. Don't. Xianxia promptly supported him using his shoulder and spoke with a face of self-reproach. Good grandson, the wounds on your body are not light. You absolutely must not move about too much. It's not too late to pay respects when you have fully recovered. All that matters is if you have the heart. It's fine, no need for Grandpa to worry. Even if I am injured, I can still kowtow for Grandpa, Xiao Luocheng said as he gritted his teeth with a stubborn face. Heh. Senior Huangfu, Luocheng's mind is obsessed with being filial, and even more so, has a heart full of gratitude. Just let him kowtow. Furthermore, he has already recognized you as grandfather. This kowtow is also necessary. When Xiao Tianan had just finished speaking, Xiao Luocheng already lowered his head. On the bed, he forcibly exerted himself and gave Xianxia a kowtow. When he raised his head, his complexion had already become deathly white from the pain. Yo. Good grandson, you truly are my good grandson, Xianxia said as he hurriedly helped Xiao Luocheng up with a face full of adoration. Once this grandpa-grandson relation was recognized, the remaining affairs would be much more manageable. The genius doctor, who originally wanted to pat his bottom and leave, once again took another serious look at the condition of Xiao Luocheng's profound veins and said with a cautious look, after this turn of events, to fully recover now would certainly be a little more troublesome. Go and call for the servant who gathered the medicines previously. I need to refine the medicine again. This junior here is none other than the chief elder of the medicine hall. I am the most familiar and knowledgeable with every kind of medicinal ingredients in the sect. Senior can just go ahead and instruct me. Xiao Beikao bowed and said, his intent was very obvious. He thought that if he was a helper here, He may be able to see a bit of this genius doctor's medical expertise with his own eyes, and maybe even learn a thing or two while he was at it. Amen, Xianxia nodded. Then you better remember well 2 or 3 40-year-old purple heart misty flower wood, a piece of bloody sunflower essence, a block of scarlet spirit jade that's at least 9 out of 10 in purity, 2 strains of the 180-year-old ice-cold snow ginseng, 3 strains of 12-year-old burning net orchid. In one breath, Xianxia consecutively named 16 kinds of medicinal ingredients in succession, and named one of every kind. Xiao Beikao stared blankly for a while. When Xianxia finished speaking, he was already thoroughly stupefied in place. He didn't know whether to nod or not to nod. Even though all these medicinal ingredients could be considered precious, the accumulation from his branch sect's many years of saving could easily take them all out. But the problem was that these medicinal ingredients Xianxia wanted were all prescribed down to a specific age. Seeing Xiao Beikao look stupefied while standing there, Xianxia's eyes slanted as he asked, "What? These are all not any rare or strange things. To a sect that exceeded 1,000 years, they ought to be easily obtained." "We have them, of course we have them," Xiao Beikao promptly said. "But about their age." "Oh, I nearly forgot to remind you about this." Xianxia's expression became solemn and said seriously, "These medicinal herbs that I requested just a moment ago, there must not be any deviation in their age. Well, if they really cannot be found, deviating a year or two should also be barely acceptable. But the effects shall be many times weaker. A difference in the age of medicinal herbs might not seem like that much of a difference, but even if it's a disparity of a month, there will be a substantial difference in its accumulated essence of nature. High-quality refined medicine are extremely harsh on the age requirement of the medicinal ingredient. For those extremely hard to refine usual medicine, the age requirements of their medicinal ingredients are even stricter down to the month. So go quickly." Xianxia's invented crazy nonsense immediately scared Xiao Beikao into a blank stare. He secretly told himself that this eccentric god-hand's thinking was just too different. His requirements toward medicine were actually so harsh that he himself was practically just a quack if they were to be compared. He humbly bowed with a face full of shame. "Senior's instructions, this junior will bear that in mind. It's just that even if this junior knows very little about the methods of gathering and refining medicine, and is so familiar with what I have heard about the medicinal herbs in the sect that I could repeat them in detail. This age requirement for the medicine. Not to mention him, even the Xiao Tianan beside him had been shocked into a daze. All the necessary medicinal herbs' age had to be precise. Who the FCK could even discern that? 1,000 years, 100 years, and a decade could still be considered discernible. But between a dozen years and a few decades, aren't they all the same? Let alone talk about the precision to the year. Xianxia's eyes were wide open as he replied with knitted eyebrows. "Didn't you claim to be the chief elder of the sect's medicine hall? How could you possibly not know the most basic of medicinal knowledge?" Xiao Beikao lowered his head and bitterly smiled. "Senior in this continent, your medical expertise is actually immense. This junior simply cannot compare with it. If there's a huge difference in maturity, this junior can barely distinguish them. But to be so precise to the very year or even a few months, this junior is simply incapable of accomplishing this." Xianxia thought for a while and then stood up. Fine. I should just personally gather them." After speaking, he paused, and then waved his hands once again. "Oh, forget about it. The place where a sect stores their medicinal ingredients will certainly be the sect's #1 place of importance, and it's possible that only a few of the sect's own members are qualified to enter, so it would be even more impossible for outsiders to enter. Even I understand this customary rule." Originally, Xiao Tianan was instinctively conflicted toward the genius doctor's proposition to personally visit the sect's treasury. It was because the sect's treasury was one of the biggest secretive areas of the sect. Even inside the branch sect, there were only 5 who had the qualifications to enter. There were 2 keys to the treasury altogether. One was with Xiao Beikao, and the other with Xiao Tianan. But listening to Xianxia speak in this way, his conflict instead vanished without a trace. He thought in his heart that this person was the eccentric god hand. What kind of realm was he at? In his eyes, the treasures in his treasury would probably be no different from trash. Furthermore, his reason for going to the treasury was also to save Xiao Luocheng. Moreover, he was worthy to be called a master. To even be this respectful toward this little sect of his, as expected of a master's demeanor, it was truly admirable. Immediately afterwards, he hurriedly said, "No, no, Senior is too serious. Although the sex treasury is an important place, it merely is protected against vile characters. Senior is a talented master. How could it be possible that you would covet things from our little branch sect? Moreover, my son Luocheng had just acknowledged Senior as his god-grandfather, so now you are also my sect's family. Since we're all family, and this is also for my son Luocheng, what harm is there in entering my treasury?" "Yes, yes." Xiao Beikao also spoke immediately afterwards. "This junior is incompetent. If Senior doesn't personally go, I reckon that these medicinal ingredients still won't be completely gathered by tomorrow. It would make Senior wait in vain and worsen young sect master's injury." The treasury was an important place that only those with the rank of an elder may enter, and entering also required the consent of Xiao Tianan first. Xiao Beikao followed. Nevertheless, it was still the first time the two asked an outsider to enter the treasury, yet they did not feel the slightest bit uncomfortable or thought that it was inappropriate. After all, he was the eccentric god hand. To enter your treasury was even giving you face. Yun Qi pretended to think for a while and then nodded. "That's fine too. However, even though I am somewhat grateful of your trust in me, there is a saying that you must firmly remember. Always be on guard with others. I've only arrived at your sect for a single day, yet you are letting me enter your treasury alone. Even if it's for my grandson's injuries, it's still too hasty and reckless. How about this? Beikao, you follow me during the entire process of retrieving medicine. Also, even though I've lived for a few hundred years, I've never really cultivated my profound strength. Until now, I'm only at the nascent profound realm. Furthermore, I'm not carrying any spatial rings on my body either. Xiao sect can find out by probing with profound energy. I'm saying this to let you rest assured and give myself a peace of mind." Nascent profound realm, no spatial rings, meant that it was impossible to take anything even if he wanted to steal from the treasury. Even if one took something, it would be impossible to not get noticed with such an insignificant profound strength, and it was more so impossible to escape. After these words were spoken, the insides of both Xiao Tianan and Xiao Beikao's hearts were moved, and their admiration toward this genius doctor's uptight integrity rose to the extreme. While moved, Xiao Tianan said, "Even though this is the first time we've met, this junior's admiration and gratefulness toward Senior exceeds that of anyone I've ever met in my entire life. This junior would rather doubt myself than to ever doubt Senior. Say no more. Beikao, you must follow me the entire way and mustn't be more than 3 steps away from me. Although I was often erratic throughout my entire life, I am still a clean and honest person who does not allow a single spot of taint. My grandson's injury can't be delayed anymore. Let us go right away." "Yes, yes," Xiao Beikao answered as he took Yun Qi straight toward the branch sect's treasury. After Xiao Beikao and the genius doctor left, Xiao Tianan sat on the edge of Xiao Luocheng's bed. Looking at Xiao Luocheng's miserable state right now, he unexpectedly didn't have the slightest hint of worry, but instead had a face brimming with joy. "Luocheng, this time you'll have to greatly thank that Yun Qi. Do you know what kind of person this genius doctor is? It's even enough to scare you if I say it out. He can be considered as the #1 genius doctor of this profound sky continent. Even though he doesn't belong to any sects or clans, he had saved countless masters and experts. The people who wanted to get on his good side altogether isn't weaker than any sect in the Blue Wind Empire. He is now your god-grandfather. He'll naturally support you from now on. By that time, even if you are in the main sect, they too will treat you like a treasure. If you can build a good relationship with this eccentric god hand, it would be like having one more. No, more than just one more life." Xiao Luocheng also had an expression full of excitement on his face, and even the pain on his body felt refreshing while hurting him. He clutched his right fist and spoke as he clenched his teeth. "No need for father to worry. Since I look like his grandson, I have ways to firmly grasp this Huangfu he. As for that Yun Qi, I indeed will thank him greatly. What father said was right. I should take revenge with my own hands. At that time, I'll cripple his hands and feet and shatter all of his bones. I'll destroy all of his meridians and profound veins. I'll make his life more miserable than death." Xiao Luocheng grew up in the lavish admiration of others, and never before had he suffered this kind of humiliation and transgression. Although he brought his current condition onto himself, it wouldn't stop his hatred toward Yun Qi from seeping deep down into his marrow. This was one of the reasons why Yun Qi deliberately visited here to finish him off, after he had failed to kill him with the heavy blow from before. To let a snake live after beating it was sinful, and to release a tiger back to the mountain will bring misfortune onto one's own family. This was the creed he firmly engraved into his heart after experiencing countless situations of life and death. The branch sex treasury was located below the medicinal hall. Not only was it covert, it also had an entire 7 lines of defense. The treasury's main gate was a stone gate of over 3 meters tall. Xiao Beikao pushed a oddly patterned round plate into a slot next to the stone gate and slowly turned it. Instantly, the stone door slowly started to rose upwards, accompanied by a deafening rumble. This sound was enough to clearly transmit to the surface, which notified people nearby that someone had entered the treasury. There were 3 of these kinds of stone gates, and each one of them were approximately a foot thick. The sound of each door opening was even more louder than the previous one. If someone uninvited came, just opening the gate would be enough to alarm almost half of the sect. With the 3 doors open, a wide tunnel appeared in front of them. Xiao Beikao said while bowing, "Senior Huangfu, please." Yun Qi was also no longer modest and walked ahead with big strides. At the same time, he still didn't forget to remind him, "You mustn't be 3 steps away from me. HMPH, I wouldn't want anyone to chatter false rumors about me." Xiao Beikao agreed with his mouth, but he made a wry smile in his heart. Think about it, who was this senior? Would he even bother stealing things from this little place? Even if he really wanted to, without profound strength and spatial rings, he fundamentally couldn't take away much anyway. As they walked into Xiao's sex treasury, rows and rows of shelves made of black wood appeared in their vision. Xiao Beikao went up and introduced, "These black wood shelves are all used to store medicinal ingredients. The medicinal ingredients that senior needs can all be found here. Furthermore, the elixirs, rare treasures, profound cores, along with different kinds of purple crystals, uncommon metals, precious jade, weapons, armors, and even the sex arts that our sect had gathered through all these years. It can be said that our sect's 1,000 years of accumulation are all secretly stored away here." As he spoke, Xiao Beikao's face gloated with a strong sense of pride. Yun Qi stroked his beard and said indifferently, "With the size of your sect, to have such a stockpile, it's quite good." That's indeed quite good. This daddy here has the medicinal refining skills and treasure that's unrivaled between heaven and earth, yet was bothered by the matter of medicinal materials to the point of weeping without tears. Tusk, the stockpile of a 1,000-year-old sect. I certainly didn't come here in vain. The treasury was very large and had at least a few thousand square meters of space. Yun Qi walked straight toward the medicinal herb storage area. He stood right next to a huge row of black wood drawer shelves. With a sniff of his nose, he spoke right away. The 4th drawer from the top in front, positioned to the right of the drawer, are 2 pieces of 36-year-old blood sunflower essence. Take out 1 piece. Xiao Beikao became dumbstruck on the spot. The labels of these black wood drawers that stored medicinal materials were all hidden on the signboard that was positioned at the very top. If one didn't pull the signboard down with their hands, it was impossible to read what was written on there. There were over 1,000 different types of medicinal ingredients here, and even Xiao Beikao, who most frequented here, only knew the approximate position of most medicinal ingredients. If he didn't pull the signboard down, it would be difficult for him to accurately locate them. Yet this genius doctor from at least 2 steps away, who faced the forest of tightly closed black wood drawers, was actually able to yell out the medicinal ingredients stored within. Xiao Beikao went forward and opened the drawer. Sure enough, the blood sunflower essence was in there. Even though he knew this eccentric god hand's medical skills pierced the heavens, he was still severely shocked and was more so convinced to the extreme. He quietly exclaimed that a genius doctor truly was a genius doctor, and he'll never reach this realm in his entire life. Yun Qi walked through almost half of the medicinal ingredients storage area and collected around 70 or 80% of the required materials while not opening a single drawer during that process. Yet the required medicinal materials position and age he spoke of were right on point. Xiao Beikao's admiration and astonishment inside his heart grew deeper with every portion of medicinal ingredient he was told to fetch. He was the dignified head elder of New Moon City's largest sect's medicinal hall. Yet when scuttling behind Yun Qi with his back hunched and carefully following his orders to fetch medicine, he himself didn't feel that it was inappropriate in the slightest. Rather, he felt that it was a kind of honor. The medicinal materials are just about right. Where are the spirit jades stored? Xianxia said after he finished selecting the medicinal materials. While carrying the black wood box that was filled with medicinal ingredients, Xiao Beikao walked in front of Xianxia and said respectfully, "Spirit jades are usually stored together with precious artifacts in the innermost area of the treasury." After he finished speaking, Xiao Beikao brought Xianxia to the deepest part of the treasury. The deeper they went, the thicker the spiritual aura's concentration. What stored the precious jades was no longer black wood, but was instead cold jade, which was more than several dozen times rarer and more valuable than black wood. At least 100 cold jade shelves were displayed in front of Xianxia, and just these 100 cold jade shelves were already invaluable. There's actually the smell of purple-veined heaven crystal, and the purity is identical to the one in the hall earlier. I assume it to be the same piece. Yes, it is exactly the same piece. Our sect is only a small sect. To have a small piece of purple-veined heaven crystal is already extremely difficult. Xiao Beikao nodded, and at the same time the admiration inside his heart was even more so, incapable of increasing any further. Medicinal ingredients had smells that could be identified, but the spiritual aura of precious crystals and spirit jades were not concrete like the medicinal materials smell. With a sniff of his nose, not only was this genius doctor able to recognize the purple-veined heaven crystal, he also was able to even identify its purity. The longer Xiao Beikao was in contact with this genius doctor, the more inferior he felt. He deeply sensed that this genius doctor was simply a huge mountain whose summit was unforeseeable. In front of him, he couldn't even be considered a lump of mud. This piece of purple-veined heaven crystal was originally meant to be used as offering to the main sect at the end of this year, but it had to be taken out for young sect master Xiao's incident. It's fortunate that Senior lent a hand. Senior not only saved our sect's young sect master, but also saved this kind of heavenly treasure. We really don't know how to repay the favor Senior granted us. Xiao Beikao spoke very emotionally. "Oh, you have to offer such valuable treasures to the main sect every year?" Xianxia asked. He knew that the branch sect had to contribute offerings to the main sect. However, this kind of heavenly treasure like the purple-veined heaven crystal was extremely difficult to acquire, even for the 4 major sects. If they had to contribute things of this level every single year, it would be just too harsh. That's actually not the case. The main sect established that contributions of over 100,000 purple profound coins was enough. The main sect will grant us pellets of the best quality that were refined in the main sect every year. The more we contribute, the more the main sect would give back. Sometimes, there were even high-grade profound skills and precious artifacts. One year, 100,000 purple profound coins. Xianxia slightly gasped in secret. This Xiao sect was virtually a F-seeking blood-sucking vampire. However, these branch sects must still obediently turn in contributions. Otherwise, without the main sect's pellets and return gifts, the sect will slowly deteriorate. If even the title, Xiao sect's branch sect, was removed, then these branch sect wouldn't even have anything to back them up anymore. When speaking of high-grade precious artifacts, Xiao Beikao remembered something. He turned around and pointed toward a pale white long sword that was in the center of the weapon rack behind him, and said with a proud face, "Senior, please look, this sword's name is Tiger Soul, and is the #1 valuable treasure that the main sect had granted us over these years. It also is the only earth-profound artifact inside this New Moon City, and was extremely rare even in the main sect. Rumor has it that it was personally smithed by the head elder of swordsmithing. The sword's body was infused with a earth-profound white tiger profound core's power along with the not-yet-scattered soul, and can easily slice open protective profound artifacts below the earth-profound realm. If brandished with profound energy, one can even faintly hear a tiger's roar. Sect Master has always considered this as one of the most precious treasures in these recent years, and was unwilling to even use it himself. He had only hoped to gift it to young Sect Master on his big wedding day, so young Sect Master would become a tiger that has grown wings. This Tiger Soul sword had a sword length of 3 feet and 3 inches. The entire sword's body was white, yet it was not a glimmering white like that of a piece of jade, but was instead a type of bizarre pale white. The sword's body was not regular and was slightly distorted. Under a closer look, it looked as if it was made by assembling tiger bones together piece by piece. Even though he was very far away, he could faintly feel that the sword's body was emitting a kind of hostile aura that made one extremely uncomfortable. And this was actually an earth-profound sword, It indeed is quite a good sword. Xianxia stared at the Tiger Soul sword and slowly nodded. Since even Senior said that young sect master would definitely like it a lot when the time comes, replied Xiao Beikao. After he made Xiao Beikao fetch a piece of extremely pure scarlet spirit jade and a piece of water spirit jade, all of the required materials were gathered. Xianxia didn't display the slightest interest in this treasury and cleanly walked toward the treasury's exit. During the entire process, both of his hands had always been behind his back. Everything was fetched by Xiao Beikao. He had never even touched the box. After exiting the treasury, Xianxia rushed straight toward the medicine hall to refine medicine. Xiao Beikao, who stood guard outside, recited everything that happened inside the treasury to Xiao Tianan from beginning to end, and couldn't stop praising his godlike ability of identifying medicine through drawers along with his breathtaking integrity of not touching anything. Xiao Tianan, however, calmly smiled and said, "This is exactly the style of an expert." Moreover, with Heaven-Defying's level and experience, other than the purple-veined heaven crystal, there probably wasn't anything that he found to be worthy in the entire treasury. Speaking of which, I had even doubted his identity as Heaven-Defying. Right now, I absolutely wouldn't believe it even if you tell me that he wasn't Heaven-Defying. Unwittingly, Xianxia had already stayed in Xiao Sect's branch sect for 3 days. In these 3 days, Xiao Tianan and Xiao Luocheng passed every single day in astonishment and joyful surprise. To completely repair entirely shattered meridians, it originally was simply impossible without relying on purple-veined heaven crystals. Even with purple-veined heaven crystals, it wouldn't be possible to do it so flawlessly, and would take at least a period of a few months. But with just 3 days and only 3 days, all of Xiao Luocheng's broken meridians were connected again, and became more and more vigorous. The extent of recovery was so great that it was almost impossible for them to believe, even when they saw it with their own eyes. Toward this genius doctor that descended from the heavens, they deified him even more. The grandpa that came out of Xiao Luocheng's mouth was even more so, smoother and affectionate. It was practically more intimate than him calling his biological grandfather. These past days, Xianxia would head to the treasury at least 3 times a day, and would call Xiao Beikao to follow him every single time. It was the same as usual. He absolutely refused to touch anything, and left right after gathering the materials. "Senior, you see, the injuries of my son's meridians are becoming more stable. I believe that with Senior here, within 1 month, all of his broken meridians would be completely mended. But the injuries to the profound veins, may I ask what Senior has planned?" For 3 consecutive days, all Xianxia healed were the injuries on Xiao Luocheng's arm and meridians, but never touched the shattered profound veins. If the profound veins couldn't be healed, then Xiao Luocheng would only be a cripple, and the longer it was delayed, the harder it was to repair. He didn't have the slightest doubt in this genius Dr. Heaven-Defying's art of healing at this point, but seeing that he still hadn't touched the matter of the hand's profound veins, he couldn't help but to be perturbed inside his heart. After hearing Xiao Tianan's words, Xianxia slightly pondered and said, "Sect Master Xiao, I had originally wanted to start healing the profound veins on his arms on the first day. However, that time Xiao Luocheng had accepted me as his grandfather and became my grandson. As for the matter of profound veins, I'll have to consider some more." "Consider some more? What does Senior mean?" The inside of Xiao Tianan's heart moved about. Xianxia glanced sideways, stroked his beard, and said to Xiao Luocheng with a face full of gentleness, "My grandson, do you wish to become an unparalleled master?" As he said that, both Xiao Luocheng and Xiao Tianan's heart fiercely jumped, and they themselves almost leaped up from the excitement. Xiao Luocheng panikedly nodded. "I do. Of course I do. Grandson wants to even when dreaming." Xianxia slowly nodded and said, "Looking at your current profound veins, your previous level of profound strength ought to be at the 10th level of the nascent profound realm, no. With this kind of strength, you should be considered quite good in the same age group of this little city. However, you have over a world's difference from the level of unparalleled masters. I've seen countless strong youngsters in my life. With the same age as you, some had already even reached the spirit profound realm, and even the earth profound realm." These few sentences of Xianxia's bullshit made Xiao Luocheng and Xiao Tianan vehemently gasp. Having reached the spirit profound realm and earth profound realm with the age of 16 or 17. Does someone like this really exist? Can that even be considered human? That would be simply a monster. Restoring your profound veins can be considered a piece of cake for me. However, you'll then need to start cultivating from the elementary profound realm. But with your grandpa here, after your profound veins are restored, there's a way to let you directly step into the earth profound realm. The few sentences that Xianxia spoke after were like landmines that exploded inside the ears of the father and son with the surname Xiao. It made them stare with their mouths agape. 16 years old, to the earth profound realm right away. If someone else had said this, the Xiao surnamed father and son would surely consider him a madman. However, who was this person? He was the eccentric God Hand, the remarkable man that could be called the #1 genius doctor of the profound sky continent. All of the abilities he had exhibited over these past days had made them stare with wide eyes. How could his words possibly be false? Xiao Luocheng felt so blessed that he was on the verge of fainting. He asked with his trembling lips, "Grandpa, there is really such a way." Heh, does your grandpa here seem to be someone who makes empty promises?" Xianxia kindly smiled. "Under the heavens, only I am able to accomplish this method. And to do so, 2 prerequisites are needed. The first are shattered profound veins. As for the second, what is it?" Xiao Tianan took a step forward and impatiently asked, to reach Earth profound realm at the age of 16. It was never seen or even heard before in this Blue Wind Empire. If it really was achieved, then his son Xiao Luocheng would definitely become the #1 of Blue Wind Empire's younger generation. Moreover, it would be unprecedented, and there wouldn't be anyone that could accomplish this after. Just by thinking about it, he was already feverish to the point of trembling from top to bottom. "A dragon core," Xianxia slowly replied. "Dragon core?" Xiao Tianan was taken aback and then ventured further. "It can't be a dragon's profound core." "That's right." Xianxia nodded and made a seemingly profound gesture as he slowly spoke. "Profound veins are one of heaven's greatest gift to mankind. It has allowed man to possess strength far greater than what they are capable of themselves. But because of the existence of these profound veins, it is necessary for the heavens to impose a set of rules and natural law. Be it a genius or one of mediocre talent, it is necessary for his growth and strength to increase progressively. To go against this would be to rebel against the heavens. However, if your profound veins have been damaged, then they are no longer whole, and it can be said that they no longer have to follow the rules that profound veins must. Currently, my grandson Luocheng has had his profound veins broken and is almost crippled. In order to break this condition, as long as we can obtain a dragon's profound core, then I can find a way to draw out the core's energy and infuse it into his damaged profound veins. I can then repair them once more and let Luocheng start from the beginning with profound veins that are above average. Among the profound beasts, the dragon's profound core energy is the most similar to humans. Therefore, only the dragon profound core will work, and the higher the grade, the better. Of course, Xianxia's words were pure nonsense, but Xiao Tianan and Xiao Luocheng took it all in as if it was heaven's verdict. But was no wonder that they did. After all, these words came out from the eccentric God Hand's own mouth, and the fact that they simply had no idea what they meant was only natural. They only felt that his words were mysteriously profound and incomparably awesome. Yet at the same time, Xiao Tianan's face fell. In this world, for such wonderful secret techniques to exist, but dragons are revered as one of the most respected and powerful creatures, and even the lowest sort of mature dragons are of the sky profound level. Sky profound cores are so priceless that even if it's the main sect, there are only a few, let alone dragon cores. For Luocheng to be able to meet Senior is already a miracle bestowed by the heavens. However, this dragon core that you ask for, it is simply impossible to be found. Ha, Xianxia laughed blandly. Impossible to find? No, in front of your eyes there is already a place where you can seek it out. Not only that, it is even an Emperor Profound Dragon Core. What? Emperor Profound Dragon Core? Xiao Tianan involuntarily shouted in shock. What sort of thing was an Emperor Profound Core? It was something that not even the main sect would dare to covet. To such a minuscule branch sect like theirs, it was even more so a godly item from the legends. As for an Emperor Profound Dragon Core, it could even be said to be the legendary, Divine Emperor Core, that may even allow a practitioner at the pinnacle of the Sky Profound realm to easily break past the bottleneck and step foot into the Emperor Profound realm. Where can I possibly find it? If I can buy it from there, I will definitely get it, even if it means spending the entire sect's fortune. Xiao Tianan spoke agitatedly. Even though this information came personally from the eccentric god hand, Xiao Tianan didn't dare to believe it. How would it be possible for an object miraculous enough to shake the entire Blue Wind Empire to appear in this little New Moon City? Even if it was true, by now, New Moon City should have already been crowded by travelers from all over the land. 4 days ago, when I was passing by the New Moon City branch's Black Moon Merchant Guild, I just happened to catch a whiff of a dragon core, and it was also one of Emperor Profound grade. In my entire life, if the number of high-leveled Profound cores I've worked with does not number 100,000, it would still be around 80,000. It was certainly an Emperor Profound dragon core. At that time, I too did not dare to believe it at first, and even stood at the door for a while more to verify it. Yun Qi took a look at Xiao Tianan's shocked expression and said, "For an Emperor Profound dragon core to emerge from such a tiny New Moon City, it is indeed strange, but seeing that it's from the Black Moon Merchant Guild, it would also be understandable. This Emperor Profound dragon core must have been from the main branch, but as to where it was meant to be sent, that would be a mystery." Xiao Tianan listened while in a daze, and his heart incessantly surged. Xiao Luocheng's eyes were already the size of saucers as he shouted, "Father, Grandpa is the #1 genius doctor in the country. He definitely did not make a mistake. You must find a way to help me obtain that Emperor Profound dragon core. My entire life, and the future of our branch sect completely rests on Grandpa and this Emperor Profound dragon core." The news of Black Moon Merchant Guild actually having an Emperor Profound dragon core also had shocked Xiao Tianan immensely, but he unquestioningly trusted Yun Qi's words. The corner of his mouth twitched as he bitterly muttered, "Since it is Senior's knowledge, then it must not be wrong. But our little New Moon City is simply not worthy of possessing an object as godly as the Emperor Profound dragon core. Perhaps New Moon Merchant Guild's main branch had prepared to sell it to some great being, and is only leaving it at New Moon City temporarily. I am no more than the sect master of a little branch sect that belongs to Xiao sect. Even if I know that the Emperor Profound dragon core is currently in the possession of the Black Moon Merchant Guild, it is also absolutely impossible that they are willing to sell it to me. Even if they're willing to reach a compromise and sell it, it is fundamentally impossible for us to purchase an Emperor Profound dragon core. I've already thought of this aspect." Yun Qi began to fumble his pockets. After rummaging for a long time, he finally procured a shiny purple Profound currency card. The exact one the clerk had given him the first time he had visited the Black Moon Merchant Guild. After placing it onto Xiao Tianan's palm, he indifferently spoke. "Around 30 years ago, Black Moon Merchant Guild's current owner had been ambushed by enemies and sustained heavy injuries after a bitter fight. After narrowly escaping with his life, I nursed him back to health. He had handed me this Profound currency card and claimed that with this Profound currency card, I could buy anything I wanted at the lowest price from any Black Moon Merchant Guild in this continent. For 30 years, I have never used this Profound currency card, but have always brought it with me in case of emergencies. Since it has been gifted by the owner, it should be of use." From Xiao Tianan's original examination, it was only a very ordinary purple gold card. But upon hearing how it had come about, his 2 hands trembled so agitatedly that he almost dropped the purple gold card. Black Moon Merchant Guild's owner. He was in fact the #1 overlord in the entire of Profound Sky Continent. He was an imposing figure whose wealth and influence pierced the heavens. For him to have personally given this purple gold card, in addition to the words he had said, this purple gold card's value was definitely not lower than that of an Emperor's Profound dragon core. "Senior, if this was given to you by the owner of the Black Moon Merchant Guild, then this purple gold card is simply too precious. The fact that Senior did not hesitate to take it out for Luocheng's sake, this junior truly does not know how to repay this huge favor," Xiao Tianan emotionally said as he held the purple gold card in his hand. Yun Qi gently chuckled, and his expression revealed traces of melancholy. "Luocheng is my grandson. As his grandfather, is it not natural for me to do these, Sai? This could also be considered to be me using Luocheng to make amends for my regrets from that year." "Luocheng, quickly thank your grandfather," Xiao Tianan said loudly. Xiao Luocheng immediately struggled to get up and bowed solemnly to Yun Qi. He was so emotionally moved that he was practically to the point of tears. "Luocheng will keep Grandpa's magnanimous favor in his heart forever. Luocheng will definitely be filial to Grandfather in the future." If not, I shall be struck by lightning, for even the heavens and earth will not tolerate that." The corner of Yun Qi's mouth lifted, and he laughed with a thoroughly gratified expression. He patted Xiao Luocheng's shoulder and beamed as he answered. "Good, good. You are truly my good grandson. Grandpa does not wish for anything else other than to hear you call me Grandpa a few times every day. Just this would warm my heart. Xiao Sec's master, this matter should not be delayed. You must immediately take this purple currency card and personally make a trip to the Black Moon Merchants Guild. I am 100% sure that there's an Emperor Profound Dragon Core there. However, as to how you'll elicit this information from them, it'll be up to your skills. Also, it's best to bring Xiao Beikao along with you. He should be able to identify whether or not it is an Emperor Profound Dragon Core." "Yes, this junior will call for Elder Beikao to go with me to Black Moon Merchant Guild at once." Even without Yun Qi's reminder, Xiao Tianan knew that this was a matter best handled personally, and the more quiet and secretive this trip was, the better. If the news of New Moon City possessing an Emperor Profound Dragon Core were to spread, the repercussions would simply be unimaginable. Very quickly, Xiao Tianan called for Xiao Beikao. The two men were preparing to leave when Yun Qi paused them in their tracks and said, "The distance from here to Black Moon Merchant Guild is quite far. Moreover, the matter of this Emperor Profound Core is important, so even if you manage to purchase it in the end, it would require you to spend a large amount of time. Within this duration, I have dropped by your treasury sporadically based on Luocheng's condition. Therefore, you should leave the keys to the treasury to someone you can trust." This. After Xiao Tianan and Xiao Beikao looked at each other, Xiao Beikao agilely pulled out the keys to the treasury and said, "Senior, there are a total of 2 keys to the treasury, and they have always been with this junior and sect master. It has never been given to a third person, and we had never dared to do so in any way. When thinking about it, the only person we can currently pass the key on to would be you, Senior. If at any time Senior needs to acquire herbs or any precious stones, you can enter with this key at any time." Yun Qi glared, then fiercely swung his hand away and said unhappily, "What nonsense! The key to your treasury, how can it arbitrarily land in an outsider's hands? Both of you are already near a century old. How can you still do things so irresponsibly?" Xiao Tianan laughed. "This key to the treasury must obviously not be simply given to anyone. However, even though I've only known Senior for a couple of days, Beikao and I hold the highest respect for your medical skills and noble character. We cannot feel more at ease leaving it in your hands. Other than Senior, we would definitely not dare to pass it to anyone else. Besides, for the duration we are gone, the condition of Luocheng's injury may change at any moment. If that were to happen, we'd have to bother Senior to do more for us. But if there is a delay in treatment because you were unable to get anything from the treasury, that would be. So we must ask Senior to take this key." Yun Qi still had a difficult expression on his face, but after deliberating for a while, he finally heaved a quiet sigh and received the key from Xiao Beikao's hands. "All right, you two should try to leave early and come back as fast as possible. For that Emperor Profound Dragon Core, you should bring as much money as possible with you. It wouldn't be too much to even to bring the entire sect's fortune." Filled with gratitude, Xiao Tianan and Xiao Beikao departed. After they had left for a quarter of an hour, Yun Qi stepped into the medicine hall. Following the route he had already memorized earlier on, he walked straight toward the treasury with his head held high and chest lifted up. He walked past the guards without any obstruction. Not only did the guard not block him, he even received respectful greetings from them as he walked past. Reaching the door of the treasury, he brought out the key and consecutively opened 3 stone doors to step into the treasury that brimmed with cold air. Seeing the dazzling assortment of medicine, jade, crystals, and weapons fill his vision, the corners of Yun Qi's mouth slowly lifted up bit by bit as he stood at the door of the treasury. After painstakingly acting for so many days, it was finally time to reap the rewards. A sect's accumulations of 1,000 years. How big this fortune must be if it all vanished in a day. This entire sect branch would probably be halfway on the brink of collapse. Regrettably, that's what happens when you provoke an ominous star like me. If I didn't have a trump card to play, the one who would be ruined wouldn't be Xiao Luocheng, but me. Perhaps I would already be dead by now. Going back on your word and coming to New Moon Profound Palace to settle with me. Then let's properly settle it right now. What you've amassed for 1,000 years, I'll just treat it as compensation for psychological distress, and accept it. Yun Qi quickly walked to the rows and rows of black wooded medicine shelves, pressed his hand on them and exerted a little strength, and mountains of medicinal herbs, along with the shelves, were absorbed into the sky poison pearl. The absorption's effect and capacity of the sky poison pearl far exceeded, and was incomparable to that of ordinary spatial rings. Even if the shelves were extremely big, it wouldn't take him much effort. Within 30 minutes, more than 1,000 groups of medicinal shelves had disappeared right there. Soon afterwards, groups of cold jade followed suit. This treasury was pretty large, but with the sky poison pearl's limitless capacity, even if this treasury were 100 times bigger, if Xianxia was given enough time, he would still be able to absorb it all into the sky poison pearl. In less than a quarter of an hour's time, all of the precious crystals and precious jade contained in the treasury, including the Xiao sect's most valuable treasure, the piece of purple-veined heaven crystal, were all absorbed by Xianxia into the sky poison pearl. Immediately, Xianxia once again turned his attention to the 30-meter-long weapon rack. Out of the weapons and armors that were qualified to be hung here, not a single one of them was commonplace, especially not the Tiger Soul sword that hung in the middle. It exuded a proud and regal aura while being surrounded by several hundred weapons of the highest quality, which would make one unable to resist locking one's gaze on it at the very first sight. Sword, dao, dagger, firearm, spear, halberd, whip. Every kind of weapon that should be here was here, and among these weapons, swords were in the majority. After all, Xiao sect and the Heavenly Sword Villa were the alike. They relied mainly on the sword as a weapon. Xianxia tossed all of these weapons into the sky poison pearl, and then opened a considerably small metal chest placed underneath the weapon rack. The smothering smell of gunpowder immediately assaulted his nostrils, yet it was the thing contained within that slightly startled him. This metal chest contained 3 extremely short and oddly shaped weapons, and there were also 9 fist-sized iron bead-shaped things that were placed separately. He picked up the weapon and sized it up with a puzzled face. Judging from his touch, this odd-shaped weapon should have been crafted from refined steel. The material couldn't be considered precious and could even be considered unpresentable amongst all the weapons in the treasury, yet it gave Xianxia an extremely dangerous kind of feeling. Assuming a bent shape, it was roughly the extent of a grown man's arm and felt heavy in his hands. Turning it over on the other side, Xianxia noticed a very small label. Poison fire rod? Rod. From what Xianxia knew, a rod should be referring to the eye of an axe's handle, but here it had instead appeared on this oddly shaped weapon's name. It was Xianxia's first time seeing this kind of weapon, and also his first time hearing this name. Seeds of doubt sprouted in his mind. Don't tell me this isn't a weapon at all, but why would they place it below the weapon rack? If it was a weapon, it seemed like there isn't any attacking capability at all, but what's going on? What is this dangerous feeling I'm sensing? At the turning point of the poison fire rod was a protruding piece of metal, and it seemed to even be able to move about. Xianxia probingly pressed down on it. Boom. A loud noise sounded, and a flicker of flames fiercely shot out from the fire poison rod's opening. The huge power of its rebound made Xianxia fall on his buttocks. The fire poison rod had been disposed of and was flung backwards to a considerable distance. The Xianxia who sat on the floor opened his eyes wide and stared at a fist-sized hole that suddenly appeared on the wall in front of him. The black hole, still discharged with smoke, made him heavily choke down a mouthful of saliva. This? Could it be that it's some kind of hidden weapon? The power was actually this terrifying. And judging by the smell, what was shot out earlier clearly also had an extremely toxic venom that would kill the moment it touched blood. Xianxia walked over to pick the poison fire rod back up, and also picked up the metal balls inside the metal chest. They were extremely heavy in his hands, and 3 big words were shallowly etched onto the ball's surface. Sky Tremor Bomb. Below the big words, there were also a line of small words. Use profound power to shatter the casing, then toss it out. The sense of danger emitted by this pitch-black metal ball far surpassed the poison fire rod. One could imagine how terrifying of a power was hidden within. Xianxia didn't dare to test it. He returned it back into the chest and sighed in his heart. Something this terrifying ought to be created by the Xiao sect's artifact sect. If one wasn't familiar with the special properties of these 2 objects, and was suddenly caught off guard by an opponent using these, they would definitely die an extremely unjust death if they didn't have enough power. However, they have now entered Xianxia's sky poison pearl and became his valuable life-saving weapons. Xianxia stayed in the treasury for an entire 4 hours. He swept everything inside the treasury into sky poison pearl and didn't even leave a single strand of hair for Xiao sect. After he finished looting, Xianxia clapped in satisfaction and walked toward the exit. However, he suddenly stopped when he was only one step away from the exit and quietly muttered to himself. To have hollowed out another's family property without even making a sound, it indeed feels kind of unacceptable. I should at least leave them with something. As he thought till here, Xianxia once again turned around. He randomly took out a weapon and carved an entire 3 lines of huge text. Only after examining his handiwork did he finally stride towards the 3 stone doors, closed them, and walked out of the treasury. As he expected, when he returned to the medicine hall, Xiao Tianan and Xiao Beikao had not yet returned. Xianxia entered the pill refining room for a while, and then came back carrying a bowl of medicinal soup. After waking up the slumbering Xiao Luocheng, he gently chuckled. "Come and drink this medicinal soup." Due to his body's injuries and future prospects, Xiao Luocheng was 100% submissive to this grandpa. Not asking what sort of medicine it was, he immediately held it up and gulped it down. After he finished drinking, he impatiently asked, "Grandpa, is my father still not back yet?" Xianxia answered with a beaming smile. "It is nearly time, and they ought to return pretty soon. However, once they return, you ought to also have fallen asleep. After waking up tomorrow, your profound veins will also be completely crippled. Even if 10 Huangfuhis arrive, don't even bother to think about being saved. Hey he." Xianxia's words caused Xiao Luocheng to become stupefied for a while. A sudden surge of unease spread in his heart as he forced a smile. "Grandpa, what did you say? You're playing a joke on me, right?" I've always been joking around, but it's only this time alone that I, your grandfather, am not playing a joke on you." Xianxia started to laugh, and his laugh was awfully dangerous. He extended his hand and softly rubbed his face. A layer of extremely thin skin was easily unmasked as he revealed his original face. His voice also resumed his original tone. "Good grandson, have a good look at who your grandpa is." To Xiao Luocheng, seeing a face suddenly transform before his very eyes was like having the misfortune of being struck by lightning. His pair of eyes exaggeratedly widened so fiercely that they almost bulged out. In that split second, he began to wonder if he was dreaming. But even if he was dreaming, it was fundamentally impossible for him to have such an absurdly bizarre dream. Xianxia. Amen." Xianxia drew back the corners of his mouth to grin and then cynically smiled. "Xiao Luocheng, my good grandson, how did you suddenly become so uncultured to actually dare to directly call out your grandpa's great name?" "Impossible. Impossible? How could it be you? Impossible." Xiao Luocheng's body huddled backwards as the expression on his face contorted to the extreme terror, shock, shame, dismay, incredulity. A pair of eyeballs, even more so, continued to maintain an outwardly bulged state, as if they witnessed the most terrifying scene in this world. After a long time, he finally snapped out of something and started shouting panic-strickenly with a trembling and coarse voice. Somebody quick, somebody come." "It's useless even if you yell your throat out. It's not like you don't know that in order to prevent my identity from leaking out, which would affect your injuries, your father had prevented anyone from coming near here." Tusk, how meticulous of him." Xianxia lifted his chin with his hand and smiled while looking at Xiao Luocheng, whose face was ghastly white with a completely frightened expression. "But you don't need to be so scared. I won't actually kill you. After all, you've called me grandpa so affectionately for a few days already, and even vowed to be filial to me for your entire life. Heh. Even a cruel tiger wouldn't eat its offsprings. How could I, your grandpa, kill my good grandson? Grandpa will let you lay comfortably on your bed for your entire life, and let you reminisce your grandpa's kindness for a lifetime." The plot twist in front of his eyes, along with Xianxia's words, almost completely collapsed Xiao Luocheng's psychological defenses. Right now, his lips was pale to the point of not having the slightest hint of blood color. If he hadn't seen and heard it personally, even if one killed him, he would still have never thought that this unrivaled genius doctor would actually be Xianxia. They were 2 people of completely different realms and shouldn't have the slightest thing in common. This kind of psychological impact almost collapsed his entire view of the world. During these days, everyone had treated him as a god and served him like the previous sect master. He had also kneeled and kowtowed to him, and even called him grandpa for a few days. This kind of humiliation was enough to leave a lifelong mark in his soul. "Xianxia, we have no past resentments, no recent animosity. It was even you who seriously injured me first. What exactly do you still want to do?" Xiao Luocheng asked in a heavily trembling and fearful tone of voice. Heh heh. Xianxia coldly smiled and answered as his complexion returned to indifference. When we had first met, we indeed had no past resentments and no recent animosity. However, even though we had no resentments, you unexpectedly wanted to ruin me. Ha, you don't need to quibble. The number of people who wanted to kill me is even more than the number of people you've seen in your entire life. I clearly understood what you wanted to do to me at that time. As for your reason to ruin me, you yourself understand that best. If it were anyone else, they ought to be ruined by you already, but it's quite a pity that you met me. I, as a person, do not have many great merits. Other than being extraordinarily handsome in appearance and phenomenal in disposition, the only thing left is repaying kindness tenfold and taking revenge hundredfold. If you wants to destroy me, then I'll destroy you first. Even though we had a pact earlier, your father still had personally come to New Moon Profound Palace to try to take my life. Because of that, I'll just make your entire sect suffer through pandemonium that not even chickens and dogs would be left undisturbed. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. His entire face was brimmed with aloofness and a cold sneer. When you wake up tomorrow, tell your dad that it's only a meager lesson this time. I am a natural-born ominous star. If you continue to provoke me again, the next time won't be as gentle as this. Perhaps this entire sect of yours would forever vanish from this profound sky continent. You... Xiao Luocheng's eyes opened wide as he unwaveringly fixed his gaze onto Xianxia. Before his eyes, the current Xianxia had undoubtedly become his worst nightmare. He only had enough time to spit out a single word before his vision turned black as his body heavily fell down backwards. Xianxia coldly laughed and stood up. He ruefully muttered, "In this situation, I could only use this sort of sneaky, underhanded, and shameless way. I don't know when I'll reach a state that would let me be completely unrestrained and brazenly crush clans whenever I want." It was only due to the other party's heartless cruelty that he crippled him, and then secretly stole the entire sect's 1,000 years' worth of accumulation. It was indeed a bit excessive and cruel. However, Xianxia wanted his strength to advance in the quickest speed possible, which meant that there was an urgent need for a great amount of high-level medicinal ingredients. And this Xiao sect branch sect just happened to throw themselves onto the tip of his spear. That being the case, they had the complete and unfortunate luck of bringing trouble to themselves. Xianxia rubbed his face, gently patted it, and then once again resumed his appearance to that of Huang Fuhi. He didn't immediately pat his bottom to leave because this Xiao sect was too large and was also on top of a mountain. If alone, he was bound to lose his way. Xiao Tianan and Xiao Beikao had finally rushed back after another hour passed. Both of their faces were flushed red with excitement. Clearly, they had already acquired the Emperor Profound Dragon Core. You've returned, and judging from your expressions, it seems as if you've already gotten a hold of the Dragon Core, Xianxia said as he stood in front of them with a serene look on his face. But Xiao Tianan and Xiao Beikao couldn't remain calm no matter what. Xiao Tianan said ardently, "What Senior had felt earlier was as expected, not mistaken in the slightest. The Black Moon Merchant Guild really did possess a Dragon Core, and its quality had even reached that of the Emperor Profound. When I told them I wanted to buy a Dragon Core, they had entirely denied the Dragon Core's existence. But when I took out the purple gold card, their attitude completely changed. Not only did they take out the Dragon Core themselves, they even gave us an extremely low price. However, we were required to not reveal the slightest bit of information about this Dragon Core." Right now, Xiao Tianan and Xiao Beikao's admiration toward this eccentric god hand was like a surging river. The two of them had never even dreamed that they would be able to see an Emperor Profound Core with their own eyes during their entire life, and even more so, to possess one. On the trip back, the two excitedly and carefully rushed back in the fastest speed possible. They, who were able to cover the sky with one hand in New Moon City, even actually had a feeling of breathless anxiety. "How much money did they receive?" asked Xianxia. 600,000 purple profound coins. Xiao Tianan hurriedly replied. He clearly understood in his heart that if he didn't have that purple gold card within the Blue Wind Empire, let alone 600,000 purple profound coins, he wouldn't be able to buy it anywhere even if he had 6 million purple profound coins. Even though this almost thoroughly emptied all the available funds that the branch sect had, he still felt that it was a tremendous bargain. Xianxia's brows uncontrollably trembled twice. This Black Moon Merchant Guild is so F-seeking wicked. After buying it for 50,000 from my hands, they then actually resold it for 600,000. And looking at these two's manner, this price was so cheap that it was virtually free. Give me the dragon core so I can take a look at it. After he finished speaking, Yun Qi received the profound core that Xiao Tianan handed to him, pretended to examine it for a while, and spoke while nodding. It certainly is an Emperor Dragon profound core, and also a dragon core of an adult flame dragon that was acquired within 2 months at that. Very good, with this Emperor Dragon profound core here, to let Xiao Luocheng's profound strength directly reach Earth profound realm after the recovery of his profound veins would be a breeze. Xiao Tianan was overjoyed. To create a 16-year-old genius of the Earth profound realm with only 600,000 purple profound coins, that had never existed in history. In this world, there simply wasn't any cheaper bargain than this. Yun Qi returned this dragon core to Xiao Tianan and prodded, "Keep it in careful custody, don't let anyone know of its existence. Otherwise, a man without sin becomes sinful holding treasures. All the sects of this Blue Wind Empire with some capability would possibly come. Your main sect would even more so come to take it at the first notice. Yes, we will definitely not leak this out to anyone." Xiao Tianan naturally knew how difficult it would be if that were to happen. After considering it for a while, he probed, "But this Emperor Profound Dragon Core's aura is too extraordinary. If an expert were to come across it, it would be hard to escape notice even from far away. An undue delay may bring trouble, so I wonder if it's possible for Senior to start." For Luocheng, Yun Qi heavily stared and then nodded after a while. "An undue delay may bring trouble, you're right. Very well, then the matter of restoring the profound veins shall be carried on ahead of schedule and begin tomorrow. But a mere Emperor Profound Dragon Core is still insufficient when wanting to immediately make a breakthrough. This also requires a few other special materials, and these special materials are not found in your sect's treasury. However, the Black Moon Merchant Guild ought to have some in stock. How about this? Xiao Sect Master, dispatch a person to bring me to the Black Moon Merchant Guild. This kind of method that could oppose the heavens is extremely strict in the types of materials it requires, so I must personally make the trip myself." Xiao Tianan's heart stirred with excitement as he promptly replied, "All right, I will personally accompany Senior on this trip. With me here, there absolutely will not be anyone in New Moon City who would be capable of injuring a single hair on Senior's head. No, it is inappropriate for you to go." Yun Qi shook his head and lightly said, "As the master of your sect, if you personally bring me with you, then it is difficult to let others wonder about my identity. Before coming here, I traveled in all directions, so it didn't matter if others knew of my identity. However, if I wish to stay here to cure my grandson Luocheng's injuries, I definitely must not let others know of me being here. Xiao Sect Master, appoint a trustworthy person who also would not raise any suspicions to accompany me. It is still Senior who has thoroughly thought this through." Xiao Tianan believed that Yun Qi's profound words were right. After thinking about it for a while, he continued, "Then I will tell Zhe to accompany Senior. Although Zhe is at that age, he has already entered the spirit profound realm. Even if something unexpected were to happen, he definitely would be able to completely protect Senior." Soon enough, Xiao Zhe was called over, and he took Yun Qi down the mountain. New Moon Profound Palace. Yun Qi had already disappeared for 3 days. Although Yun Qi had left behind a brief note upon his departure, so Xia Yuanba didn't need to worry about him. How could Xia Yuanba possibly not worry? In these past 3 days, he looked everywhere within this New Moon City, yet did not find even the slightest trace of his presence. There wasn't even a single person who had seen him either. In fact, Lan Zuruo's anxiousness was at the same level as Xia Yuanba's. She had searched high and low throughout the entire New Moon City with him. Up until this day, she simply could not wait any longer. "I must make a trip to Xiao Sect. After asking around for so many days, not a single person in New Moon City has seen him. This is too strange. I suspect that he must have been quietly seized by Xiao Sect. This is basically the only possibly that could have happened." Lan Zuruo claimed as her face trembled. Qin Huayu sighed. I also believe that this is the case, but first of all, we have no proof. Second of all, it has already been 3 to 4 days. Since he had crippled Xiao Luocheng, Xian Tianan would hate him to the bone. If he had fell into his hands at the moment, he ought to have already. Lan Zuoryu bit her lip and answered with a resolute determination. "If dead, I must see the corpse. If alive, I must see the person. If he's still alive, I must think up of any way possible to bring him back." Qin Huayu stared blankly for a while and then asked, "You Highness, why do you go so far as to care so much this Xianxia? Not to mention that you and him only had a day's worth of contact, even if his aptitude is above average. Blue Wind Profound Palace's Fen Juchen and his age are similar, yet he has surpassed him by almost 2 huge realms. Aside from Fen Juchen, ones who surpass Xianxia in Blue Wind Profound Palace are far too many to count. Why are you so attached to him?" Lan Zuruo slightly closed her eyes and quietly answered, "I originally did consider Fen Juchen, but although he had defected from Burning Heaven clan, in the end, he is still a person born from the Burning Heaven clan, and is even the clan master's biological son. Even if he becomes a member of my imperial household, he would still be criticized by others. Furthermore, even you clearly understand his temperament. He is uncommunicative and emotionless, with a wolf's arrogance and conceit. It is because of that haughtiness that caused him to defect from Burning Heaven clan. How can he possibly, and willingly, vow his loyalty and devotion to the imperial family? In this world, there simply exists not a single person who can genuinely handle him. As for Xianxia, Palace Chief Qin, have you ever heard of someone who has crippled an opponent whose level is almost a great realm from theirs? I have cultivated my monarch heart secret arts since childhood and excel in seeing through the heart. Even Fen Juchen could not escape my eye. Yet when facing Xianxia, I actually was incapable of seeing through him one bit. I believe that when Palace Chief Qin confronts him, you two will certainly feel the same way. I rarely meet such a person throughout my entire life. The most frightening part about it is that he is only 16 years of age." Qin Huayu answered, "What your Highness has said is correct. His shrewdness is deep and unmeasurable. From his gaze, I can only see what he wishes for me to see. Whatever he doesn't want me to see, I could not see it one bit. It's just that. This kind of person is bound to be multiplicatively more difficult to manage than Fen Juchen." "No, this is different." Lan Zuruo shook her head. "What I need is not a manageable person. I simply wish that he would help me by representing the imperial family when the time comes, and nothing more." On that day of the banquet when Xia Yuanba had been wounded, the violent rage he expressed on that scene, and his heavy-handedly injuring of the one who caused Xia Yuanba's injuries under the eyes of everyone present without hesitation, is proof of how important he regards friendship. As long as we are sincere towards him, he in turn will also be sincere. Also, he currently is unattached like duckweed and has nowhere to go. When he follows me to Blue Wind Profound Palace, everything will be right again. And right now is the best opportunity. If he truly is in Xiao Luocheng's hands and still alive, rescuing him will ensure that he remember this favor in his heart. At that time, it's surely impossible that he would decline. Even though he had repeatedly heard Lan Zuruo's various justifications already, from beginning to the end, Qin Huayu was completely incapable of understanding exactly where the care and confidence she had towards Xianxia came from. After all, even though Xianxia's performance was extremely astonishing, his starting point was just too low. A 16-year-old at the first level of the nascent profound realm could be regarded as above average in New Moon City, but in that arena was simply not even worth mentioning. Furthermore, the distance from that time to now was already extremely close. How could he possibly achieve the desired height within such a short amount of time? Perhaps her monarch heart secret arts had sensed something. Since this is your Highness' decision, I naturally would not oppose it. If your Highness insists on doing this, then I too will go with your Highness to the branch sect." Qin Huayu said somewhat grudgingly, because he knew that if Xianxia had fallen into Xiao Luocheng's hands, everything would surely point towards disaster. "No need. It's best if this matter does not involve New Moon Profound Palace in any way. It will be fine if I just go myself. When necessary, I will publicly reveal my identity." Qin Huayu hesitated for a while and then nodded his head. Xianxia and Xiao Zhe had already walked for half an hour, and it could be said that they had already left the sect. Xiao Tianan continuously clasped the sparkling Red Emperor Profound Dragon Core in his hand and did not dare to release it for even a second. At this time, he suddenly thought of something and then slapped his forehead to say, "Beikai, quickly go to the treasury and bring out that snowy mountain cold jade case that had just been completely here." Xiao Beikai complied and went. It wasn't until long that he ran back so frantically that he had almost stumbled. His complexion was panicky pale as he had just seen the devil in broad daylight. All of a sudden, he fell down in front of Xiao Tianan and spoke in a trembling voice. Sect Master, Treasury, empty, empty. Empty. What's empty? Xiao Tianan's heart thumped and he didn't fully react for a short period of time. Xiao Beikao fiercely choked down a mouthful of saliva as he answered with difficulty. Everything's gone, inside the treasury. Everything's gone, everything's gone. What? Xiao Tianan turned pale in fright. He stupidly stared for a while before wildly charging towards the direction of the treasury. The last door of the treasury opened in the midst of the rumbling sounds. Standing in front of the treasury's entrance, Xiao Tianan's head went boom and almost exploded. What appeared before his eyes was a scene of emptiness. The treasury that was more than 10,000 square meters was so empty that every corner could be clearly seen. All of the herbs, precious artifacts, precious gems, precious jades, even the sect's profound arts and profound skills. Their 1,000 years of accumulation cleanly vanished without a trace. It was so clean as if a tornado had just cleanly swept through. Not even a strand of hair could be seen. Xiao Tianan's body suddenly swayed violently. Thanks to the fact that he was the head of a sect, his heart was tougher than others, so he almost did not go crazy on the spot. What is this about? What is this about? What exactly has happened? What happened to the things here? Where did they go? Where did they go? Xiao Tianan grabbed Xiao Beikao and wildly roared like a furious male lion. I don't know. Xiao Beikao panikedly shook his head as his expression filled with extreme fear. When he came here just a moment ago, he had immediately fell on his bottom in shock the instant the treasuries had opened. Even until now, his body still violently twitched. His mind was even messed up from confusion within his shock. The items inside this treasury was the entire branch sect's heritage, this entire sect's lifeline. I just asked the guards just today, only Huangfu he had come by before, furthermore he stayed an entire 4 hours inside. Huangfu, he... Xiao Tianan was suddenly stumped for words, then shook his head with a pale expression. Impossible, it should not be him. He is the eccentric god hand, how could it be him? These few days, Yun Qi's eccentric god hands, great name and his preeminent medical expertise had sincerely convinced them, even almost to the extent of worshipping him as a god. His acting skills were simply too excellent, even when Xiao Tianan was faced with this kind of situation. Subconsciously, he still did not suspect him. It was because, why would someone who's the world's #1 genius doctor think highly of the things in their small and little sect? He simply had no reason to do such a thing. Moreover, his profound strength was merely just on the nascent profound realm, and he did not have any spatial rings. Even if it was the highest grade purple spatial ring, it would not be more than a few hundred square meters of space. How could he have moved away everything from the entire treasury? Sect Master, there seems to be some written words. Xiao Beikao stared with his eyes wide open as he pointed at the wall in front of them. Xiao Tianan swept his gaze over. 3 lines of words appeared neatly before his eyes. Xiao Tianan, you old geezer, I'll accept the presents you and my filial grandson Xiao Luocheng have given me. Since you have decided to provoke me, you eventually have to pay the price. However, seeing how comfortable you had waited upon me these 2 days, I'll tell you 2 secrets. The first one. I'm afraid my poor grandson Xiao Luocheng really is going to be crippled this time. Even if the real Huangfu he is to come, he can forget about saving him. As for the second one, that Emperor Profound Dragon Core is fake. Ha 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 ha. Signed below the 3 lines of words was a great big name. Your granddaddy Yun Qi. That's right, Yun Qi directly signed his own name. Actually, if he had not left this name, Xiao Tianan will never link it to him. However he left it there, this was a kind of arrogance, a kind of confidence and conceit, and even more, a kind of humiliation. I precisely want you guys to know who caused you this kind of suffering. So you guys shall know who you have offended. I'm not afraid of your revenge. Want to take revenge? Come as you please. Xiao Tianan's body shook violently, and his facial color became incomparably pale. Under his extreme rage, a mouthful of blood came rushing upwards and wildly spurted from his mouth as his entire person collapsed backwards. 1,000 years of the sect's accumulation, gone in an instant. Who could have handled such a blow? Sect Master! Xiao Beikao gave a cry of grief and hurriedly supported the collapsed Xiao Tianan. Xiao Tianan had not fainted on the spot, but his face was already drained of color. His eyes became unfocused as murmuring hoarsely from his mouth. Impossible, impossible, impossible. He had never seen Yun Qi's appearance before, but he knew he was only a 16-year-old youngster. No matter what, he could not link a 16-year-old youngster with the genius doctor that had stayed in the sect for the past 3 to 4 days. That preeminent medical expertise and opinion, his sagely temperament, his gaze as if he had been disillusioned by the mundane world. How could it possibly belong to a 16-year-old? If it was a disguise, how could he, an Earth Profound Realm practitioner, not see through a nascent Profound Realm weakling's disguise? He was even more unable to understand what method he used to move everything away from this huge treasury. The sect's 1,000-year-old heritage was instantly scooped empty. This kind of setback had completely smashed his psychological barrier, causing him to fall into a nightmare. Unable to believe that all of this was real, only 3 words continuously repeated in his mind. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Yun Qi, the one who injured young sect master. Xiao Beikao supported Xiao Tianan's body up, gritted his teeth and said, "Sect master, calm down. What we need to do now is to calm down. That Huangfu he is most likely Yun Qi in disguise. He had planned for so many days just to take revenge on us. However, he might not have gone far. At the moment, he should have just left the sect not too long ago. He would never have thought that we would go into the treasury so fast. Zhe is still with him. Quickly, use the sound transmission talisman and inform Zhe to immediately apprehend Yun Qi. The items in the treasury can still be completely recovered." Xiao Beikao's words caused Xiao Tianan to wake up from his trance. He quickly took out a sound transmission talisman and locked onto Xiao Zhe's sound transmission imprint. As Xiao Beikao had expected, Yun Qi and Xiao Zhe had indeed just left the sect and was not too far away. However, reaching there, Yun Qi paused his footsteps and spoke to Xiao Zhe with an indifferent expression. "It's fine. There's no need to go with me anymore. It's fine if you just wait for me here. I will head off to Black Moon Merchant Guild myself." Xiao Zhe was startled and puzzledly asked, "But there is still quite a distance to the Black Moon Merchant Guild. Sect Master had instructed me over and over again to protect seniors' safety." "HMPH?" Yun Qi coldly snorted with impatience. "Before I go to Black Moon Merchant Guild, there is still some private matters I have to attend to, so I don't need to be followed. You can just wait here." Seeing the genius doctor reveal an unpleasant expression, Xiao Zhe's heart fell and did not dare to persist in the matter as he promptly replied, "Since it's Senior's command, Junior will just wait here." At this moment, he felt that an energy wave from his sound transmission stone. To achieve long-distance sound transmission, a sound transmission talisman is used up every time. Hidden in the sound transmission talisman was a small-scale sound transmission formation. Even if it was of the lowest grade, sound could be transmitted within 5 kilometers, and its price was extremely high as well. As for high-grade sound transmission talismans that could reach over 1,000 kilometers, their prices were even more astronomical. That was why one would normally not bear to use up a sound transmission talisman unless it was something of great importance. Xiao Zhe hurriedly took out the sound transmission jade. Xiao Tianan's thundering roar was immediately transmitted in his mind, and it caused him to instantly turn pale with fright as he involuntarily let out an alarmed cry from his lips. What? Originally, this time's retaliation and plundering of Xiao sect's branch sect was originally supposed to be as flawless and absolutely safe according to his plan. During the middle of its execution, it also progressed smoothly without a single hitch. According to his plan, it was supposed to end today. They were supposed to bring a person of no importance to send him out of the sect. After that, he would find an excuse to leave by himself, make his getaway so clean that Xiao sect would not be able to find him anywhere. He planned to then spread news that Xiao sect obtained an Emperor Profound Dragon Core out everywhere. If that happened, it would alert those countless amount of people who coveted this Emperor Profound Dragon Core, and they would all come knocking from thousands of miles away. When that time comes, the entire sect will land in an abyss of deep water and scorching fire. If they were never at peace for many days and nights, how would they even have any energy to spare to seek revenge against him? However, no matter how smart a person was, it would be impossible to predict what a person would do next. For instance, Yun Qi also never thought that in such a short amount of time since he had left, Xiao Tianan would actually send Xiao Beikao to the treasury because of an insignificant matter that suddenly popped up in his mind right when Xiao Zhe took out the sound transmission talisman. Yun Qi furrowed his eyebrows and vaguely had sensed that something was wrong. When he saw Xiao Zhe's expression changing, he knew that what he had done in the treasury was already been exposed faster than he anticipated. His eyebrows sunk, and he immediately cursed in his heart. FCK. This isn't logical. How can it happen so fast? In theory, I should have only been found out tomorrow. Ahhhhh. Yun Qi did not immediately break into a run. Instead, the expression on his face did not change as he steadily walked forward. He prayed that it was only him thinking too much about it, and that Xiao Zhe's response was only due to some other issue. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. He suddenly felt a wave of bone-chilling, murderous aura come from behind him. Yun Qi, for it to actually be you, bastard, hand over your life. Yun Qi's footsteps paused momentarily. Then, without thinking twice, he rushed forward with his quickest speed. Even though Xiao Zhe had already said it out loud, he still felt really perturbed in his heart. He simply couldn't connect the genius doctor in front of him with Yun Qi. But with Yun Qi bolting away, Xiao Zhe instantly had no more doubts. Carrying an imposing killing intent similar to that of a storm, he started to chase. Jasmine, what level is this person's cultivation at? First level of spirit profound realm. At number $%, what do you think are my chances of escaping from him? You and him have the difference of 2 huge realms. If this princess does not give you a hand, the chances of you escaping is 0. If this princess gives you a hand, he will die, but if you use all the blood in your body, this princess also have 90% of dying. Jasmine replied in a low voice. Yun Qi paid his respects to all 18 generations of Xiao Tianan's ancestors in his heart. Why didn't you play around the Emperor Profound Dragon Core that you just bought with Xiao Beikao, instead rushing to your mother seeking treasury? Little bastard, let's see where you'll run to. Xiao Zhe's malicious voice came from behind. With a spirit Profound Realm's cultivation, catching up with him, who was nascent Profound Realm, was so easy that it barely took any effort. In only a few breaths of time, he had already closed in more than half the distance between them, and another few breaths of time was enough to catch up. But at this moment, Yun Qi had instead completely calmed down. As his right hand stroked on his left hand, a heavy pitch-black metal ball was grasped in his hands. He carefully shattered the outer casing using his profound energy, abruptly twisted his body, and tossed it behind him. Sky tremor bomb! An iron ball suddenly flew toward his face with a speed that wasn't considered too fast. If it were someone else, more than half would slap it away with disdain. However, Xiao Zhe was different. He knew of the Sky Tremor Bomb and was someone that had personally witnessed its power. During the constriction of his pupils, he abruptly lowered his body and dodged it with an extremely unsightly pose. He then covered his head with both his hands and hastily threw himself onto the ground. Boom! The Sky Tremor Bomb landed on the ground and exploded with a boom. A sandstorm that covered the sky was raised along with the sky tremoring boom, and under the sandstorm was a 13 to 16-meter gigantic hole that plumed with thick black smoke. Yun Qi turned his head around and was so frightened by the astonishing power that he jumped a little before clenching the second Sky Tremor Bomb in his hand without hesitation. You little bastard, you actually dared to steal our sex treasures. Xiao Zhe got to his feet rather haggardly as he let out sounds of rage and fury. Again, he ran towards Yun Qi and closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Yun Qi turned his head and threw the second Sky Tremor Bomb using a bit of force from his hands. But this time, rather than crashing into Xiao Zhe's face again, it landed on the floor in front of him. Sure enough, upon seeing the Sky Tremor Bomb that had landed in front of him, Xiao Zhe he blanched and immediately stopped where he was, falling backwards in one fell swoop. Boom! A plume of lava-hot smoke struck out from behind. Its impact caused Yun Qi to stagger and almost fall. The distance between the two temporarily widened again, but this advantage he had gained was merely fleeting. After all, a single Sky Tremor Bomb could only earn him so much time. The third Sky Tremor Bomb was clutched in his hand. He needed to rush to the city center in the shortest time possible. His only possibility of escape lied in getting into the city. You bastard! There are only a total of 6 Sky Tremor Bombs. Let's see whether you'll be able to escape the moment you finish using all those bombs. Xiao Zhe was still hot on his heels, but had already been reduced to gnashing his teeth in hatred and frustration. These Sky Tremor Bombs were a fire-type weapon created by the Xiao sect's main branch and was extremely powerful. Even if it was a spirit Profound Realm user who was to face it head-on, it would only mean certain death or serious injuries. Sky Tremor Bombs were a weapon for survival that the branch sect's elder had devoted his entire life to. Yet they had landed in Yun Qi's hands, and he was recklessly using it for himself in this way. It was fortunate that the opponent's profound strength was low. The Sky Tremor Bombs he had thrown out were all easily avoidable. Otherwise, he would have been finished here today. What Xiao Zhe had just shouted precisely voiced Yun Qi's fears. There were indeed only 6 sky tremor bombs, and altogether, these 6 spheres could give him no more than 2 minutes of time. It was hardly enough to allow him to rush into the city. He had to think of other solutions. As Yun Qi held onto the sky tremor bomb, his heart palpitated and his brows furrowing closer with each passing second. Yun Qi has already been chased far too many times, and even situations 100 times more dangerous than this were too numerous to be counted. But amongst those situations, he had escaped mostly with the help of the Sky Poison Pearl's toxic energy. However, as of today, the Sky Poison Pearls had already lost its toxicity. He had also finished using his star-concealing grass, and forceful struggling was even more out of the question. Therefore, the only thing he could rely on was Yun Qi breathed in lightly and began to quickly comb through the Xiao sex treasury for medicinal herbs, searching for those that could be combined to instantaneously achieve an extremely toxic effect. At this moment, a girl's elegant silhouette entered his line of vision. The young lady's clothing was snow white, and even though it was from afar, it left a clear impression of approaching nobility and elegance. Although the distance between them was too far and Yun Qi was unable to see her face, barely a beat passed before a name appeared in Yun Qi's heart. Because in this New Moon City, only one girl had given him this impression. It's Lan Zuruo. Why would she be here? This was obviously a place only those who were heading towards Xiao sect would cross, unless. By then, Yun Qi had no time to think any further. He quickly dropped the disguise and threw another sky tremor bomb behind him. With a loud boom, Xiao Zhe avoided the aftermath of the explosion from several dozens of paces away just in time. Yun Qi rushed forward to the young lady he was nearing and shouted, "Senior Sister Zuru!" The reason why Lan Zuruo was here was to check with the Xiao sect if Yun Qi was there. A deafening explosion caused her to pause in her tracks and lift her head. A quick glance let her see a wildly running Yun Qi bolt towards her. "Yun Qi!" Lan Zuruo murmured as her eyes flashed with pleasant surprise. In any case, he was still alive. This had been the conclusion she'd been hoping to reach in her trip to Xiao sect today. But immediately afterwards, she noticed Xiao Zhe pursuing closely behind. "Little bastard, let's see where you can run. See if I won't break both your legs and cripple all your limbs." Even though Xiao Zhe had not been harmed by the sky tremor bombs, having to dodge 3 of them consecutively had caused him to look worse for wear. Covered from head to toe in soot, even his roars carried hints of anger and thinly veiled embarrassment. In an instant, Lan Zuruo understood what had happened. Not having enough time to think any further, she furrowed her eyebrows and called out anxiously, "Junior brother Yun, come here quickly to where I am." While speaking, she stretched out her right hand. Suddenly, a snow-white imprint flashed above the back of her hand. "Little Snow, come out." In response to her soft cry, the imprint on the back of her hand burst out with light and was accompanied by a high-pitched squawk that seemed to come from the heavens. A giant snow eagle emerged from the white light in front of her. A contracted, profound beast. When seeing the giant snow eagle that had suddenly appeared by Lan Zuruo's side, Yun Qi's heart was thrown into a state of surprise. Concurrently, his heart also surged with pleasant surprise. His steps somewhat quickened even more as he clenched his teeth and reached towards Lan Zuruo. Lan Zuruo jumped atop the giant snow eagle's back, and her slender, snowy hand took hold of Yun Qi's outstretched palm to finally pull him onto the snow eagle's back. The giant snow eagle flapped both wings and took to the sky amidst a lengthy bird cry. It charged skywards like lightning, and then became no more than a speck in the sky within the blink of an eye. A crisis of life and death was unexpectedly avoided. The flying speed of the snow eagle was extremely fast. The wind whistled past his ears, and the cold air that poured into his chest prolonged his suffocation all the more. It was only when the snow eagle's flight had stabilized that he was able to adapt to the situation. After heaving a long sigh, he opened his eyes to then see Lan Zuruo, who sat in front of him, stare at him with a faint smile. It was only then that Yun Qi remembered he was still wearing a very unflattering robe, yet his facial expression didn't change in the slightest. Instead, he happily laughed. "Senior sister, did you suddenly discover that no matter how crude the clothes are, it would have a certain flair to it as long as I'm the one wearing it?" Lan Zuruo was slightly startled, but laughed along in spite of herself. Her laughing expression was as radiant as 100 blooming flowers. It is indeed junior brother Yun after all, to not forget how to praise himself even after almost losing his life. Yes, I did almost lose my life just a moment ago. Yun Qi rubbed his forehead and felt some measure of lingering fear. If it hadn't been for Lan Zuruo's sudden appearance, his chances of escape were abysmally low. The area in front of Xiao sect had been far too vast, and the sense of futility he felt during his escape had driven him close to tears. Speaking of which, senior sister, why have you come to this place? Do you have something to do in Xiao sect? Yun Qi asked. Amen. Lan Zuruo lightly nodded as her gem-like eyes roved over Yun Qi several times. After ensuring that he wasn't hurt anywhere, her facial expression finally relaxed and her gaze became even more gentle. After you'd suddenly disappeared 3 days ago, Yuanba and I have been combing through the entire city to no avail. Then I thought that you may have been quietly kidnapped by Xiao sect, which is why I came looking for you. Yun Qi stiffened momentarily. His heart surged with an indescribable emotion as he was left lost for words. After quite a while, he spoke as quietly as possible. This division of Xiao sect is the largest in New Moon City. For a girl like you to come alone, did you not consider how dangerous that would be? You've only known me for just a few days. Why must you be so nice to me? Lan Zuruo smiled and softly replied, I've told you this before, it's because I'm your senior sister. Yun Qi. Previously, Lan Zuruo had promised that her family member would safely send him into Blue Wind Imperial City within 10 days to avoid the impending troubles Xiao sect would undoubtedly bring upon him. Since then, he had always suspected. After having been through so much, he definitely would not believe that someone would be so nice to a person she was unfamiliar with, for no rhyme or reason, even to the point where taking such a huge risk may place herself in great danger or even jeopardize her life. Now, Lan Zuruo had come to the Xiao sect all alone to find him, and even extricated him from the immense danger he was in. This solidified the only possibility that Yun Qi held in his heart. The senior sister Zuruo before his eyes must have fallen in love with him at first sight, and was infatuated once again. Apart from this reason, he was completely unable of thinking up other reason as to why a girl would help a penniless, powerless, unskilled guy she had happened to meet with no family background to such a large extent. Junior brother Yun, have you really been kidnapped by the Xiao sect these past few days? How did you escape? After passing a glance at Yun Qi's clothes, Lan Zuruo smiled with her beautiful eyes. It can't be that. You disguised as a servant and snuck out after deceiving them? This, close enough, but I for one was not kidnapped by Xiao sect. I came in of my own accord. Yun Qi laughed smugly, but did not offer any further explanation. Instead, he turned the conversation around and asked, Senior, you actually have a contracted profound beast, and it even seemed to be one of an extremely high level. Seeing that Yun Qi obviously did not want to mention what had happened during these past few days in Xiao sect, Lan Zuruo dropped the matter and followed the flow of conversation. Its name is Little Snow, and it's a true profound giant snow eagle. My master and I nurtured it ourselves, and it became my contracted profound beast upon reaching maturity. Although Little Snow may appear to be very large and heavy, its aerial skills are quite formidable and it can fly extremely fast. Oh right, junior brother Yun, where are you heading to next? Yun Qi fell silent and then slowly answered. I've given Xiao sect a huge present. At the moment, they must searching through the entire city to find me, so I definitely can't return to New Moon Profound Palace, or any place within New Moon City. I am not sure where to go to next either. Aside from New Moon City, anywhere else is fine. Right at this moment, Yun Qi suddenly felt an abnormality in the wind beside his ear. Due to his unusually keen intuition, he subconsciously turned around. With just one look, he saw a black speck rapidly close in on them from just a few kilometers away. What's that? Merely a few moments had passed between his realization and his outburst. But within the span of this short duration, the black speck in his line of vision had already become a vague black silhouette. It was clear just how frightening quick it was. Lan Zuruo immediately turned around. Her eyes locked on its target, and she subsequently let out a cry of alarm. It's the fierce Storm Hawk, the highest-level profound beast that the Xiao sect had raised. Wah-ti! Yun Qi frowned immediately. Why are they mobilizing even their fierce Storm Hawk just to chase after you? And it's actually so fast. A look of panic marred Lan Zuruo's snowy complexion, because she was completely aware that the fierce Storm Hawk's speed was not inferior in any way to that of her giant snow eagles. In fact, its stamina far surpassed that of her profound beasts. However, she would not have asked this if she had known what Xianxia had done in Xiao sect. "Faster, little snow!" At her call, the giant snow eagle beneath her gave a mighty flap of its wings and suddenly accelerated as its long white profile swept towards the north. But the dark silhouette behind it showed no signs of slowing down as it chased closely behind. A giant white eagle and a huge black hawk swept through the sky respectively, as if streaks of white and black lightning. It caused countless pedestrians to stop and look one after another as they tried to guess what exactly those high-level profound beasts were. But right after, the hawk and eagle flew increasingly further and higher and very quickly, completely vanished above the clouds, little snow. A bit higher. The giant snow eagle's entire body was as white as snow. Lan Zuruo had hoped that after it flew above the clouds, they could hide their silhouettes with the clouds' help. But Xianxia understood very clearly that this may have worked if it were some other type of flying profound beast that chased behind them. However, what was behind him just happened to be a hawk. Hawks were the true rulers of the sky, and there was nothing that could escape the eyes of a hawk. The giant snow eagle flew higher and higher and had passed through countless layers of clouds. However, the fierce storm hawk still chased relentlessly. The giant snow eagle could fly very high, enough to reach an altitude of 5,000 meters. But in terms of the altitude of flight, it was far from being able to be compared with the hawks. An ordinary adult hawk could already fly to the altitude of 10,000 meters, let alone a spirit profound ranked fierce storm hawk. Fortunately, in terms of the flight speed, the giant snow eagle wasn't inferior to the fierce storm hawk. Even though it followed behind closely, the distance remained consistently the same. The giant snow eagle had no way of throwing the fierce storm hawk off its tail, but the fierce storm hawk couldn't catch up to the giant snow eagle anytime soon either. However, the giant snow eagle's rank, after all, was lower than that of the fierce storm hawks. For the fierce storm hawk to catch up with the giant snow eagle, it was only a matter of time. According to what I know, this fierce storm hawk was captured alive by the Xiao sect a few years ago. It doesn't seem to have been fully tamed yet, and is not some contracted, profound beast either, and there are risks of it escaping if it were released. So unless it was some imperative matter, they simply would not release this fierce storm hawk. "Junior brother Yun, what exactly did you do to Xiao sect?" Lan Zuruo asked nervously as she tightly clutched the giant snow eagle's plume. The sound of the wind howled like the rumbling of thunder. Facing Lan Zuruo's question, Xianxia hesitated a little and answered truthfully. "It's okay if you choose to not believe what I'm about to say. I completely crippled Xiao Luocheng and made them lose 600,000 purple profound coins for naught." Xianxia slightly paused, but nevertheless chose a way of wording that was easier for others to swallow. "I also thoroughly destroyed their sect's treasury." "Ah!" Lan Zuruo's opened her beautiful eyes into a round shape. Her lips were wide open as she looked at him dumbfounded, as if she was looking at a monstrosity. "I swear by my appearance that these are all true," Xianxia helplessly said. Lan Zuruo was speechless for a long time. She didn't doubt Xianxi's words. She was certain that based on her view of Xianxi's nature, he fundamentally wouldn't use such ridiculous words to fool her in this kind of situation. Yet, it was exactly because she didn't doubt Xianxi's words that she was immensely shocked and frightened inside her heart. What shocked her was that Xianxia, who was a youth at the first level of the nascent profound realm, was actually able to bring such a disaster to New Moon City's largest sect all by himself. This was something utterly unimaginable. What frightened her was that crippling Xiao Luocheng and losing 600,000 purple profound coins could already amount to a deep hatred. But to destroy the sect's treasury, it would be more than just deep hatred. This kind of hatred was enough to last through hundreds of generations and thousands of autumns. If Xiao sect's branch sect didn't want to chop Xianxi's corpse into tens of thousands of pieces at all cost, even she would think of that as odd. It was no wonder that in order to chase him down, Xiao sect had even released the fierce storm hawk. Lan Zuruo was originally considering whether if she should stop this pointless escape and reveal her identity, which would absolutely be enough to assure Xianxi's safety. But after listening to Xianxi's words, she tossed this idea away altogether. Based on what Xianxia had done, if he was to fall into the Xiao sect's hands, let alone herself, she wouldn't be able to save him even if she made use of her father. Looking at Lan Zuruo's reaction, Xianxia said somewhat guiltily, "Senior Sister Zuruo, sorry I've burdened you." Lan Zuruo lightly shook her head. "This is my own choice. There isn't anything that could be considered a burden." She gently smiled and comforted him. Also, senior sister protecting a cute junior brother is a matter of course without saying. It's too early to say you are burdening me, for it is still not certain that we can't escape. Perhaps they'll stop chasing us after a while. Or maybe that fierce storm hawk would suddenly become disobedient and fly in a different direction elsewhere. That's all possible. Little Snow, fly a little faster. When hearing Lan Zuruo's words, some complexity flashed through Xianxia's expression. As Lan Zuruo spoke these words, he didn't discover the slightest hint of regret, deceit, and impurity from the depths of her eyes. He didn't like to be in debt to other people, but this time, he was doubtlessly indebted to her. He owed her his life, or perhaps some sort of emotion. Speaking of which, junior brother Yun, how did you manage to infiltrate into the Xiao sect anyways? And how did you devastate them to this extent? Is it all right for you tell me? Naturally, the current state of Lan Zuruo's heart was terribly anxious. However, her eyes revealed an extremely pure curiosity as she spoke and made Xianxia, who had originally wanted to conceal everything, incapable of refusing. He thought for a bit and narrated to her. Long, long ago, I had a master. I learned some medical skills from master, and in them included the art of disguise. Xiao Luocheng was gravely injured by me, and the sect would surely search for doctors everywhere in the city. Therefore, I disguised as a middle-aged doctor, and infiltrated the Xiao sect. Xianxia was naturally very eloquent in his speech, and vividly recited what had happened during these few days in Xiao sect to Lan Zuruo. Of course, he didn't mention matters like the Emperor Profound Dragon Core, that he couldn't let others know. The entire descriptive process was undoubtedly fantastic. It caused Lan Zuruo to, at times, open her pink lips wide, at times laugh as she covered her mouth, and at times have a face of shock, especially when she heard that he was mistaken as an unrivaled doctor, as well as Xiao Luocheng kowtowing to him as his god-grandfather. She promptly laughed while holding her stomach to the point of tears squeezing out of the corner of her eyes. The entire time, it was as if she had forgotten that they were currently in a dangerous situation. 2 hours passed, 4 hours passed. The sky had already darkened. As 4 hours and hundreds of kilometers were passed in the howling sound of the wind, Xianxia and Lan Zuruo's ears were close to being deafened. They already did not know where they currently were located. Each time they turned their heads back for a countless number of times, they still could clearly see the Black Hawk's silhouette each and every time. This is bad. They've almost caught up. Little Snow, fly a little faster. Little Snow. Xianxia turned his head around and was shocked to find that the fierce storm hawk behind them had closed in from over 1,000 meters to less than 300 meters. Sitting on the giant snow eagle's back, Xianxia clearly felt its body cramping. To a true profound beast, flying on full throttle for 4 hours was already near miraculous. If it wasn't Lan Zuruo's contracted profound beast and possessed absolute loyalty to Lan Zuruo, persisting to this extent would simply be impossible. Yet the fierce storm hawk's rank advantage was clearly displayed at this time. Its speed of flight barely had the slightest trace of declining. The occasional hawk's cries that came from it was full of energy and resounded through heaven and earth. Senior sister, don't force it anymore. Its strength is already exhausted, and if this keeps up, its lifespan will be directly damaged. As the giant snow eagle's master, Lan Zuruo understood its current condition better than Xianxia. She bit her lips and tightly gripped both of her fists. The giant snow eagle's body spasms became more and more severe. Even its posture was no longer stable. It started to falter and sway, and the speed even more so became increasingly slower. The fierce storm hawk behind them progressively shortened the distance, and at this time, a hideous voice came from behind them. Little bastard, to actually make this daddy here chase for so long. This time, let's see where else you can run. Xianxia turned around all of a sudden, and only now discovered that the fierce storm eagle had already caught up to within 100 meters. The fierce storm hawk's entire appearance, as well as the silhouette that stood on its back, was in clear view. It was undoubtedly Xiao Zhe. Senior sister, let little Snow fly downwards at once. We should preppa. As Xianxia spoke halfway, he suddenly stopped, because in that earlier instant, an extremely dangerous feeling came from behind him. He turned his head around almost as quick lightning, and with a single glance, saw the oddly shaped weapon held by the Xiao Zhe, who was standing atop the fierce storm hawk's back. That is, poison fire rod. Xiao Zhe actually possessed a poison fire rod. Before he could even react, he already saw a flicker of fire suddenly burst out of the poison fire rod. Instantaneously, a line of lethally dangerous aura flew toward them with a speed faster than sound. It originally was supposed to fly toward Xianxia, but under the violent air current, it underwent a slight degree of offset and flew straight toward Lan Zuruo's chest. "Senior sister, careful?" Lan Zuruo, who was still turning her head around, completely did not notice the fatal danger closing in. When she finally noticed it, she already couldn't react in time at all. In her enlarged pupils, a pitch-black object increasingly became closer, and right after, it was solidly blocked by Xianxia's body that swooped in front of her. Poof! A huge hole opened on Xianxia's shoulder, and blood splattered everywhere. Even though he avoided any vitals, he still underestimated the poison fire rod's power. The instant he was hit by the poison fire rod, he had almost heard the hideous cackle of the Grim Reaper. Junior brother Yun." Lan Zuruo's body froze in place. Only when she saw Xianxia's shoulder that had been instantly dyed red by blood did she finally let out a terrified cry and panically supported his body that was slowly toppling over. "Senior sister." He could bear the severe pain from the wound, but under the heavy shot his mind scattered and made him feel as if he was incapable of supporting himself. With a ghastly face, he said with difficulty while biting the tips of his tongue, "That is, the poison fire rod, it has an acute poison if hit, inevitable death. Hold me and jump down. Jumping down we may die. But if we don't jump, we'll definitely die. Acute poison." Looking at Xianxia's bloody and mutilated shoulder made the inside of Lan Zuruo's heart violently tremble. She nodded with misty eyes and tightly hugged Xianxia's body. "Very well, let us jump." At this moment, in the face of the Xianxia who blocked for her with his life, she still chose to follow blindly even when faced against the high altitude of a few thousand meters. She hugged Xianxia and stood up on the giant snow eagle's back. Looking at the vast land underneath, she softly whispered, "Little Snow, you've worked hard, come back and rest well." As her voice faded, the mark on her hand flashed. With a long cry, the giant snow eagle's gigantic body disappeared within the white light. Xianxia and Lan Zuruo's bodies also fell straight down as they plummeted toward the vast unknown below them.